Hello and welcome to the Con Couple. I'm Richard,
I'm already tired.
And I'm Calzone Betty.
and we go to a frankly horrifying number of cons every year.
I would say we go to too few conventions.
That was almost a proper intro.
My
Good job,
name's
everybody.
Caroline. So welcome for our Origins 5-part spectacular exclusive. This convention is very, very long.
Yes, it is. And we're recording this one slightly differently than usual, insofar as, yes, we are still in our car.
You never not be in our car unless we're interviewing somebody.
Yep. But we are currently recording this on Thursday morning. We had planned to record this last night, but Calzone Betty's work decided to be a dick.
Yeah.
You were supposed to be joining us yesterday, and unfortunately, you didn't make it in until like midnight last night.
Yeah. I appreciate you guys being so flexible.
Oh, of course.
It happens.
Again, not your fault. And I handed over your event tickets to the stuff yesterday, so that
Yeah.
the GM still get credit for you being there.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
So,
Origins.
Origins
is a 5-day gaming convention in Columbus, Ohio. We went to it last year. This is, I think, one of the conventions. 4th time, 5th time?
4th.
Yeah, that we've gone to it.
Yep.
So, we'll be continuing our correspondence. We'll also be talking about changes from last year.
There have been quite a few.
There's been quite a few. And also, if you know anything about Origins, you know that people do one thing.
They complain.
A lot. Some valid, some not.
There have definitely been some very valid complaints this year.
Yes. So, do we start with the ticketing process?
Yeah, we should probably start with like the pre-game stuff for this con. So, Origins tickets you have to get in advance, and when we say tickets, I don't mean the badges for the show itself.
Although you do need those to purchase any other type of ticket.
Yes. I am talking about specific event tickets. So, for anybody who's not attended a board game con or anything like that, this uses a site called Tabletop Events. Every individual event that's running at this con is listed there, and you need to get a ticket for each specific event you want to go to. And those specific events are all board games, TTRPGs, LARPs, all of that kind of stuff. And because generally speaking you're looking at a like small intimate personal experience, most of those events have like 6 tickets max. Some have a few less, some have a few more. And they do a couple of like panels and seminars and that kind of stuff, but generally speaking, if you're coming to this con, it's mostly to play specific games. Which means that the way they basically do it is there is a scrum. So on a particular Saturday, in the run, a couple of months beforehand, they will release all of those tickets to the public so you can get them. Badge sales are done significantly earlier than that, so you can have your badge ready to go. And if you're somebody like me who's running a bunch of stuff at this con, you can get, they did just about get the GM perks out in time for GMs to purchase badges, but it was a near-run thing.
Keep in mind for this event, because it's one of the bigger events, you need to basically submit events back in February to be considered.
Yeah, because they do, they do take a little bit of time to approve everything, just because, again, there's 8,000 events.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. Based on what the person was saying, I think there was like 1 or 2 people approving all of them.
And it's primarily volunteers, right, who run the convention.
It's still a bit unclear to me. It does seem like there are actual like positions, and this is run by Gamma, which is a gaming organization that I do think does make money, but I don't know if the con actually does or not.
Okay, that's fair.
So, yeah.
Said non-profits can't have people work at them, and that's valid.
Yep. Face it, I think all 3 people in this car work for a non-profit.
Well,
if you're not, you're fine.
I work in the industry. I'll say that.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, but again, so as we're going out, like non-profits absolutely can employ people. That's not weird. That's extremely normal. Like most universities you've heard of are non-profits, and they do employ people. So yeah. So, the ticket scrum used to just. They released to the public, and everybody, tried to quickly buy stuff at noon and crash tabletop events. They have since changed the way they do it to stop the crashes, and I still don't know if I like it or not.
Mm-hmm.
Because they now use a system called Queue-It. What Queue-It basically does is at noon, the website basically locks behind Queue-It, and anybody who tries to log in between noon and 1 gets put into the queuing system, which is basically, as it implies, a digital queuing system. So everybody who enters between those two times will get, at 1 o'clock, they will open the queue. Everybody in the line gets assigned a random number, and you then get let into tabletop events in that order in order to not crash it. The advantage of this is, last 2 years, tabletop events has not crashed. It's worked very smoothly.
The disadvantage this year was they forgot to turn registration on until I think about minutes after it started.
Yeah, that was causing some consternation. But the big problem with this is that means if you get a low queue number, you can get in and get everything you want, and if you get a high queue number, you are out of luck.
Yeah.
And there's no guarantee if you get a high queue it number that, for instance, you'll get a low one next year.
Yeah.
So it just starts all over again the next year.
I will say it is at least better than Origins so far as it has more people in the system at once, and it just doesn't take everyone's freaking wish list and go straight down it, and it lets everyone select their own tickets.
Yes, better than Gen Con, you mean?
Yeah, Gen Con, sorry.
Yeah, fine. Sorry, don't mean to correct you.
No, it's fine.
But yeah. So the common trick that literally everybody I am aware of does is, one, because tabletop events allows you to buy tickets for your friends group, and most, not all, but most tickets at Origins are free. It behooves you to be friends with other members of your group. So gaming groups, for example, will all friend each other, and whoever gets the lowest number just has to get tickets for everybody as quick as they possibly can. In this case, the three of us got on a Discord call, and I think we had 7 different devices open between the three of us.
Yep.
At least,
because I had my laptop, my old laptop that I hang on to just in case of emergencies, and my work laptop. Caroline had a laptop. You had.
I had 3 computers open, so about 7.
Yeah, and it was just because it does it by device, not by login details for your position in the queue. So we got quite lucky. My primary laptop got 156 in the queue, which is ludicrously low. So we ended up with a schedule we were actually pretty happy with for Origins this year. Plus, of course, between the two of us, we're running 7 events.
Yeah.
And for the record, Betty, if you're ever interested in running anything at this con, let me know, and I'm quite happy to help facilitate that.
I'm thinking about it. We'll talk later.
Cool. But yeah, so that's how that ticketing system works. So we actually got in. We got a bunch of stuff we were pretty happy with. It's always an absolute mad scramble and a dash to put together a schedule that you're happy with, and you usually end up making tweaks and modifications in the couple of days afterwards. Once everybody's calmed down and the adrenaline rushes up, it's still not a fun process.
Yeah.
But again, let's face it, my events also sold out basically instantly because again, there are 6 tickets to most of my tables. There's no easy way to let other people who want them have them. And again, it's not as bad if it's an event that's running a lot over the weekend. If you want to play Starfinder or Pathfinder, you'll be fine. Starfinder Pathfinder Society is here and they're running stuff all weekend. They have their own room and it's a pretty big room. But if you want to play, the size of one I'm running, Rogue Trader, the 40k RPG, I checked. I'm the only person running it. I'm doing exactly 1 session.
Or Thirsty Sword Lesbians.
Or Thirsty Sword Lesbians. You're the only person at this con running that this year.
Which I was surprised about, but yeah.
Yeah, I've had several people regret the fact they couldn't get into your game. But we'll talk more about that when we get there. But yeah. So that's the Origins ticketing system. At this point, and this event uses pretty much the entire Columbus Convention Center.
Yep.
We've talked about the Columbus Convention Center a lot. It's a very well-designed center. 4 major halls, A, B, C, and D, which can be combined into one massive hall if you want, or it can be subdivided as appropriate. This con splits it into A and B as their, they call it their exhibition hall, it's their vendors hall. And then C and D are used as gaming space.
Yep.
Fortunately, they put most of the RPGs over in the Hyatt Hotel.
Yeah, because if you were running them in the main floor, we saw it last year, you basically have to have a microphone, basically like shout at people because no one can hear each other.
Yeah, like good luck doing any subtle role playing if you're in that hall. Whereas all of our events, because we actually teamed up with a gaming group this year.
Yep.
We teamed up with Matinee Adventures, insofar as we're not formally part of their group, but they knew we met up with them at Buckeye Game Fest. They knew we were going to be running stuff at Origins, and they said if we wanted, they would be happy to reach out to their contact and get all of our stuff put in their room, so that we weren't like bouncing all over the place. We very much appreciate that. Thank you guys. Because that means we've actually got a consistent table all weekend for everything we're running.
Yep.
So yay for that. And their comment was they'd rather have us assigned to that table than just some random person who they don't know. So.
Plus, it gives us free snacks because they've offered that to us.
Yep, they have said since they offer basic grade chips and bottles of water to their GM. So they've said we are GMing in their room. We are very welcome to have at the snack table if and when we need it.
That's very nice of them.
They just warned us that nobody in their group has any allergies to worry about, so they did not allergy plan. So
Sure.
there's nuts and stuff, which is fine. It doesn't bother me, and you can't eat the food anyway.
Yep.
So that's where we are hosting all weekend.
Yep.
I would say come see us, but this episode is not going to get uploaded until at least Monday. So parking, we are once again using our parking lot that's close to the convention center, but not the $30 a day event parking, because screw that noise.
Yeah.
And thank you very much, Betty, for sorting that.
Of course.
You use Spot Hero?
Yep, I use Spot Hero. It's pretty easy. You just find the lot that you're looking for, which you can either search for on like a map, or I was able to put in the address and able to just reserve it. And I was even able to originally I had said 8 a.m. to 12 a.m. I think, or 11:30 p.m. But I ended up changing it to 7 a.m. and it was easy to change my reservation and it didn't cost any money. That might just be for that particular lot, but still it was a very easy user experience.
Yeah. It's one of those things. We knew the lot we were planning to use, so I just sent you the address. So that worked out nicely.
So we reserved parking ahead of time so we could lock in a rate and then also make sure we could have parking where we wanted.
Yep. And in particular for this con, Saturday we're going to be getting there
very early.
Very, very early because it's Pride on Saturday.
Yeah.
So the city's going to be a mess.
Yeah.
I love the Pride March. It's very important, but at the same time, it does not make navigating the city.
Just being realistic, right?
Yeah, the routes literally walk straight past the convention center. Mm-hmm. We got screwed over by that last year when we went to Animate, because last year Origins missed it and Animate hit it.
Yep.
This year it's the other way around. So we're ready to kind of go chronological?
Yeah. Cool.
I'm not going to bother doing our super special Secret Con ribbon thing, because next week we're not doing anything.
I will find something for us to do, but no one's going to be at that event, so it's fine.
It's fine. Again, if you want the super secret special con ribbon, if you are at whatever we do next week, go listen to the previous episode, it's fine. But so we got there yesterday at a little before 10?
Yeah.
And I dropped you off, got parked up, came in and met you, and then we went into the main concourse, and this is where the problem started.
Yep. So I will say Origins did give you the option to have your badge mailed to you. They just did have that both as for premium badges and as an add-on option. The problem with that is, and they did say this, so I wasn't surprised by it, but some people were still confused when they got their badges mailed to them, is they weren't mailing event tickets.
Yeah.
Which defeats the purpose of mailing your badge.
Yeah, you would still need to stand in a line in order to get your event tickets printed.
Yep.
Which was remarkably dumb.
Yeah.
So you might as well go pick up your badge at the same time anyway.
Yeah.
Yep.
And not pay a premium.
Yep. So in previous years they just had one main pickup point where you can get your stuff, everything prints.
Yeah.
You grab a lanyard, and you grab and you get everything. This year they didn't do it that way.
Yep.
So this year they had 3 separate pickup points: one for Premier badge holders,
Yep.
one for GMs, and one for regular attendees.
And keep in mind, it's the first day of the con, and some people, like most people, are jamming are running right away, like we were. So you need your badge and stuff ready to go by 12 when you start.
They had one person running the GM pickup badge.
And they started an hour and a half late.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they started, based on what I've heard, again, this was after we got there, they did not start distributing GM badges until about 9:30. So we know at least one of the matinee people told us he'd been in the line for over an hour.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm. And again, I think he was also ready at like 1 o'clock. So,
Yep.
So
you would think 3.5 hours would be long enough, but,
yeah.
So, we eventually figured out which line we needed to be in, because part of the problem was I had all 3 QR codes. I had my code, which is which was for the GM badge, and I had your 2 codes as well, because like picking up multiple badges at the same time is a very common thing that people do in Origins. Like you've got parents picking up their kids and all of that kind of stuff. And we weren't entirely sure whether or not I was going to get to the front of the GM line, which took a while, and then you told, okay, here's your GM stuff. Now you need to go into the general line in order to get the badges for your friends as well.
And keep in mind, I'm running games too this weekend. It's just we had to put all of the GM stuff under just your name, because last year when we tried to put them across different names, they wouldn't let us get GM or combine our GM perks, even though it said you were allowed to do that.
Yes. So yes, officially I'm running everything this weekend, but you are actually running 2 of the games?
At least 2.
At least 2.
I ran an off-books game last night.
Yeah.
We'll talk about.
Like, between us, we more than qualify for the free badge.
Yeah.
And you are supposed to be able to do that. So, it's just, last year their system screwed us over and we didn't want to run any risks this year. And based on conversations with a few other GMs at this con, we're not the only people who do that.
Yep.
It's not at all an uncommon thing.
Yeah, and it does say you're allowed to combine hours. It's just apparently you have to do that by putting everything under one person's name.
Yep.
I mean, Lurking Fears are doing all of their games, I'm pretty sure, under one person.
Yeah.
And there's no way they can possibly do that.
Yeah,
so.
and if you look at all of the matinee stuff, it's all nominally hosted by Andy. In spite of the fact that obviously, like, Andy cannot be hosting 6 games simultaneously. So again, I think that's the established method of how you ensure that you get the relevant GM perks for your group. It's just one person submits everything. And we'll know that going forward.
Yeah.
Which again, that's why I basically said if you want to run anything,
Sure.
Betty, let us know and we'll combine ours. Just so we get the best perks we can.
Sure.
But yeah, so we get in this line, and lines are a problem for you.
Yep.
You have ADA access needs.
Yep.
So I flagged down a person, and I basically said, hey, my wife has ADA access needs. Standing in this line is going to be a problem. They did not handle it well.
No.
They handled it appallingly, quite frankly. And I'm not going to blame the individual because they were like, "Oh, I don't know if we can do anything. Let me go talk to people and ask."
They literally said the phrase, "You have to be in a wheelchair to qualify."
Yep.
And they were like, "Well, you can just pull. Like, if you want, you can grab a chair." Keep in mind, there were no chairs, but some people were pulling chairs from other places and drag it along the line with you. And I'm like, I physically cannot do that. It's not anything I can physically do.
That's not accessibility.
No, it's not.
Or it was like, "Well, you could go and sit down and wait." And I'm like, "No."
Get out of line?
Yeah.
And just have you pick up the tickets, which is what we wound up doing, to be fair. But the only reason that would have worked in this particular circumstance is because
there were
Matinee had their adventures room over there that I could go back to that was a little bit quieter. There was nowhere in the concourse area, though, where I could just sit down nearby. And if I hadn't known that room was open, I would have had nowhere to go.
Yeah.
It's like, there's not a place to go. It's the middle of a convention center floor. There's no seating in that area.
Right.
Especially as, there was a whole bunch of people still, setting stuff up and, constantly stuff moving around. Because, again, first day of the con, several people didn't get there until that morning. There was one person who just kept yelling exhibitors, to gesticulate them over to the entrance and let them know that they could come in.
A sign would have been better.
Yep.
But yeah, so that was very, very, very badly handled by the convention. So you did end up tapping out and heading back to the Matinee Adventures room.
Yeah.
again, thank you guys for for letting us use that room and gave her a safe space she could go back to. So yeah, I eventually made it to the front of that line.
Yeah.
Which they did open a second person at that thing who was. So initially they told people in the line that if you were picking up GM badges but didn't need to pick up any tickets, you should go into that one. But then they were later saying that was actually the line for more complicated people. So there was clearly some miscommunication about what the heck was going on.
What do more complicated people mean?
What does that even mean? Yeah.
I don't know. I have absolutely no idea.
You said a person a couple spots in front of you took a really long time.
Yeah, again, to be fair, I also took a while because again, I had to print up badges for people, and I will admit, when I got to the front of that line, I was a bit stroppy about making sure I got your guys' stuff as well, because I was not in a good mood over the way the ADA stuff was handled, and
understandably,
I was a bit of a dick to the people behind the desk, and after they said, no, it's okay, we can do that for you, they had to physically go and get some more regular show badges because they only had GM badges.
Yep.
And somebody basically ran over and grabbed a box of those.
Which I guess is nice of them, but still.
And they did the printing. Hilariously, so Tabletop Events sent you a QR code.
Yeah.
But they didn't use the QR codes. They just looked at the numbers and typed them in.
Well, they didn't have I was talking to the Matinee Adventures people. Apparently, they didn't have a QR code scanner for that booth, which is also slowing things down. It was just mainline registration, from what we heard, was actually moving quick.
Yeah,
but
again,
the GM booth was taking forever.
Yeah, because I think mainline had 6 different
Yeah, and they had QR code scanners and things.
Yeah.
But I do think this is the first year we've actually gotten all the tickets printed off. Because all the previous years we've missed some tickets.
We've had issues, yeah. But again, the main, the thing that I do not understand is why they've separated them. And I think the only reason is they decided. So in previous years, you would basically get your tickets printed off, and you would just get and the first ticket they do a print off would be your badge. So it would have your name on it. It would have GM, full show, whatever, single day, whatever. But instead, this year they've switched to what I would almost call more traditional lanyards, but they're cheap as heck.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie.
This was another thing people were complaining about in the Origins Facebook group.
Yeah. The official reason that I've heard is it's some kind of safety and security thing about not having people's names on stuff. But Tabletop Events, when we bought our badges, we got to choose a badge name.
Yeah.
We got to choose what would be written on our badge. So if people aren't comfortable with having their real names, they can do the furry thing and just put a nickname or whatever. So I have no idea why this change was made. It's just kind of weird.
Yeah, but it's clear they're trying to save money somehow, because there's also everyone in Origins is complaining about the coupon book no longer being a book. We don't use the coupon book, but
it's now digital. It's now in their app.
Yeah, and they also don't have a physical program this year either.
Which is frustrating because I love the programs.
Yeah, and it's worth noting that the physical program does not have all 8,000 events in. That's not in any way practical. But it does usually, it's got some highlights of usually hey, this famous RPG designer is going to be running a one-shot. We're doing some live D&D on a stage that some people might want to watch, that kind of stuff.
Usually has a map as well, which I like.
Yep.
And speaking of nonprofit, it also usually has advertising space, so that's another way to get some money sometimes.
Yep. Whereas for whatever reason this year they have not done that. I'm assuming it's probably a money-saving thing.
Probably a money-saving measure, yeah.
Because the app does have maps, and they're perfectly functional maps. I was using one yesterday. So getting checked in sucked. Your ADA access needs to be a lot goddamn better than it is.
Yeah.
The other thing we should probably talk about is they do have security. They do have the security scanners up.
Yeah.
We've had it confirmed that while we keep referring to them as metal detectors, they are not in fact metal detectors.
They're shape detectors.
Yeah, they use, I do not know what the specific technology is, but they're basically looking for suspicious body shapes on your person to imply you might have a gun under your jacket or something like that. that's what they're looking for, not like, if you've got a box cutter knife, they're not going to stop you, that kind of stuff. So just the security line to get into Hall C when I went through it did move very, very quickly. It wasn't particularly a problem. I suspect there will be pretty bad bottlenecks at the beginning of the day when the hall
first opens. Yeah.
But I think once those lines clear, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Though I did hear that yesterday they did not open Hall C and D until noon, and games were due to start at noon.
Yeah.
Oof.
So, GMs were stuck in that line with everybody else. So I do think they had some problems, and everybody's covered his for the love of God. At the very least, open it to GMs half an hour early.
Yeah, what's the point of having like a GM badge if you're not gonna like it's easy enough to be like, do you have a GM badge?
Mm-hmm. Especially as, again, like it does say, I will show you it, so when we get there, but yeah, like your badges say full show, mine does say GM.
Yeah.
They are slightly different badges. Oddly enough, they haven't done the thing that a lot of cons do, and they haven't color-coded them.
Mm-hmm.
But
you don't really badge check at this con unless you're going into vendors, and even then it's...
Colors cost money. We can't spend money.
Yeah. So at that point, do we want to kind of talk about the other first games?
Yep. So we got into the room, we talked with the Matinee Adventures people about like what tables would be good for us to use.
Yep.
They're trying to keep people out of the middle tables in the center of the room just because then you get crosstalk on all sides and it sucks.
Yep. So they've got 9 tables in that room, and ideally they only really want 7 of them occupied, but they have the extras if they need them.
Yeah.
It's just, if you end up doing a pickup game, you're probably going to, and all 7 other tables are occupied with ticketed events, you're getting relegated to the middle spots.
Yeah.
Which, fair enough. But yeah, so we've basically been assigned one particular table that's functionally ours throughout the weekend.
Yeah.
And we're very grateful for that. That will work out quite nicely. The only issue will be if I have to plug my laptop in, I hope the cable's long enough.
Yeah.
Well, I know that some people are bringing extension cords today, too.
Yep. Because again, for at least one of my games, I need my laptop purely because I need a Google spreadsheet to do the damage calculations. I can do it in my head. It's just faster and easier if I with a pre-built spreadsheet.
So you're running Rollmaster, are you?
God, no, I'm not that insane. No, this is just Rogue Trader. It's mostly just damage in that game is done by, here's your damage number. Reduce it by the enemy's armor value, reduce it by their toughness value. But if you've got armor piercing, you cancel out some of the armor value. But obviously, if your armor piercing is higher than their armor value, they get no benefit from it. So there's some behind-the-scenes calculations that it was easier to just set it so I could punch in 2 numbers and be done with it. So yeah. But no, I'm really looking forward to Rogue Trader. I have not got to run Rogue Trader in like a decade, so I'll talk about that game on Saturday when it's happening.
Yeah.
But yeah, so the first game we were running was Fiasco.
Yeah.
Fiasco is a Coen Brothers-inspired stupid shenanigans game.
Yep.
And we have, based on what several people have said, it originally came up with like a more traditional dice system.
Yeah.
And the newer edition uses cards.
Yeah. It still kind of rides the line between. It's definitely, I always classify it as an RPG over a board game, but I have seen some people call it a board game because it comes in a box and looks more board game-esque.
Yeah.
But it's basically all role play, so I classify it as a tabletop RPG.
Right.
Yeah, you could, like, maybe you could describe it as like an improv board game.
Yeah.
But you're just kind of splitting hairs at that point. But it's a good warm-up game, because it usually takes about 2 hours.
Yeah.
And there's a quote-unquote engine deck, which is just, the cards that are in every game.
Yeah.
And then you have, like, scenario decks. So you actually bought us some more scenario decks.
Yeah.
The base game comes with 3. You bought 2 more expansion packs, and each expansion pack had 2 more decks of cards in. So we ended up playing with
the high school expansion
the
pack.
high school expansion
We
pack.
did that just by eventually we don't get to decide what pack to play, so we just rolled the d6.
Yep.
And then
I removed the D&D themed one just because
that one's a little bit weaker in terms of premise a lot of the time. I'm part just because if you add magic to improv without rules, a lot of traditional TTRPG players just don't know what to do when magic doesn't have rules.
Yep. So we took that one out of the equation and rolled a d6 for the rest. We ended up with the school one, which I think you were very happy with.
I like the high school one, so.
Yeah. So basically, the way the game works is each player around the table takes a turn to have a scene where they are the focus. You interact with one or more other players around the table with their character, and then the rest of the table decides if the outcome of that was positive or negative. They get a positive or negative card, which they don't get to flip over yet, and then it repeats. So you get 2 focus scenes each.
Yep.
Then you do the tilt, which complicates things by like revealing the positive and negative cards, and they add like modifiers to the second round. You repeat the process, and then you do the aftermath.
Yeah.
So it's very like. It's fairly rules light, but there's also like connections between players and stuff like that. So
we did only have 2 people at the table. The other people showed up, but they got through the line too.
They were 35 minutes late to the table because they got stuck in the reg line, and I don't blame them for that at all. Thank you guys for turning up and dropping off your tickets. I do appreciate it. You didn't have to do that, but thank you.
Yep.
But yeah, like again, 2-hour game turning up 35 minutes late. They knew that.
Yeah, there's realistically not a way you can work somebody in at that point.
Like we did deliberately start about 5-10 minutes late because that was about as late as we could push it. And again, this is not those 2 people's fault.
Yeah, the people we were playing with, I think, were a little bit newer to this form of like open improv, but they were getting the hang of it. As I had to pivot to the other table about halfway through because finals countdown was starting.
Yep.
And since Betty was signed up for that one but could not make it, I wanted to make sure it was over there to explain what was going on with that situation. So the GM was very understanding though.
Yeah. But yeah, so so the game finished out. What I've typically found with Fiasco is while the rules officially say you should do, 2 scenes each in the first act and then 2 scenes each in the second act, what I generally tend to recommend, and I ended up house ruling something this time that I think worked really well, which is on the second act you do 1, scene each, and then that is when you draw your aftermath card, which is meant to be the like what happens to your character at the end, and that gives you a goal to work to in the final climactic scene that everybody kind of improvs together. So in this case, our big final scene was of course prom.
Yeah,
of course.
And everybody was like working towards a specific goal they were trying to achieve, during the prom. Most of which were shenanigans. So yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was very silly. They were definitely warming up more to it towards the end. But again, part of the reason we like Fiasco as a kicking off the con game is it is actually quite a good like improv warm-up exercise because it gives you enough rules during Act 1 and enough things to work off that you can kind of get warmed up, and then usually by Act 2 you've kind of gone off the rails a little bit, but you're supposed to. So yeah, I might keep that rules modification in future. I think it works very well.
Yeah.
It sounds like it makes sense because otherwise I feel like, I mean, I haven't played Fiasco, but it sounds like it at least that it gives you like a focus, like you said. I think that makes sense.
Yeah. Like my character came out as trans because like one of my goals was like find love through personal transformation, and we'd ended up so the way you assign names, or you don't have to do it, but one of the suggested ways is every card in the deck has a name on the back of it, which you can use if you want to, just to give you suggestions. So you took Mary Jane.
Yep.
The player next to you took Mary Grace.
Yep.
The person on the other side, I had Marlon, and the 4th player had Hacksaw.
That's a great name.
Yep. So we decided that Hacksaw's real name was Mary Ann.
Yeah.
Alice.
Mary Alice, sorry. Like my character realized that they actually wanted to be Mary Marlon.
The Marys.
The Marys. So yeah, again, this was fun. This was silly. This was a lot of fun. Like, it was a good way to start. So, do you want to talk about Finals Countdown?
Yeah. So Finals Countdown is Tales from a Loop, which is a similar system to Kids on Bikes. Dice pool system where 6s count as a success. You play as kids in the 80s generally. I will say, after having played both this and Kids on Bikes, both of which are very much like ever since Stranger Things came out, there's been a lot of 70s and 80s inspired your kid in the 70s or 80s games. I really want to do a version of this where it's kids in the 2000s because that's when I grew up.
That would be great.
There's still enough nostalgia for that period, and I'm aware that the internet and cell phone existed at that time period. They definitely did, but it wasn't as prevalent.
Yeah.
And I also don't think that the internet and like smartphones necessarily ruin games as much as people they do.
Said it in the UK. Nobody had a smartphone.
Yeah, none of the kids had they might have a pager, maybe.
Or one of those brick phones.
Yeah, a lot of people had flip phones when we were growing up. But
They could use to call their parents if they needed to, yeah.
Because I know that Tales from the Loop has a variant called... It's something like Stories from the Flood or something like that, which is the 90s themed version of it. Which we have played once, but
Trying to think of what the 2000s one would be called.
The one, I guess, criticism of Tales of the Loop is like the setting has this thing called the Loop. I'm not going to describe what it is in case you haven't played it, because spoilers, because everything relates back to that particular premise. Once you've played it once in a certain scenario, all the scenarios sort of kind of feel very samey.
Yeah.
Which is not a criticism of the GM. I actually really like the story that they came up with. It's just once you figure out what the mystery of the loop actually is, it's a little bit limiting in terms of mechanic.
Yeah.
I know what you think, because you've also played the system.
I've only played Tales from the Loop once, and that was that game at last year's CincyCon that I got it, that I ended up starting late.
Yeah.
So I don't think I have a fair assessment of it, but I do sort of know what you mean. Like, everything tied back to the loop does limit storytelling a little bit.
Yeah.
It's got the same problem that the Flash Season 1 had. Everything had to tie back to that particle collider explosion.
Yeah, but this one had us going into the future a little bit, and I really do like role-playing is like awkward teenage stage, so that was fun. I got to play a weird kid and like a very good RP table, which was also a lot of fun, and I did like the story that the GM came up with a lot of the time, so.
Yeah, I did hear some shenanigans going on at various points. Is there anything more specifically you want to say?
That was most of the game. It was fun. Like I mentioned, I don't like explaining the plots of games because a lot of our listeners are local, and you might play in this game once, and I don't want to like reveal spoilers for what happened in case you want to play this adventure for yourself.
Yeah,
but it was written by the GM, which I like a lot.
Yeah, Matinee generally tends to write their own stuff, I've noticed. But yeah, so while you were doing that, I was supposed to be going over to Hall C to play a miniatures game. Because I like miniatures games, and I don't get the chance to play them terribly often. So I went over there, and they weren't there.
Oh!
Yeah, like it took a little bit of checking, but I did find the section I was supposed to be in. I found the table I was supposed to be at, and I confirmed with one of the other people who was in that section that this was the right table. But yeah, I got to 10 past the hour. It was supposed to start at 2. It was supposed to just be a 2-hour game, and no sign of the GM.
I'm sorry.
It's possible they got mixed up and were in the wrong spot, or I was in the wrong spot, but couldn't find them. So
this was in the hall, right?
Yeah, this is in the big gaming hall.
It's almost impossible to also find games in the hall, because even though they give you like a general area, like that's also still huge.
Yeah, so this was section 2330, table 6 was where I was supposed to be.
Yeah, and it's not. They don't typically have, from what I see, because I had a game. I tried to play, what was it, Tir na Hog, I think it's called. I don't know how to, I'm probably not pronouncing that right.
Yeah.
But I tried to play that last year. I couldn't find it because it was like, it's like section, table 8 or whatever. And it's not, they don't have like signs that says like, this is section 33 and these are all the tables or anything.
Like some of them do, but they're very clearly things that people brought along and made themselves. Because they know that,
they know that about this issue, right?
Yeah, if you're running in the gaming hall, it's going to be a problem.
It's a shame you couldn't make those little guys kiss.
This was going to be little spaceships.
It's a shame you couldn't make those little spaceships kiss.
I mean, if you were a little spaceship and you kiss another spaceship in space, you'd just die. So, that's called ramming speed. Incidentally, Games Workshop, bring back Battlefleet Gothic for God's sake. I will buy so many tiny spaceships off you.
You do have a good ramming speed, though.
Boo.
If you ram in the game, do you ram in real life?
That's how close you are to the other player. But yeah, so that was a little disappointing. So I ended up pivoting back to the matinee room, and I took the opportunity to add some stuff to the game I'm planning to run today, because the game I'm running today has like multiple different routes, and a couple of them are not as fleshed out as they possibly should be, so I was fleshing one of them out a bit.
Yeah.
I'll do all that work and they won't bother seeing that route.
And also this was a day, Wednesday was a day where I was like there were a lot of weird 1 hour overlaps for me just because how things ended up working out. Because there was this other group who wanted to then. So I have an official game of Thirsty Sword Lesbians on the books for tomorrow.
Yeah.
But that game, a lot of people couldn't get tickets to that game. It sold out instantly.
Yeah.
So this group of people approached me and asked if I was willing to do an offshoot, like 2 hour version of the game for them. So I agreed to do that. But like, you know how I pack my schedule. There's pretty much never an open 2 hour time slot.
Yeah.
So I agreed to run 5 to 7 because I forgot that the game that we had tonight started at 6. So I just told you to go along with that game at 6, and that actually wound up working out because character one. We'll talk more about the table fiasco that happened, and then between that and character creation, I actually got there about at the time when you actually started. So people showed up around 5. They were really, really kind because they wanted to they asked if they could pay me for running it, and I felt weird about that. Then they asked if they could get me food. I'm like, well, you're trying to save money right now, and are eating a lot less. So what if they get you a Jets pizza? And they actually did give you a large Jets pizza just for yourself. I was not expecting that. That was very, very sweet of them.
Yeah, thank you very much.
That's very kind.
I've still got half of it. It's in the fridge at home.
Yeah.
Because I didn't feel. It would have been awkward eating the whole thing by myself yesterday, but I had about half of it, and then I'll have the rest after we get home tonight.
Yeah.
Probably dinner tonight for me.
And I wrote this, but it is very the one we played last year, Good Luck Babe, was very improv based, and we were coming up with a lot of ideas.
Yep.
I'm still trying to figure out the line on this one because the group I was playing with yesterday were very good, but they were still new at the character stuff, and they're a little bit less comfortable coming up with their own ideas and doing them.
Sure.
There's a lot of talking through decisions with me at the tables, and I'm just I don't know if this is a good idea. And I'm if you're asking the question about whether or not it's a good idea, you should do it.
You should do it, right? Yeah.
That's the point of this game generally.
Yeah.
Yeah, the worst that would happen is say somebody would be like, well, what if you do this instead? And then you have a different idea, and then it's even better.
Yeah. Yep. And I think it is a little bit it is a fairly simple system, but because all the players have those special moves, and it's actually kind of hard to integrate them. I think when we were playing last year, I think we only used 2 special moves the entire game.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to think of ways to integrate that a little better with the characters, and I'm still trying to familiarize myself with the text. This honestly helped me a lot, figuring out what I wanted to do. It went well, and they did say they wanted a 2 hour time slot, which is about what it ran to, but I'm trying to think of ways to expand it a little bit for the official game on Friday. But I think we'll also have a slightly fuller table there. Yep. Although I might need one of you to pitch hitting on that one because the thing I did discover is you need a full table for this scenario to work.
Yeah.
So we'll see what's going on there.
And I think that table's got 5 people on it, but I would need to double check.
I'm ready to be drafted, sir.
Because I can't remember what I'm supposed to be doing during that time slot. But again,
I think that's Choose or Dance to Pieces.
Yeah, I think so. So we'll figure it out.
Yep.
But yeah. So while you were doing that, I went over to what was it? Death of the Ethereum?
Death of the Ethereum, right? Yeah.
So I'm going to talk about the shenanigans before we get onto the game itself.
Yep.
So this was supposed to be out in the corridor.
Yeah, there's a couple games they're running in the hallway this year, which I was hesitant about. I will say having played this, I do think at certain times of day and in certain corridors it does work.
Yeah. But
it depends heavily on where you put it and what time of day it is.
Yeah. This was supposed to be in the upstairs corridor at one of 4 tables, so they got kind of crammed in. None of those tables were free. And this wasn't somebody had sat down and was running a game that,
wasn't listed officially like what I was doing.
Yeah, no, this was just somehow the tables got double booked. Which isn't supposed to happen, but again,
that's not good. Yeah.
Yeah. So the GM basically went to Event HQ. Unfortunately, they do now have Event HQ set up in the Hyatt as well. Mm-hmm. So I'm not going to have to troop my butt all the way down the hall to turn in event tickets today.
If you're a GM, you turn in event tickets. This is really more for gaming groups because they want to make sure gaming groups are making back their numbers, basically. So if they're giving them a room, they want to make sure that room is actually sinking the people that think it's going to sink. For independent GMs like us, they really don't care all that much at all. So. We're too small.
Yeah, for independent GMs, they mostly just use as a case of, oh wow, we had a bunch of people running RPGs and every one of them filled completely. We should probably be encouraging more people to run RPGs.
Yeah.
It's that kind of stuff.
It is good to hear that. Do you guys know if being paid is tied to getting tickets? I know that I think that's the way it is at Gen Con, where people have to give over their tickets in order to make sure that the GMs get paid.
Nope, my badge was free. Again, once you volunteer to run the set number of hours.
Well, I mean, if you have to pay for a game.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure if you have to pay to a game, it does just go back to the GM, but I'm not entirely sure how that works generally. We were talking a little bit about it with the Matinee Adventures room before you came up. Paying GMs at Origins in particular is still a bit controversial. I do understand the idea behind, well, obviously it's expensive to go to Origins and run games generally, but I don't know. Like, as somebody who both plays and GMs, I kind of hope it stays free. Like, I actively refused money, so not to say that that's a good thing, but I just felt weird about it. So
it's kind of ludicrous to pay for games at Origins because so many of them are free. Like, there were several games. Like, we'll probably talk about this when we talk about like Gen Con stuff when we get there. But there were several games that are at Origins and at Gen Con, and I was slightly both you had to pay for. And it's like, well, it's slightly more palatable for me to pay to play at Gen Con because I have to pay for everything. Whereas at Origins, it's like, why would I? You want me to pay for a game I play? What's next? You're gonna make me pay for using my own damn toaster?
So So the culture at Origins generally is stuff is free. But so
slight digression. Sorry.
But I bumped into a couple of friends of ours, and I eventually figured out who the GM was because he was like standing off to the side. We had a little bit of a friendly conversation. We basically said I warned him that you weren't going to make it, Benny, because we actually had 3 tickets for this one.
Yeah.
And that Caroline was going to be running a bit late because she got roped into a game.
Because we're running so much, we've tried to design it that every night, so in this case Thursday, Friday, and Saturday night, we're all playing games together, like all 3 nights, which I'm really excited about.
That's great.
Yeah, I'm very glad it worked out that way. Because the next couple of days, basically, you're running in the morning, I'm running in the afternoon, and then
Betty's off to do Eldritch Ward things.
And then we're together in the evening. So I like that as a system. I think that works quite well. And then Saturday's a bit more weird, and then Sunday's just Sunday.
Yeah, it was hard. Like, I do, but more in the times when you could fit in 2 games on Sunday. Like, it seems like this year for both Origins and for Gen Con, you can only realistically fit in 1 Sunday game as opposed to 2.
I think at least in part it's just there's less stuff running on Sunday because people know that the number of no-shows on Sundays goes way the heck up.
It just does.
Because everybody's exhausted.
Yeah.
So people just kind of don't want to run on Sunday. Like, we're deliberately running a low-key, easy, stupid game on Sunday for that reason as a wind down. But so this particular, we got told by the staff that they found us another table downstairs. Which again, it was another corridor table, but this one actually was like slightly more out of the way, so it kind of worked. The GM basically said he'd go down and set up the table, and if I didn't mind loitering for like 5-10 minutes to see who else turned up, because at that point it was still just the 2 of us. And so 2 of the people turned up, and we all kind of like, we then went downstairs, found the table, not too complicated, and I was keeping you updated on the situation. And so we started making characters. You got done 45 minutes later. We were not done making characters. So the basic premise of this game is it's your witches at a magic school. They did acknowledge the obvious influences, but said it is very different. It's a little more like.
I maintain that one person should not own the concept of magical school. It existed
that
before
makes
that
no sense.
person, and it's going to exist after that person. So.
I remember watching The Worst Witch when I was a young kid. That's
deep pull.
That's set in a magic school. And that existed long before before her. So anyway, but so character creation took a while, mostly because we only had 1 copy of the book.
Yeah, we had to kind of share it, and the GM I think mentioned that they were tired, so they had to look up a lot of stuff, which I get. It's day 1. People were very patient with me in Thirsty Sword Lesbian because it was my first time running it, looking up information generally.
So I think my only real criticism of this one is, given the relative complexity of the character creator, you could once you've done it a few times, you could probably bang through it in 20 minutes with no problem. But given the relative complexity of the character creator, I would probably turn it with 3 games.
And this one was interesting insofar as, and I have seen this as I feel like it's a new kind of fad in the RPG world of using Terra decks for your deck rolls.
So the way that basically worked is for any given thing, you would be given a target number that you had to pull a card at or below it for a success. and you also had a suit that's aligned with your character, which was randomly assigned during character creation. I think I would prefer to pick it rather than randomly assign it, because they're also meant to apply like certain personality traits. Because it's earth, air, water, fire, but each one corresponds to a particular suit within the deck. And for whatever reason, when we were drawing randomly, all 3 out of the 4 players drew pentacles.
And Earth for like their thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
So everybody was Earth.
Yep.
Because that was the corresponding thing.
Which I would just have people pick, because it's meant to be a character trait anyway, and there's not any mechanical advantage to having one or the other, so having people just pick what type they are, I think, is a bit more.
Yeah, it's probably how I would have done it if I was designing it. Or say, if you're not sure, draw a random card.
Also, the Terra deck I had, which you picked out for me, the Jim obviously brought them, was bunny themed, which was cute, but also very hard to read, because they didn't have just the names of the cards on.
Yeah, that's annoying. I hate that.
If I'd known it was going to be that hard to read, I would have given you an
That's
info,
really
but
cute,
I figured you would want
though.
the
It is
buddy
cute.
one.
It was very cute, though.
But yeah, so you joined us about 40 minutes late. We're still able to create a character, just kind of like catch up with us.
Yeah, and I like the setting in the world. Again, I like magic school as a concept. I love like witch academies as a concept, and I want there to be more of them that aren't associated with you know what. So yeah.
Yeah, it'd be cool to see like a Strixhaven game or something.
So yeah,
which D&D's magical school.
Yeah. So yeah, basically, you were told how many successes you need. You drew it.
And we're passing religious propaganda.
Yay.
Anyway,
those are always funny.
That's our one F word.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, so you draw 3 cards and determine how many successes you get. Again, I like the system. I like the world. I don't know if it's one I'd buy, just because that also means buying lots of tarot decks for anybody who's playing it, which is always kind of the downside of any time a system gets quirky. I get that it's more interesting than just dice, but it's just, at this point we all have dice, and having to have another if you own a bunch of tarot decks,
like me.
Yeah, if you ever wanted to run this, Betty, this probably would be your speed, actually.
I probably, maybe next year. I probably would have characters already made, though.
Yeah.
The other thing was they were using a module-based adventure, and you can always kind of tell, because it's meant to be kind of an introductory to the system, which is fine. But I tend to like something that's a little bit more personalized. Again, not a criticism of the GM in any way. But.
No, again, it's just the issue you tend to have with modules is that there's a lot more stop-starters. They have to check stuff. Whereas if it's something they've written themselves, if something comes up they didn't anticipate or plan for, they just improvise it. Because it's their module, they can adapt it on the fly, they can just change whatever needs changed. And that tends to work out quite well. But that's a very, very minor criticism, for the record. But again, the art was cute, I liked it. My only other criticism of the system is just, I feel like there was relatively few options at each step, and I feel like there could be more. But when my complaint about a system is, I want to see more of this, get this book and 2 expansions to it that give you a whole bunch more options for how to build your witch, and I'd be super happy with it. So
my other thing with it is they did have they had a list of preset spells in the back, but they clearly want you to make and design your own spells, which is fine. It's just kind of part of the problem is, and this is similar to the same problem with Fiasco and D&D, is you just, particularly with magic, if you just give anyone open form, it's very hard for people to know what to do with it, because magic is just one of those things that's very, very hard to balance correctly.
Yes.
Right.
So, trying to figure out how to do that in terms of what you want to do can be very, very difficult a lot of the time.
Yeah, especially as we were meant to be playing first-year students.
Yeah.
So it was a case of, okay, what
would a first-year student know how to do?
Yeah. So, the one thing I will praise this GM for, you weren't there for this, Tom, but they were very thorough about lines and veils, and mentioning X cards if we need them or anything like that. I warned him about your particular line, and he said absolutely fine. I don't think it'll come up, but even if it would have, it definitely won't now. And I was like, appreciate it. And the other players at the table basically said, they all had a couple of lines, but it was stuff that he kind of covered as part of the initial setup. Because again, he flat said, we're playing teenagers, so there won't be any sexual content. We're like, cool, thanks. Because again, one of my lines that I generally don't need to bring up at cons is sexual violence.
Yep.
Didn't need to bring it up. Was not a factor in this game at all. because he'd already ruled it out. So that was fine. So yeah, so that game did end up ending a bit early, but let's be honest, everybody was tired, and I don't think anybody was complaining over much. Yeah, fun game, good system. It's one I'd be interested in exploring a bit more. I don't, but again, the only reason I'm not considering buying it, other than obviously again, we have set ourselves a fixed budget this year, so I'm not just going to wander the vendors hall and buy stuff this year. Yeah, the only reason for that is just it would also mean buying a bunch of tarot decks.
Yeah.
If I wanted to run it.
I'll get it. I'll run it for you guys.
Cool.
With my 500 tarot decks. I don't actually know how many I have. I'm not going to guess. I have at least 10. I know.
So, we are very, very nearly at the convention center, and that was the end of day one. We went home.
Yep.
We got back at about 11. We then kind of waited up for Betty to arrive at midnight. Sorry you had to have such a long drive.
Yeah, it's fine. I chose this. I wanted to see you guys. I wanted to go to Origin, so
yeah,
it's fine.
Well,
I wanted to see you, listener.
I'm glad you appreciate the fact that it is listener singular.
Yep.
Actually, they are going to be here today. They're playing in my Steambound game.
Oh, nice.
Yep. So yeah. So Thursday at Origins.
Yep.
Today should be a busier day.
Yep. This is a full day, technically.
Yep.
Woo!
Yeah, yesterday technically wasn't, but it didn't open
even if it
12.
felt like it. Yeah.
So yeah. So I'm going to drop you two off at the entrance, and I'm going to pause the recording at this point. So we will be back at the end of today. Thank you very much for listening. We'll be back momentarily.
Bye.
Bye.
And we're back.
We're back.
So it is now Thursday evening.
It's now Thursday at 11 o'clock at night. We have to be up at 7 again tomorrow morning to do the same thing. Yay. And then on Saturday, we have to be up at 6.
Yay! God, we're insane.
Yeah, I meant to ask Linz today whether or not we should do this in parts or just upload it as one gigantic 5-hour episode.
We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see how we're feeling and all that jazz. Like, again, the YouTube version is definitely going to just be like 5.5 hours long, because the YouTube audience, like, long videos sometimes do well on YouTube.
Long videos that are internet-friendly list do well on YouTube. This is not that.
I watch a lot of video essays on YouTube.
Most of them are list formatted.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
I'm with Richard on this one.
Thank you. For once, I'm being supported. So, yeah. So, day 2 at Origins is now complete. Sort of day 1 for Betty.
Yep. And it is technically day 1, I think. I think Wednesday is day 0, even though it's now effectively a new full day. It's just a full day now.
Like, yeah, it technically starts like 3 hours later, but if you're going from 12 till midnight, that's a goddamn full day. I'm sorry. So, yeah. I think this still counts as day 0 because the vendors hall isn't open. Or the exhibit hall, sorry.
The exhibit hall isn't open on the first day.
But yeah.
For the day 0.
I've still not been in the exhibit hall.
I haven't either.
You would have been fine today, actually. It wasn't like there's enough room that even in your gowns you would have been fine.
I think some people are legitimately protesting because of the metal detectors.
Okay. One thing we should clarify, because we've had this confirmed now, they're not metal detectors. They're like the more advanced security scanners that are looking for like suspicious shapes.
Yeah, we've not said this before. Origins put up metal detectors / shape detectors generally. There's a lot of misinformation about them. I don't actually have it confirmed anywhere that this is a City of Columbus ordinance, but that's been said to me enough times that I suspect that's likely what it is, unless a massive amount of people are just trying to lie about it.
It was said by one of the official like representatives of Gamma.
Yeah, but that does not mean they can't lie.
True, but we've seen them at enough different events now that I think calling it as this is a thing the Columbus Convention Center is making them do, it feels like the only reason the Convention Center would make them do it is if the city's making them do it.
Yeah.
So anywho.
Oh, crap, I'm gonna go put on like actual black lipstick liner tomorrow morning.
Yep, have fun with that. So, should we go straight into chronological?
Yep.
So I dropped you two off at the entrance to the convention center, went and parked. got halfway, from the car park to the convention center, and then you pinged me and said, "Could I grab something for you from the car?"
Yep.
While I was already carrying like 3 massively heavy bags. So
I
thanks
didn't
for that,
know. I
honey.
wasn't thinking about that.
I love
Also,
you.
I found the thing in the room because Betty gave me their thing, so it was fine.
Yep.
So yeah, you had a game at 9, and then I was running Good Society at 10,
Yep.
and Betty decided to play in Good Society, which I really appreciated.
And the game I was doing was one of the Matinee Adventures games, so it was in that same room. I was literally on the table next to you guys, so it worked out.
So yeah, I will admit this marks the part of the weekend for if you're listening where like we're doing 2, sometimes 3 different things at the same time.
So it will get a little convoluted. We'll try and go through it in a kind of logical order, but we'll see how that goes. So should I start giving them my game started first? So I was playing Castlevania: The Tyrant Wood.
Yeah, and I didn't realize this was Fabula Ultima until you told me later.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I knew it was Fabula Ultima when I signed up for it. So Fabula Ultima, if you're not aware, is a system I really like that's designed to replicate old school JRPGs. I've actually run a campaign in it that sadly fell apart due to the reason that most campaigns fall apart, which is scheduling conflicts. We went from a table of 6 down to a table of 4 down to it fell apart, and I feel bad about that. But when a bi-weekly game has missed like 4 sessions in a row, your campaign's done, and that sucks. You guys did at least get to fight the first planned main villain of the campaign.
That's good.
But yeah, Fabula Ultima is a really fun little system. And this was an interesting one actually because we were all level 20 characters.
Oh, that's interesting.
So we were actually quite high level. They were all based on characters from the Castlevania animated series. I got to the table last, so
Sorry.
That's okay. So I didn't get a choice of character. I ended up with Isaac. For anybody who's seen the show, no, I didn't attempt to do the accent. I'm too white to do that accent. But I did have fun playing Isaac.
What was Isaac in terms of class?
So he was a mixture of symbologist
Okay.
and I forget the name of the class. It's the one that has all the stances. Which at one point, there was a lovely moment, and because I was maxed out in those 2 classes. Because if you're not aware, Fabula Ultima, you have to multi-class and you can have a maximum of 10 levels in any given class. So I basically had 10 levels in 2 different classes. I had some fun extra powers. One of them was I could spend a Fabula point, which is this game's like special extra thing, to immediately do 3 stances just in a row without spending any mana to do anything else. And so we had an enemy that we were like, it'd be really useful if we could get some status effects on them. So somebody managed to get slow on them. I had different stances that are like, if they have slow, give them shaken. If they have shaken, give them dazed. So I just rattled 3 of those off, so they ended up with all 4 of the primary status effects on them simultaneously.
Yeah, it feels good, doesn't it?
It's great. And the GM was like, oh, okay, that just happened. Which then synergized with what the rest of the party was doing, because the guy played Trevor was able to use his cheap shot ability, which only affects an enemy based on the status effects they have. And the more status effects they have, the more effective it is. It's like, oh, cool, they've got 4 different status effects on these. So everybody was definitely having fun with the system. It was a lot of fun. I very much enjoyed it. I'm not going to give away any of the specific plot twists or anything, but it started off very much as your classic, go to a town, investigate the mysterious goings on in the town, then you need to travel into the woods in order to hunt down the source of the problem. There was a really cool twist at the end of it, which, looking back, we probably did have enough clues to kind of piece together. I knew there was something weird going on, but I hadn't put together the specifics until right at the end. But looking back, there was enough moments of, okay, that makes sense now, which I do really quite like in that kind of game. The one thing I will say is, one thing Matinee Adventures does do sometimes is they end their con games on not necessarily cliffhangers, but big reveal moments. events.
Yeah.
Rather than like giving you a whole 100% complete story. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. Like, we did get to a moment of, oh dear. And that's where the adventure ended.
Yeah.
Which does kind of leave you wanting more sometimes, but sometimes for a con game that's kind of fun.
Yeah, I do feel like they do so that they're pulling in money to make longer campaigns also, and they kind of just want to give you a snapshot of it. But they do write all their own stuff, which I do like a lot. So.
I do. Yeah. So, really like this GM. I think the table had good energy. There was enough of us that had seen the show that could kind of play off each other quite well. So, I had a lot of fun with it.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I did Good Society.
Yep.
Woo!
Betty played in Good Society.
Woo!
They've never played this before.
Nope.
And yeah, this is a effectively GM-less collaborative storytelling game that has very vivid characters that are kind of designed to create inner conflict. It's designed to be like an Jane Austenian town, effectively, with a kind of rich character and back history and stuff working off each other generally. I still really want to do a campaign in this setting, generally.
Me too.
And yeah, we had a very game table, I thought.
Yeah, we did. We did. It was really great.
And I think every character got to have a couple of real moments to shine.
I agree. I think everybody did. I think everybody came to play and everybody had a great time. There were a couple people who were kind of nervous, but they came out of their shells. I think they did really well.
Yeah. This is the thing I've been noticing a little bit, particularly for games that are heavy RPs. Like, for some people, it does take them a little bit longer to find their character's voice. So I'm trying to think about how I can effectively facilitate that tomorrow. Because, again, I'm still not entirely as happy with Thirsty Sword Lesbians in terms of a GM experience like this, even though it's technically GM-less. I feel like I have down in terms of how I can facilitate this as an experience.
Yeah, it was interesting. After my game wrapped, and I was like, just kind of chilling in the middle of the room, eating my sandwiches while you guys were still playing. A couple of the other matinee people were kind of commenting. They weren't actually sure who was running your game because they thought it was you, but like they were kind of getting the vibe that you're also playing it. I was like, yeah, it's a GM-less one. Like she kind of sets the stage and then plays characters on that. Oh, okay, that makes sense. But we could tell that everybody around the table was having a good time.
Yeah.
Like there was a lot of laughing and a lot of shenanigans. I kept walking over at the most weird moments in terms of what you guys said.
Yep.
Which is just hilarious. Yeah.
Yes, I get the impression that Anglo-American relations were strained.
Yeah, but hey, if it's a game where you can't tell 100% if somebody's GMing, that's
great. Yeah, that's a great game, I think.
How did you find it, Betty?
I really liked it a lot. I really liked the system. I really liked the game. I really liked the way that you ran it. I really liked, especially so one of the things is that you play not only like a main character, but you also have side characters. And I really liked my side character. I ended up kind of playing my side character more than my main character. It kind of just worked out that way. The only thing I wish is that I had been able to kind of develop my main character more, but I think that would be something that would come out more in a longer term game. And so, yeah, like I guess it's like what Richard said earlier about a different game, which is that like, how can you fault a game for wanting more of it?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed the system. I'd love to play more of it.
Yeah, I definitely want to try a campaign in the system. Like, I just do. Because it's just, there's so much interesting things you could do, and it really, this game has a letter writing mechanic. How I've seen that done in cons, is just, some people just don't do it at all, which is valid. Some people actually have you writing letters. I don't really like either of those options, so I just did it as kind of a call to action. So similar to how, like, Fiasco has that, like, tilt phase to it, for when we do Good Society, I try to, in the middle, do the rumor section of it, where everyone spreads rumors. Everyone does letter writing, which is just basically a call to action for like scenes that they want in the second half. So the first half generally always starts with a ball whenever I'm running it, because that's just the easiest way to throw characters together.
Yep.
And this one ended with the World's Fair because somebody had a really cool like scientist character concept that I might steal, because that was
that was really great. It was essentially like a knockoff Thomas Edison.
Yeah. And
he was really great. That was a really great player. He was the one who my secondary character was it was his first character. It's the way that like you like trade with people, so I had a lot of scenes with him, and it was really great. And what was I gonna say? I really liked the way that in the beginning you gave out a lot of tokens to people to kind of like encourage them to like get out of their shell more and cause more drama.
Yeah, the dog stealing plot actually did take off eventually.
It
took
did.
a while to get going,
It did.
but you know.
I love the way that it went off because you would think that like dog stealing plot, okay, we're just gonna have a heist where we just break in and steal the dog. No, this person was like, we're going to actually make this dog a long lost
Yeah.
puppy of Queen Victoria
Yeah.
that needs to be recovered by the police.
I only like, and this is like the lamest like thing ever. It's just I'm sad I didn't get to play a main character because like we had 6 people at the table. That was already enough. When you have like 6 people and then 6 side characters, that's already enough characters. I did get to play some minor characters though in Love Interest, including like your secondary character's husband, who was the most.
Yes.
I tried to make him as wet noodle as humanly possible.
Yes, it was great. Yeah.
You're just role playing as me.
No,
you have a
actually.
personality.
But they broke up at the end, and I'm like, okay, I understand. I'm not really mad. If you still want me to like give you money and stuff like that to support your inventions, that's fine.
I cited the reason because
So you were just playing me.
I cited was one of the reasons why it wasn't working out is because we didn't get into fights because like that was what I did with the other character.
Yeah.
And yeah.
And yeah, I find that in that game, you've played a couple times too. I find that like sometimes there are some secondary characters that are just really prominent depending on where the story goes, and some that aren't. But it generally tends to be people who have a less prominent main character, so it works out. And if it's been your experience, you played.
I've played Good Society, and yeah, I do sort of know what you mean by that.
It was really fun. I really enjoyed it.
Cool. You have anything else to say, or would you like me to?
I want to run a campaign with you.
Okay. So while you were like wrapping up your game, I took the opportunity to just kind of like get out of the room, stretch my legs a bit, and I figured I'll stick my head into the exhibit hall.
Yep.
I'll say this: getting through security was easy. Right. By that point in the day, pretty much what I predicted. The line was like 2 people in front of me. Who got through very, very quickly. The only really annoying thing was because rather than just set it up so that you can walk straight to the scanner, they've set it up so you have to like walk around and then come back. It's vaguely annoying. Like, and I do mean vaguely. If you've got accessibility needs, it might be a bit more of a problem.
Yep.
Just because I suspect maneuvering a scooter around there is probably a bit tricky. But for me, it was at worst vaguely annoying. Got through without any difficulty, and headed into the exhibit hall. Had a wander around. They've got it set up quite logically, insofar as like there's a decent amount of space between booths. You've got enough room to maneuver. Again, I can never decide what the logic of where each stall is because I freely admit because mostly what I'm interested in is TTRPG stuff. I would love it if there was just like a TTRPG section.
Yeah.
But I also get that like there are a lot of companies that are selling a bunch of different stuff who don't necessarily want to get pigeonholed.
Yeah.
So I get it.
Yeah, and I think that they also have to just take into account how big people's booths are as well.
Yeah.
It's kind of like Tetris, right?
Yeah. So I had to wander around. I saw a few things. I did see Ninth Level Games. Saw their stall. Briefly said hi to one of their people who we've. I can't remember if we've just bought something off them in the past or if we've like played with them in the past. I also bumped into the guy who we met at Cincygon who ran Dela Club and sold a copy to us.
Yeah.
Ran into him because he's running a booth. So said hi, had a bit of a chat. And then kind of like got out of the way of people who are actually potentially going to spend money.
That's fair.
But yeah, I did kind of have a look at one stall that was selling quite a lot of TTRPG books, and the one thing I did notice is, goddamn, everything's 5th edition these days.
Yeah.
Like, there are so many games that used to have their own unique rule set that are now suddenly publishing a version that's that's modified 5e.
Which is so interesting, considering that they've published another edition since 5e.
I mean, 5.5 is
it's basically the same.
It's
basically the same.
Like it does make that your like species is no longer important. You can just be any species and play any class.
Which
that
I
part's
do
nice.
like. Yeah, I do like that. I do like some of the other things. Like I like how like like I like some of the species like classifications. Like if you're a human, you get like an automatic +1 to like all of a bunch of stuff or some things like that.
Yeah, but so there were at least 3 or 4 books where I picked them up. I was like, oh, this looks moderately interesting. It's
It's a 5e.
with the details changed.
With the serial numbers filed up.
Yeah, because again, I freely admit I'm still looking for a like general purpose sci-fi game. That if I want to just because again, there is a basic concept for a sci-fi campaign that I've had for absolutely ages. That I'm still like, because I was originally going to run it in Starfinder, which I still think it would work in Starfinder absolutely fine. It's just, I'm going to be honest, if I want to put that one onto something like looking for group, I don't want the kind of people who want to play Starfinder.
That's fair.
Because
yeah,
they're after something different in their game than what I'm after. With the best one in the world. Like, I'm after role play heavy with some crunch, and Starfinder is just a little too crunchy for the kind of game I'm trying to run.
Right. Did you see at all the new merch? How they're doing the merch stuff this year?
There is a store. I didn't get close enough to look at any great detail.
Yeah.
It's basically off to one side. It's not difficult to find.
Yeah, for the listeners' benefit, this year you had the option of ordering things online beforehand so that you could pick up at the vendor's hall.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm interested to see. I ordered some things. I want to see how that turns out.
Yeah.
If I ever get into the vendor hall.
That's fair.
Yeah, I don't know how busy you are the next couple of days.
We have like an hour break in there somewhere.
Yeah. We should theoretically.
Sunday, probably.
Sunday is also a possibility.
Yeah. Yeah, I just worry that like they will run out of stuff by then somehow, and like they won't have my stuff.
But I thought you ordered your stuff, so don't you?
I did, but I don't know how they're doing it.
Okay.
So I hope that they've okay, like this is your person. Okay, let me just grab your stuff that's already been like distributed to you, and not like, okay, you ordered this here, and here's this, and here's this, and like just off like piles, right? And
yeah, because I'm assuming you've already paid for it.
I already paid for it.
Yeah,
yes.
They should, like, otherwise they're kind of committing fraud if they don't give you your money back at least.
Yep. Yeah.
I guess I'm just nervous about it because I don't know what it's like.
I'm pretty sure that at the very least you two have an hour break tomorrow.
We do. I'm just worried that it's going to be after the vendor hall closes.
Yeah, it does close at 6.
Yeah, it does seem early, but you know.
Given how late this con goes, you would think that they'd stay open until
like 7 or 8. Yeah.
But again, I do get it. It's like
when do they open?
Pretty early. I would need to look it up.
Well, if they open at 9, we can always go on that weird hour time slot we have on Saturday.
Yeah, that's true.
Let me look.
Yeah. If you check the Discord group chat, I did send like the hours to everybody.
Oh, thanks. I'll look at that.
So again, perfectly functional vendors hall. It's just I freely admit I'm not finding any new stuff that's exciting me at the moment. Because there were several books that I looked at like, oh, this has got cool art. Oh, look, it's 5th edition again. Which again, I get why they're doing it. It's such a popular system that it feels like the best way to attract new people is to basically say, yes, this is rules you are familiar with, just with a different coat of paint.
Well, I will admit it is hard to kind of learn any type of RPG from a book these days. Well, like part of that, I would like to point out, is part of our declining literacy rates that are happening thanks to COVID and AI. People can't learn from reading anymore. Do you realize how terrifying of a concept that is?
That is pretty scary.
Oh, also, the exhibit hall hours are 10 a.m. to 6 every day.
That's stupid.
It is. It should be at least 9 a.m.
Yeah.
And frankly, you should be open 9 till 8.
Yeah.
Given how late this con runs, but
so
that's outside of our control.
So what did you have to do after that?
So after that, I was running my steampunk game, and you were playing in Ardang Mothman. So do you want to talk about Ardang Mothman first?
Yeah,
so
this was
my
just
voice gets a break.
The game itself was good. The start of the game was kind of weird.
Oh my god.
So like we went into this room, right? That like keep in mind that a lot of rooms are quote unquote owned by certain gaming groups, but like they also let other people play in them because they don't have all the tables at all the time. So one is just like Franklin A through Franklin D are all just labeled as one room. They're actually separated into two separate rooms, so you have to look through both of them to find where your table is. Because they do, when they give you your tickets, they do give you a table number, and this I think is just your Origins generally. They have never had numbers on the tables, ever.
Some rooms do, some rooms don't, but generally speaking, like I remember last year, the room we were in, or the rooms we were frequently in, did have table numbers.
Yeah,
I
but
feel
everyone
like-
just moved the numbers around.
That's true
Yeah,
as well.
the numbers were
But
never
at least
consistent, but
you,
they were at least there.
but at least they were there, and so you could be like, "Oh, I'm looking for table 11. That's
Yeah.
where table 11 is." Where you're like, "I have no idea
Yeah, this time I
where
think they just
anybody
didn't even
is."
bother. I haven't seen them on any tables yet.
Yeah, right.
So yeah, you just kind of have to wander around and hope you see people.
Yeah.
So we sat down. We were looking for All Dang Mothman. We were about like 20, 15-ish minutes early. We sat down at a table next to somebody else who said they were playing the games. We just sat down with them. Somebody came up and joined the table, and then somebody came into the room yelling. You want to explain that?
Sure. So, okay, what I think happened is that one of the people who was playing the game was like, "I'm just gonna ask around like where the GM is,
Yeah.
just to ask." And there was one guy, I think, just took it way too seriously because he came over
This was one of the game people who was, I think, running the
Like,
room for the gaming
running
group.
for the gaming group, and
Because
he
there
was
was,
like, "I have no idea where your DM is."
And we're like, well, it's still 10 minutes to start time.
Yeah, it's like still like
like-
it's fine. Yeah, like
You have to understand, like, we've been through this where if you have games back to back, it is a big convention center. It's going to take you at least 5 to 10 minutes to get from one
and
side
he
to the
was
other.
yelling.
Yeah.
And it was like, why are you? First of all, why are you yelling?
Yeah. And it was just like, your GM probably won't show up, but we can put you in other games if you want. And we're like, it's not even
It's
time
not
to
even
start
that big
yet.
a deal. Like, please calm down. The GM's sister came over randomly to be like, I'll call her. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Like, she's here. She'll be here soon.
Yeah.
And it was like, this whole thing has been blown out of proportion.
Yeah, and she wasn't even late. She showed up 2 minutes early.
Yeah.
It's like, the game is called Aw Dang Mothman Stole My Car. It requires pretty much no setup. So,
Yeah, so what was it? All Dang Mothman Won't Move Out?
That's
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think there's also Aw Dang Bigfoot Stole My Car. I think they're basically the same system.
Yeah. They
That
said it
makes
was a
sense.
hack of another game. Yeah. And yeah, it was really fun. It was very rules light.
Yeah.
It was like one of those one pager games, like
Mhm.
like Honey Heist.
Yeah, basically, where you roll 2 dice and you're technically supposed to assign 1 dice a success condition, 1 dice a failure condition. So if you roll like a 6 and a 1, you can choose to either succeed or not fail.
Okay.
So like if you rolled, you can assign the success condition to the 6 and the failure condition to the 1. So something really good happens and something really bad happens. Or you can assign the failure condition to the success, prevents disaster, but also nothing good happens. Does that make sense?
I think so.
Yeah.
And the whole premise of the game is in the name. We needed to get Mothman to move out of our house.
Most of the game was us just making jokes and sometimes
Yeah.
just deviating onto stuff that had nothing to do with the plot at all.
We ended
Sounds
up
about right.
Also, I created the Trix Rabbit as an in-universe cryptid, so he was just
Yeah.
around the entire game.
we ended up with, I think, a total of 4 cryptids living in the house at our maximum capacity, plus 5 other people living in the house at the same
So
time.
yeah, we had Mothman, Mothman's girlfriend, the Trix Rabbit. There was a unicorn at one point.
There was a unicorn, yes.
Your game got interesting, is
Yeah.
what you're saying.
It was great, yeah. And there were just hilarious lines, like so many times where it was like, "You're going to set up the Mothman with the Jersey
Yeah.
Devil."
There was also a ban on cereal, so we didn't attract more cereal mascots.
Yeah, yeah, and cryptids kept stealing our packages.
Yeah.
We lived in a somewhat sketchy.
Yeah.
We lived in the basement of a somewhat sketchy bowling alley / sushi restaurant.
It kind of reminded me, it's a little bit less macabre, but Death is My Roommate, which you played at Gen Con last year.
Yeah. Which was fun.
Yeah.
Go listen to the Gen Con episode if you want to hear details about that game. But, yeah. You had fun, though?
Yeah, we did. It was definitely like, the host described it as a happy hour game. This was the host who we did Crinkle Falls Christmas with last year.
Mm-hmm.
So they were super fun GM. They're also a GM that loves giving their players trinkets. So we got like little certificates and little like 3D
Little moth
boards.
little moth trinkets.
The moth charms were
yeah,
so
those
cute.
are so cute. Yeah, and we got the same ones, and it's
Yeah.
amazing. One of our fellow players was what what's the polite term to call it? They said it was fujoshi,
Mhm.
where it's like they were just into monsters, and
Yeah.
I was like, I feel so attacked right now.
Yeah. Well, we're playing OK Cryptid tomorrow.
We are. That's true.
Yeah, this was very fun. It was definitely a light game. It's kind of more of a happy hour type game where you kind of just.
Yeah.
The main goal is just to make people at the table laugh and have fun.
And that's what it did.
Yeah.
It was really fun.
Betty and I both played himbo characters.
We did.
Of course you
We were
did.
both bros.
I was an Australian bro named Hemsworth.
I was a American bro named Trent.
Yep.
Who ended up being asexual and also having a concussion.
And also kind of gay.
And also kind of gay, yeah.
Still asexual.
But still asexual. But
And
also kind of having a thing with the Trix Rabbit. Who had previously had a thing with the Mothman.
I shouldn't let you two play games by yourself. You do weird nonsense.
He says this the day after we played 2 games by ourselves.
Yeah. It's still the same day, Betty.
Oh, yeah.
So what were you doing?
So I was running Steambound, The Sky Pirates Regret.
Yeah.
So this is a game that I wrote myself. So the actual rule system is Warhammer Age of Sigmar Soulbound, and I basically filed some serial numbers off it to convert it to a steampunk setting of my own. And based on the player's reaction, I think it went pretty well. The system itself is your basic D6 dice pool, but the thing I like about it is with a lot of dice pool games, it'll be like, oh, you need to just a single 6 is a success. Whereas in this game, based on how hard the thing is, I can change.
Yeah, based on how hard it is.
I can change what the number they need to hit on the dice is, and based on like how long the task is supposed to take.
Remember to stop and get Betty food.
I know.
Thank you.
Depending on how long the task is supposed to take, I can adjust how many successes they need to succeed. So it's quite an adaptable little system, and there's also a thing called focus, where if you have focus in a specific skill, you get to modify the dice. So there were several times where the players were like, okay, I need 2 successes. Okay, I only rolled 1 success, but I have a point of focus, so I can change this 3 into a 4 and get a second success. That kind of stuff. So it's a really fun system. I really quite like it. And I've been wanting to play it for absolutely goddamn ages, and I'm glad I was finally able to. But the basic setup of this game is you are the crew of an airship. I had 7 pre-gen characters and 6 players at the table. One of them was Lynn's. So everybody got to have at least a choice of character. I ran them through who all the characters were beforehand, and then everybody picked the one they wanted. Nobody went with Dr. Miller, who's my favorite character, just because they're kind of based loosely on Bones from Star Trek, insofar as they are very much they have a bedside manner, but that bedside manner...
The put upon, doctor.
The bedside manner includes telling people when they're being a complete moron, probably involving a lot of cursing. But no, everybody had a lot of fun. The person who was playing Engineer Harker got the character immediately, because the character is... They are not paying attention to the world around them because they're too busy tinkering with their toys. Because, they are the archetypal, distracted nerd engineer. And, it was a lot of fun. The only thing I will say is, I built it... So this is your classic, they get hired to do a job, they need to investigate some stuff, and then they, take the airship out to go do the thing. And I built... So each character has a contact within the city, and I built a route for each contact that they could go on to get different bits and pieces of information. Of course, the 2 that I put the most effort into building are the 2 they didn't do.
Yep.
Oh, man.
Which is always the way they're like, I think we've got enough information. We probably don't need to go to the information broker. And I'm like, I love Lucella's character. Lucella is a character I originally made for a Blades in the Dark game that didn't end up happening.
The DM plans and God laughs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I never got to play her, so anytime I get to use her as an NPC, I'm always very, very happy. So they didn't go that route, and Do you remember I said that yesterday I spent a bit of time fleshing out one of the routes?
Yep.
Yeah, that was the other one they didn't use, which was Haka's inventor friend. So yeah, but yeah, again, they had fun. They got to learn a lot of stuff. They immediately figured out the fairly obvious twist, but it's a fairly obvious twist. I don't mind if they figure it out. Like they were immediately like, because again, it involves somebody asking to get their 19-year-old daughter back because she's been kidnapped, and you probably know what the twist is already.
Yep.
Yeah, and they were like, well, maybe this is what's going on. I'm like, yeah, what are the pieces of information they can get would very obviously tell them that. That wasn't one they ended up finding.
I also know because I've read your story, so.
Yeah, you know how I think.
Yep.
But again, like, I genuinely don't think it's a problem if players figure out that particular twist, because it's not that big a twist, realistically speaking.
Also, it's not a big deal if like your audience or your players figure out what a twist is. It just means they're paying attention.
Yeah, exactly.
And if you try to like subvert expectations, you're actually trying to punish them for paying attention.
Yep.
Sorry, this is just a thing. One of my things.
No, I agree with you. Like it's there are some writers who will try and like change the twist on the fly if players figure it out in advance. That usually makes it worse.
Yeah.
So don't just
go with it.
Just be pleased that your players were paying enough attention to figure it out.
It's like how I figured out that Sabrina Carpenter was the
I also figured that out.
Yeah, like when we were playing Good Luck Babe.
Yep.
That was our rival.
Yep.
Yeah, so this was a lot of fun. People seemed to enjoy it. At least one of the players saw me slightly later in the day and told me how much they enjoyed it. So because you were there when that happened. Yeah. So after that, we had a little bit of time to kill.
Yeah.
So we went down to the food court. Linz came with us. We kind of had a bit of a chat. They had a game at 6.
I got to meet up with one of the guys I played GURPS with last year, which was pretty fun.
Yeah. So we have one more game to discuss. We are basically at the point where we're going to stop off and grab Betty some food. So I suggest we pause the recording here and then finish it.
Okay.
After we get food.
Okay.
So we will be back momentarily. Thank you. Bye. And we're back. Betty has food.
Woo!
So we should be golden. So yeah. So again, we hung out in the food court for a little bit, had a chat. Linz had to tap at 6 because they had a game.
Yeah, Jellyfish Elegies actually looks really cool.
It does, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That system is one I want to play. Like, they rolled at Gen Con and Origins. I might still see if we can finagle tickets at Gen Con. I know they're sold out, but, I can
try,
stalk the website.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
But yeah. And our game was at 7.
Mm-hmm.
So again, we had a little bit of time to kill, so we went back to that neighborhood and just kind of hung out there. Because we were all kind of definitely flagging a little bit at this point.
I got a second win when we started, though.
Yeah.
Mostly because the game we were playing was Wizard of Oz themed, and I was very excited about this one. It was Wizard of Oz musical theme, which is something I liked a lot. So, and there wasn't quite as much RP in this as I liked, but I think the story and the structure worked very well. So, and I got to be Glenda, because no one else wanted to be.
We were specifically characters from like a local theater production.
Yeah.
That got transported in New Jersey, that got transported to Oz and became the characters. But the characters were still there as well, which I was kind of about, but it was fine. It was fun still.
Yeah, as opposed to just being the characters. You mean you kind of wanted us to?
Yeah, I was expecting us to just be the characters, but it's fine. It didn't matter.
Also, one random person was just a stage manager.
Yeah,
had a lot of powers though.
Yeah, they were OP.
Yeah.
Yep, stagehand.
And singing had its own mechanics, which was really cool.
And this was another card-based system, although it wasn't Terra, and it was a little bit I do think I like this one a little bit better in terms of its level of complexity. It was basically just draw high cards, which is a little bit easier to understand, and you have a hand size of 2. Ordinarily, there's stuff you can do to change it, and then you can play and cycle your cards strategically, which I actually like a lot because that actually makes it it makes it feel like you're making decisions with your cards rather than
Right.
it being a randomization mechanic, which I like a lot more.
Yeah,
I think I do agree with you.
I like it. Yeah, I kind of like it even more than rolling dice. Honestly, it was
Yeah.
like it feels more like you have more control over the situation.
You know, like again, there was one point when when my character did a double attack, and I was like, okay, so if I do it in this order, then I do this, I get this bonus, and then I can do this with this other card to get so that's just going to be flat damage. But I got the bonus with the first card that let me disarm my opponent.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. I had fun with my character.
Yeah, I had fun with mine too. I mean,
I had fun with mine as well.
Yeah, you were playing the actress who played Glinda.
Yep.
I was playing, what is it, Madame Morrible?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I want to say Fiero.
Yep.
Fiero, yep.
Yeah. And my only remark for the GM is allow for a little bit more breathing room for RP, because everyone at the table could RP quite easily. So.
Yeah, we were trying to do a bit of RP and kept getting reined back in.
Yeah.
To kind of talk about the story.
Which I get.
Yeah.
But yeah, we did end
like an hour early. Yeah.
So there would have been more time for a little bit more RP. But again, like I understand the desire at a 7 o'clock game to kind of keep stuff moving.
And this was a game that had combat. Really, I think it was the first game that had like actual combat that I played so far this weekend. Just how much I don't like combat. But again, I like this type of combat. It was a little bit slow paced, I think, in part just because everyone was still learning how the mechanics worked. But like,
I definitely feel like once we got to that second round of combat, when we kind of figured out how the system worked, and we were definitely starting to look at stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, it says something that every game I played today had combat.
And I will say, everyone there was an experienced RPer so far as everyone like. People had questions, but they all, for the most part, knew what to do on their turn, which was nice.
Yeah, there was a lot of so if I'm doing this, it works this way.
Yeah.
Kind of questions, but it wasn't that deer in the headlights thing you sometimes get from brand new players.
Right. Which again is understandable and patient with
it.
But...
absolutely. But this was more I've not done the specific system before, but I've done enough TTRPGs before to know loosely what I'm doing.
And like, it is fun insofar as like if you have good cards, you can just do really awesome things, which is very fun.
Yep.
Although I did have the bad crit card in my hand for like literally the last half of the game, and I was like, I need to get rid of this.
And like again, the moment when my character was able to fight off two guys and take no damage while they were trying to attack me, just because again I had like certain specific buffs and I used a reaction ability, like that was fun.
I got to put a little girl in an insanely protective spear.
Yeah. Your defensive bubble was hilariously overpowered at that point.
I got to boss people around.
Yeah. I adopted a horse, kind of.
That's true, you did.
Well, the horse more adopted me, but you know.
Yep.
Yeah, and one of the players brought some like Wicked themed like hostess cakes.
Yeah, a lot of food was given out in that. Somebody else brought cookies that I think they made.
Like, yeah, it was really great.
Yeah. And I will say that it did feel immersive insofar as it felt like Oz to me. Like it did feel like Oz in a way that was really like fun to plan.
Yeah, and like it didn't feel like, even though I feel like it probably could have been swapped out really easily for like a generic fantasy or D&D setting, it didn't feel like that. It felt like Oz.
I will say the minis that person had were very
cool.
They
were so great. Yeah.
I still want to know why okay, so they had an Elphaba mini or a Wicked Witch of the West mini. For some reason, whoever designed this mini, and I know it wasn't the person who brought it, but they did paint it. For whatever reason, her dress was extremely low cut, like slit down to the belly levels of low cut.
It did lead to some funny RP where the person who played Elphaba was like, "Where am I keeping all of my stuff?"
Oh yeah, right. Again, I did not make the reference at the table, but my brain went straight to Who Framed Roger Rabbit with the booby trap.
Oh yeah.
Waggles eyebrows.
And I'm really happy I got to play Glinda, because otherwise I think I would have cried. So
I'm glad you did as well. I know you really wanted to.
Yeah. I do worry sometimes that I just get really obsessed with playing certain characters, but they're just characters that are fun for me to play, generally.
I think other people appreciate when people have strong opinions, because, like, for instance, like, I didn't really have a strong opinion. So I was like, okay, well, at least, like, that kind of narrows it down more to what I can play.
Yeah, I nearly took Steve, but the person
Yeah.
across the table from me, seemed really
I
keen to
also
take
thought
Steve.
about taking Steve.
Well, like, Steve was the outlier character, so I knew he was going to attract a lot of attention
Yeah.
because he was the only one who was just like a stage manager and kind of different, which is fair.
I love how the stage manager gave us like numbers, and then that didn't ever come up again.
Yep. And I love that, like, you honestly did not hear me, and you just played this as RP, where I'm just like, I was saying you were so brave to the horse that was fighting.
Yep.
And you thought I was saying it to you, like, legitimately, because you did not hear.
Yeah.
You forgot your character was not named Jason and not Roderick, which was the name of the horse.
Mm-hmm.
So you were just like, oh, thank you. I was talking to the horse.
Oh. And again, like, it's one of those moments of, like, the real world and roleplay kind of colliding in a
Yeah.
very fun and funny way.
Yeah.
So yeah, again, this was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I'm very glad we did it.
Yeah, and my one just piece of advice to the GM, I think they're very good GM, is just like let the RP breathe a little bit when you got a good table.
But again, like, I suspect part of that was just a desire to
Yeah.
make sure the game didn't run stupid late.
Yeah, I get it. And like, if you're even somebody is setting like Oz, and you have a bunch of people who actually want to RP, it's easy for that to get off track very, very quickly.
Yeah.
So.
But yeah. So again, this was a lot of fun.
It was a great time.
I did. And yeah, it ended a little bit early, which I will say I'm a little bit grateful for, insofar as like we're only just now getting home and it's almost midnight. So yay!
Otherwise, it'd be like an hour later.
Yeah.
Yep. Like, technically, we're actually going to get to bed slightly earlier than
Than we
last
did
night.
yesterday. Yeah.
Because the time you get me out of my dress and like we feed Emma and the bunnies, it's gonna be midnight.
It's going to be midnight. But hey, we kind of knew this was going to happen.
Yep. Like, we're just gonna be sleep deprived. It's gonna be fine.
Again, that's what caffeine's for.
Yeah. I might have an extra caffeine hit tomorrow. That'll be exciting.
Yeah, I'll bring it. Remind me, and I will make sure there is an extra one in the bag.
Should we stop recording?
Yeah. So
Right.
at this point, I don't think we've got too much more to say about today. No need to record in the morning tomorrow, so we'll just record in the evening after.
Unless we want to do our special Origins complaint episode,
We'll
we probably
see.
should recharge the mics.
Yeah, we do need. We probably should charge the mics tomorrow morning. So, at this point, thank you very much for listening, and we'll be back momentarily. Bye.
Bye bye.
And we're back.
We're back.
We're back.
We're back.
Day 3, Friday.
It's not even Saturday yet.
Nope.
Saturday's gonna be insane.
Yeah. And we are recording this at 10 to 11.
Yep.
The one thing I have noticed over the last few days is the evening games have consistently run pretty short.
Yeah.
Which
This
does not
only ran like
surprise me.
30 minutes short. It was not that short.
It was supposed to be 7 till 11. So yeah, I probably did. Yeah, I did only run like 30 minutes short.
As opposed to yesterday, which ended at 10.
10.
Yeah.
Which I think is pretty normal. I think
Yeah.
the like extra hours just so they have it generally.
Yeah.
And I also, in fairness, I think the GM tonight could tell we were kind of lacking a little bit.
Yeah. Which again happens.
Yeah.
And again, like as I always say, generally I would rather have a game that runs for like 3 hours 5 minutes,
Yeah.
but has a 4-hour time slot, so you're not rushing the end.
Yep.
Than a game that is scheduled for 3 hours and you come away from it being like, well, they had to hodgepodge that ending.
We also had a game that ended like an hour and a half early, I think, for us. It was a fun game. It's just we critted on a social social roll that basically skipped an encounter, which happened. So
yeah.
But I actually liked that solution, and the game was fun. And I generally don't mind because that was the only break I got all day, like at all. So it was fine.
It was great.
We'll talk about that in detail when we get there.
Yeah.
So, should we start at the top?
Yep.
What are you wearing today, honey?
I don't even know if I said the last day that I'm wearing my witchy goth outfit.
Yeah.
How would you describe it, Betty?
I would describe, I think Witchy Goth is really great. It's got like star patterns all over it, I believe, right?
Yes.
And with a white wig and a headdress that has a little owl on it and like black accoutrement with it, and I think it looks beautiful.
Thank you.
And it looks like 6 different Yu-Gi-Oh monsters, apparently.
Apparently.
If you listen to the episode where we went to that Yu-Gi-Oh event, it's the same one she was wearing then.
Yep.
listen to that episode if you want that story. But yeah, so this was another 7 o'clock start. Get up, get dressed, get out the door. Nothing too fancy. Parking today was actually slightly easier than it's been the last couple of days.
Yep.
We prepaid the parking in advance, and so far, I've been able to get a spot in the car park.
Yeah, we'll see how it is tomorrow. It's going to be the hardest day.
Tomorrow is going to be the bad day. If there are problems, it's going to be tomorrow.
Also, why does a pride parade start at 10 a.m.? I thought gays didn't get up before noon.
Wow.
Yeah, what the hell?
I'm gay. It's fine.
I was going to say, I'm the straightest person in this car, and that's just because I'm the most boring. I have considered my sexuality deeply and found,
I mean, you're a straight white man. You've never considered your sexuality deeply.
Yes, I have. I figured out I'm somewhere on the ace spectrum.
Yes, that's fair.
That's good. And then you're part of the LGBTQ.
Yeah!
Woo! We're all gay.
Well, I mean, technically, it wouldn't have to be LGBTQA because, the A is added.
Is for ace. Yeah, you're
There's
right.
a reason why these days they just put a plus on to be like,
Or just call it
and
queer, right?
everybody else. It's fine. So anyway, I don't.
Yeah, let's talk about his sexuality more.
This is not the Richard Sexuality Podcast. If you want that podcast,
I want that podcast.
you're married to me.
Yeah,
You already
I know.
know all of this.
But I want to deeply examine it on the microphone because that's my kink.
God damn it. Anyway, as you can tell, we are a little con drunk. Just a reminder, con drunk is that feeling of tired, endorphin happy.
Yep.
I'm still, I have not touched a single drop of alcohol. I am still perfectly legal to drive, bloody blue. It's just, it makes us get a little silly.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So, first game today was at 9.
Yeah, 9 for you guys and 10 for me. So why don't we do you guys first?
Yeah.
So I was running.
Yes, you were running at 10. Betty and I had a game together at 9. So, our game was The Shoes That Were Danced to Pieces.
Yes.
I believe was its official title, which was Call of Cthulhu Regency, which is apparently an official rule set for Call of Cthulhu.
Oh,
Yes.
really? Did not know that.
Yeah, there's a rule book and everything.
Surprise.
This one was down in the Ohio Central A room.
Right by the food court.
Yeah, right next to the food court. So we'll tell you one funny thing that happened while we were on the way there. We were walking down the corridor, we're like, why the hell is this corridor full of people? All of whom are either lined up or sitting against the walls.
Oh, it's the consignment.
Consignment store was down there. And
Oh, wow,
there was a honking big queue for it.
I believe that.
Because I think it opened either at 9 or at 10. So yeah, there was a lot of people who very much wanted to go into that.
I think it was 10.
10 sounds plausible, but our game started at 9 and there were a lot of people already queued up.
Yep.
So yeah. So I'm going to be honest, this wasn't a particularly good room. And I don't know what specifically it was about this room compared to the matinee room that made it so much louder to be in.
Was this the one that was behind the food court?
Yes.
Yeah, so do you know what the subway is?
Yeah, I know where you are. I've
Yeah,
seen that room because I've seen it occasionally used for cosplay repair and a bunch of other stuff. It's a very weird room.
Yeah. So yeah, so it's kind of over there.
And it didn't help that originally the table right next to us was extremely loud.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they were also doing some kind of Wizard of Oz thing.
They were, yeah.
They were definitely having fun, but they were having very loud fun, and obviously we were about to try and play
And it was echoing and
game.
yeah.
Where you generally want a little more subtlety in a horror game.
Generally.
So we ended up moving tables.
That's fair.
The tables in this room were actually numbered, so we just took the number with us and swapped it around.
Yep, that's pretty much what happens in every single RPG room with numbers.
Yep. You just kind of manipulate the numbers to give yourselves whatever table will work best for you.
Well, one thing Betty and I noticed later, and I do think this is true, is a lot of the rooms that don't have gaming groups in them tend to be, one, very Wild West, and two, not full. There's not a lot of individual people running these days, and I think that might be because the Origins perks for individuals just aren't good enough anymore.
Yeah, unless you are running enough of, unless you're running like it's what 20 plus hours of events, I think, in order to get the free badge.
Yeah. Also, it's the same weird car line we saw yesterday.
Yeah, I think they're doing roadworks or something, so it's just causing massive delays on this road at this time of night.
Anyway.
But so yeah, so we scooched ourselves over into the corner, which was probably the best table we were going to get in that room. And the GM had an interesting plan set up for this game because this was Regency era Cthulhu. They had pre-made 4 male characters and 4 female characters, and they basically we picked characters at the first table, and then they basically said if all the gentlemen, and this was people playing gentlemen, would sit on one side, and then all the ladies would sit on the other side. Which worked completely fine. Interestingly, this was a table of. Would you describe it as 4 female presenting people? How do you prefer to yourself?
Yeah, female presenting is fine.
Yeah, and myself and another male presenting person. Probably because again it's Regency themed.
Yep.
So even though it's Cthulhu, but actually Cthulhu's fairly popular amongst female players, I've noticed.
I think it was specifically because it's Cthulhu Regency.
Yeah.
It was. I think it's specifically because it was Regency.
Yeah. Which again is always a popular.
Which was the reason that I wanted to play it.
Yes.
So.
And I freely admit, I.
This sounds like a cool system.
I mean, it's still Cthulhu.
I know, I don't like it.
It's still Cthulhu, yeah.
It's still, like, the dice still hate you.
I hate H.P. Lovecraft, and I believe that his works are so problematic they should just not exist. That's all.
Yeah, you're not one of the people who believes his work can be reclaimed.
No, I don't.
Given that it's, like, mostly based in xenophobia. But
yeah,
anyway.
Yeah, it is. Anyway, I'm not saying that anyone who likes his works is a bad person. I get that people want to play in his universe. I just happen to hate him, personally, at a deep level.
Again, that you're allowed to do.
But I also think that people like Betty who like them are valid.
Thank you.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
Again, your personal hatred is for Lovecraft the person.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I fully admit, as somebody who likes Lovecraft's work, I particularly like works that are based on Lovecraft's work where it's kind of twisted on its head and retells it from almost like the monster's perspective and makes it sympathetic.
I have a book series recommendation for
There's 6 book series that are like that.
No, I really like this one.
There's so many works that
is it
do
the
this. It's not
Wintertide
original
series?
concept.
No.
Okay.
It's not original
We'll talk about this
concept.
later.
I'm sorry I'm interjecting this.
No, you're good.
Again, I'm trying to recommend a book to a friend, honey.
We'll do it off
Best
mic.
one in the world. Don't be a brat about it. And yes, I will do it off mic.
Okay.
So anyway.
Well, yeah, it was fun because the game was based on the story of the 12 dancing princesses.
It's not a story I'm familiar with at all.
It's one of the
Really?
lesser told ones. There's a Barbie movie about it.
Of course there is.
We should watch the Barbie movie.
We should watch the Barbie movie.
And then we should watch the Barbie movie.
Yeah. And we should watch the other Barbie movie.
Okay. You're not narrowing it down.
Well, the Barbie movie by Greta Gerwig, and then Barbie with the Dancing Princesses, and then we should watch the other direct-to-DVD, whatever Barbie movies
There's
they did.
25 of those.
Exactly.
We went to a panel at a con
I guess
once
we'll
and
just have to
ranked
watch
all
all of them.
All of them. And then we can read the Cthulhu book that I will read as penance for that.
It was really fun, and I thought it was interesting, and Richard, you'll have to, I think, give your opinion on this as well. It was interesting because if you know the story of the 12 Dancing Princesses, essentially, I'm not going to go too in-depth with it, but essentially, the girls go out at night to go party, and they're trying to figure out, how they're able to do that. And so it was interesting because all of the girls knew what was happening, and all of the boys didn't, and were trying to figure that out.
Yeah, the GM actively asked all of the gentlemen players to leave the table so that they could have a chat with the female players, and they'd done a lot of prep work. There was there were character sheet additional information that gave you interesting tidbits of backstory and lore from each person. So my the character I played was a British naval commander, because of course they were. Of course I was drawn to that character. Who like had an encounter when they were a lieutenant with like mysterious white ship that everybody else was trying to convince them that was just a dream, but it was maybe something else. And like I had a sheet of like how I felt about all of the other characters and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, same.
The GM had put in a lot of prep work.
My character was secretly gay. It was great.
Yep.
That-
Secretly? Yep, sure.
It wasn't secret by the end of the game.
It wasn't secret by the end of the game. I did it on purpose though, because I knew, and I was like, I had the thought that there's no reason my character would. Essentially, my character's lover was an NPC. I was like, there's no reason that my character would keep it secret from the NPC, and so like essentially tried to pull the NPC in on the secret, and I think that ended up creating a nice little plot line there. And so that, shout out to the DM for having that there. And it essentially like, yeah, it was interesting.
It was. I think my main criticism is the group frequently devolved into conversations between two people.
Yeah.
That were like almost held away from the rest. Like in a lot of ways, it felt more like a LARP. Where you had people like doing sidebars and talking amongst themselves and that kind of stuff, rather than what I would dub a more standard TTRPG experience.
It does seem very interesting.
And there was one player in particular who, holy Jesus, were they working? Like they were working their butt off. To like make sure everybody else around the table was having an absolutely chance for role play.
And it was great, and I really appreciated them putting all that work in. But at the same time, it was like they also kind of dominated the table. And
to a certain extent, I do agree with you.
Yeah, and I think that wasn't necessarily I'm not necessarily saying that like, oh, they should have just like shut up and not done anything. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that I wish kind of the GM had stepped in a little bit more and been like, okay, let's redirect. Let's right that I've heard from you, let's hear from you, and like let's keep the story going.
In all honesty, my issue with the GM is almost the exact opposite.
Oh yeah?
I would have liked a little less hokey pokey, let's keep the plot moving, and a little more, give you guys a chance to actually roleplay these characters a bit more.
Yeah, this is interesting because I asked you both separately about this game after you played it, and you both said this, and I thought it was interesting that you had very contrary ideas on what should have been done.
Like again, I started like writing a little bit of additional backstory in my head for like, why is my character, who is a British naval officer, currently, able to take time off to do this? And my logical conclusion was, okay, his ship is currently in port being repaired after battle, and I would have liked the opportunity to just like riff a cool war story for the table at dinner. But again, because we ended up getting very plot focused at a few points, it gave me less opportunity to do that.
Yeah, and I think that I think this is where our ideas kind of dovetail. I think there was more plot from the GM than there was like opportunity for us to make the plot, if that makes sense.
Yes, I think I would agree with you. And I freely admit, especially in the last hour, you and I both were waiting for the other shoe to drop because it's Cthulhu.
Yes.
And then it kind of didn't.
Most
of us got happy endings.
Once I realized that the GM was really just using the Cthulhu system and not really like playing a Cthulhu game, if that makes sense, like not trying to have another shoe drop. And actually this is evil. This is Carcosa actually, and the Yellow King is about to eat all of you or whatever. Like this was once I realized that, and I was able to kind of relax and be like, oh, okay, and I think enjoy it a little bit more. But I agree that it was like I was kind of waiting for that for a while.
Yeah. Now, granted, most of the characters did die at the end, but in a way that like they were kind of happy with it.
Yeah.
it's kind of hard to explain
Yeah,
without going
you
into a
explained
lot
it to
of
me.
deep
I understood like
spoilers.
basically what you meant with it, but it is
Yeah.
hard to go. Like I will admit, this does sound like something that I would have liked. I do think it is very experimental, and I do think the GM sounds very ambitious in a way that kind of excites
Right.
me. Like maybe it didn't quite work because it was their first time doing it, but
Mhm.
like I feel like there's a lot here that's really really interesting.
The other thing is I definitely recognize this GM.
Yeah, she played in the Cthulhu game we did last year.
Oh, did she play in it?
She played in it.
Hmm. Like I knew I recognized her from somewhere, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it.
Yeah.
But yeah, like of the 2 Cthulhu games I played at cons, 3 if you include Cat Cthulhu.
Yep.
Like I definitely prefer this a lot to last year's one.
Yeah.
Cat Cthulhu was also okay. It needed more trigger warnings.
Yeah, the problem with Cat Cthulhu was it needed trigger warnings. And this GM did mention, like, one of the characters, one of the female characters, part of their backstory is that they were assaulted.
Yep.
And their comment is now, this is part of their backstory. It's not going to be, like, majorly relevant or come up beyond it's the reason why she's got a particular distaste for men.
Yep.
But in this case, as this is Regency era, like, assaulted can mean anything from somebody stole a kiss that they weren't supposed to and she wasn't consenting to, up to ...
Yeah.
And where you want that to be for the character is where it is.
Yep.
Like, where you as a player are comfortable with, that's fine.
I appreciated that a lot.
Yeah. So the specifics of that were left up to player discretion and player comfort level, which I think was a good way to balance that.
Yep.
So yeah, like again, I think it's just a little bit of a mismatch of personal preference and style for RPing in that regard, which again happens. Like, not every GM and every player is going to mesh perfectly, and that's completely fine.
Yeah, I think there's even some difference between like Betty and us, insofar as I think we just want to be in character as much as humanly possible.
Yep.
Like I don't even care really what I'm doing if I get to play a character. Whereas I think Betty, you prefer a little bit more like structure than that.
Yeah, I think I kind of like a mix of the two, of kind of like over the table, and then of having like over the table talking about things, and then also having bits where it's in character. I think that I think I just work best with that, as I like talking about kind of what I want to do, and so I think that it just works. I think that that's just what I prefer. That's just what I prefer. That's really it.
Yeah. So yeah, I think we both had fun with this.
Yeah. Can I talk about the emergency dice thing now?
Yeah, sure.
Oh yeah.
So this year at Origins, in the app, there is a section that says, I believe I have a dice emergency.
That is what it says, yes.
And what it is that you put your contact information in, as well as the game number and where the game is placed, where the game is, room number, table number, as well as a vague descriptor of like yourself, and that these people come from here. I don't remember the name of it. Let me grab that really quick so we can shout them out.
While she's looking you up, so yes, they will deliver dice to you at your table. Like, you have to pay for the dice because you are.
Yes, you have to pay for the dice.
It's kind of cool and useful.
It was Black Oak Workshop was the people who were doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they have a variety of selection. They're all regular, like the usual 7 is what I usually call them, dice. And there were actually, so I picked out one that I wanted. So kind of egg on my face, I forgot my dice. I know, who forgets their dice going to a gaming convention? I don't know how I thought it was in my bag and I didn't. It didn't. So I was like, hey, I don't have dice. I might as well try this. I ordered it at 8:30 this morning or whatever. When we were on our way to the convention center, we were talking about it. And I was like, I'll just try it, see what happens. And sure enough, they didn't. They are limited to only being able to do it during vendor hall hours, which doesn't start until 10. So my game started at 9, and they didn't end up getting to me until 10:30. But I understood that that's probably what was going to happen, so I wasn't worried about it. The guy was very apologetic that he wasn't able to get there until 10:30, but I tried to make sure that he knew that it wasn't a big deal. But yeah, they showed up. They showed up in a little pizza box.
Yeah, you showed me that. It was so cute.
It was so cute, and it came in a little
Blister pack kind of thing.
plastic, like I don't know how to describe it. It's a little plastic case for it that you are kind of one of those disposable ones. And they actually gave me an extra D20, which was very cool of them. Yeah, shout out to those guys. 10 out of 10, I left a satisfied customer, and the dice were even more beautiful in person than they were on the app.
Yeah, it's definitely a cool little feature. Because granted, as we point out, like this is not a con where if you realize, oh dear, I don't have dice. If you've got time to run to the vendor's hall and grab some, you can do that. You'll be fine. But if you do get to a table and realize that you don't have some, being able to just do that is actually quite useful. What was their selection like? Because I haven't looked at it in the app. Like,
it was pretty wide. They had I think they had about I want to say 10 sets, maybe 15. Like they had quite a few. And they had everything from just kind of normal sets to specialty sets. Like the ones that I got had cats on them. There were ones that also had skulls on them. There's another one that had tentacles on them. Thought about getting those for Cthulhu, but ultimately didn't. I think there was a radioactive one. They had a bunch of different kind of gimmicky ones. Yeah, it was quite a wide selection, and it was only $16 total for the whole thing.
Cool.
Yeah, with delivery, that's actually pretty cool.
Yeah, it was.
Honestly, for the gimmick, that's still just kind of fun.
Yeah, and I did see at least one other person get their dice delivered while I was there.
Yeah.
I hope that a bunch of people have done it. It was really fun.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, it'd be a job that just because I love walking the convention center, I honestly would love a job of just delivering dice to people. Not have to do that over playing games, but as a weird just side hustle, you know?
Yeah, just as I've got an hour spare, I can run some dice out to some people.
Yeah. You have to pay me if anyone's listening to this.
As a sidebar, yeah.
But yeah. So again, it's a fun service. So while we were doing all of that, you were running Thirsty Sword Lesbians.
Thirsty Sword Lesbians. This was my actual official on the books game, not a game for groups of friends. So I was a little bit nervous about this because the game with the group of friends did kind of sort of work, but I was still definitely working out a few kinks. I was a little bit nervous on it. I was trying to prep and familiarize myself with the rules because Thirsty Sword Lesbians, despite being a
by the Apocalypse game.
I was gonna say being a silly system. Is still it actually has a very decent amount of rules complexity within it. It's still a 2 dice powered by the Apocalypse system, but there's a lot of interlinking parts, and all of it's basically designed to make social interactions just sing. And there are some limitations to that, a lot of the question asking things that Powered by the Apocalypse systems tend to do get a little bit clunky in this.
Yeah.
Because if you play Powered by the Apocalypse, it gives you a list of questions. You have to ask one of those questions, which I think works to get you started, but I think it eventually, as you get more comfortable with the system, it kind of devolves into just ask me a question. You don't need to pick from a list anymore, which works pretty quickly, and I told the players that generally. Yeah, it was something for which I was nervous when I got a really good table, which I liked a lot. It seemed to have good chemistry generally. I will say, this has been making me reflect a little bit on my GM, I guess, abilities generally as a more sandbox-oriented GM. I tend to like giving my players scenarios, and in this case, I created characters and love triangles, and basically just let them play dolls with them. I did create the universe, which was ironically or fittingly Wizard of Oz themed.
Yep.
It's just this is a bunch of characters. I need gay characters people know. That anyone who's sitting down is gonna know. Wizard of Oz. We're doing Wizard of Oz.
Makes sense to me.
It's popular. Everyone knows the characters. It's fine. So it was basically a rodeo and a theater combined, which I think I explained last time I did this.
Yep.
I did read out the character descriptions this time, just because I realized from the other campaign that something where I'm in trouble understanding the characters. They're all gay archetypes, but if you're not familiar with gay archetypes, you might understand it. Some of them have special abilities. So I did something where I read out the character descriptions, and then I had them do one of their special moves to practice how they work and get a little bit more familiar with them and stuff like that. I thought it works pretty well. I do worry a little bit about how to a certain extent when I'm GMing, I do kind of just let players do what they want, and I kind of more facilitate, or am there when they have questions and kind of let them kind of run the show themselves a little bit much, so where I'm a little too passive. In this particular case, I had somebody who was just They were a really good player and very active, but they started like, as opposed to me like letting them take strings on other players, they just said they were taking strings on other players. And I never really reined that back in, just because I'm like, well, it's a one shot, and I'm fine if they do it that way, because it really doesn't matter. Yeah, I did tell people what to roll and stuff like that, and I did like help facilitate scenes and interactions, and I helped draw in some characters who are having a little bit more trouble finding their voices and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't know. As I think I was talking to you about how like Matinee Adventures like runs their games in these certain like very linear ways, which is absolutely fine. They're great storytellers. Sometimes as a sandbox GM, I worry that I'm just not a good GM and I'm just lazy and just let my players do all the work for me.
So here's the thing: if you're running a sandbox game properly like that, you do end up more as a facilitator than a storyteller. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. Like, that's what I'm planning to do tomorrow. Like, the game I'm running tomorrow is very sandboxy. I've got the world built, and like, I've got all the stat blocks ready to go and all of that kind of stuff. But my players are going to have a lot of freedom tomorrow, and doing that terrifies me because that's not how I normally run. But it made sense for the scenario I was building.
And I have done story or linear progressions. The Bard game is kind of sort of that. It still kind of goes off the rails at certain points because it's a group of bards, but like it has a plot. You never got onto the plot when you played. Neither did Betty, but that's fine. The orgy took a long time.
I was in the same game as Betty.
I know. That's what I was saying.
It was a great time.
It was. We had fun.
Yeah. I was in that game with my IRL crush, and we did an orgy scene, and I was really awkward. It's fine.
It was great.
I don't have a crush on it anymore. It's fine.
Sorry, it's just what you were saying about Matinee Adventures and stuff like that. Just makes me wonder if I'm not a good GM in some people's eyes because I'm so sandboxy.
I think you're a good GM. I think it takes a particular kind of person and a particular kind of GM to be a good facilitator of sandbox games, to not like step in too much and know how to pull people in when they need it. I particularly liked when we played Good Society, how, especially in the beginning, you were like giving people tokens like they were candy, to try to facilitate people to talking more and have more conversations with each other. And then you kind of reeled it back in and let it kind of play out. And I think that really meant a lot. I obviously wasn't in Thirsty Sword Lesbians, but...
Yeah. With that, I just created a bunch of love triangles. Like, the thing I like to do when I do sandboxing games is, like, I have, like, plans to... And I told the players this when we were on break at one point. Like, if people are quiet, I know the strings I can pull on to draw them out. That's what I try to do a lot of the time.
Sure.
Yeah. Which again, that is not an easy skill to master. Like again, it's one of the things I'm worried about tomorrow is I don't necessarily want any one player dominating the table. And I'll see how tomorrow goes and I'll report back tomorrow.
Yep.
But like,
the trick I always use that I've been using recently is I always tell people to like, when you're RPing, give other players tasks. That's the main thing you should do, because that draws them into your story. It gives them something to do, and it gives their character moment to spotlight with yours, collaborate with them.
Yeah. Again, like, there are times when I've been playing with you that I can see your training come out, because you are all...
Training?
Yeah.
From academics, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because one of the things you do when you are teaching is you are always trying to push the students to like learn and grow and be their best person. And you do the same when you're GMing a lot of the time.
Really?
Yeah. Like you are trying to draw people out of their shells and get them to have fun and have that experience. And like the moment you are usually happiest as a GM is when one of your players who'd been a little bit quieter throughout the game suddenly like gets it.
Yep.
And I've seen that happen in a couple of things you've run.
Yeah. And just to circle back to Thursday Sword Lesbians for a bit, I will admit, I still do adore the system. It's probably my favorite system insofar as it's just like, and we were talking about this a little bit at the table, like, flirting is just fun. It is fun to flirt with people. And it is fun to do it without there really being any sort of consequence. Like, it's just fun. And Thirsty Sword Lesbians is bedecked in theatrics, and it is silly and funny, but the reason that it has all that, honestly, isn't just because it's a light system. It's because at its heart, it's a romance system. It is a purely romance system, and you have to have all that over-the-top flamboyance flavor there to get people comfortable to have those really intimate moments as romantic partners in character. And I got some of those at that table. To the point where people were
beautiful.
clapping at one point. Which
Yeah, I
was really
heard the applause.
Yep. So it was a pretty cool game.
That's
so, yeah,
awesome.
Glad you enjoyed it.
I'm actually crying a little bit. It's fine.
Good.
So yeah, my game did run over a little bit, so we had to re-coordinate where we were. So I think at one point, Betty went to the dealer's hall to pick up some stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, so
sure, go ahead.
no, you explain.
I was going to talk a little bit about the merch system.
Yep.
So also this year, for the first time, they're doing this online ordering thing where you order online and then you pick up at the booth. So a couple weeks ago, I ordered essentially the merch I was going to order. I ordered a couple of shirts and the $5 crit keychain, because $5 I feel like is insane for a crit keychain, but what do I know? So I did that, and I was talking with Richard and Caroline about this earlier. I was a bit worried about how that system was going to go. So I also wanted to make sure that I had one of the shirts, because one of the shirts is a Pride shirt. I wanted to make sure that I had that shirt for tomorrow for Pride. So we had about a half hour left over from our Cthulhu game, so I ran to the vendor's hall to go pick up my stuff. And it took me about 15 minutes just to find the booth. But once I did, it was pretty straightforward. They just took my name down, they found my things. They asked me to make sure that the sizes were correct, which I thought was really nice of them. And I also picked up a couple other things that I wanted to get. And it ultimately went really well. I really, again, like a 10 out of 10, I left a satisfied customer.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, the thing you basically told me to, because I was running at the same table that you were running the Sword Lesbians at, like after you were done, obviously. I basically went up to like drop my stuff, and like I said I would run you over to your game when you were ready, and then like I'd do the tidying up afterwards because I knew you were going to be like running it close. So you know, you knew you were going to be a bit like behind for your next game.
Yep.
So you know, I dropped Betty a message and just said, you know, you were running a little behind. You know, like grab her a good character.
And they were very understanding at the table.
Yeah. Generally, I find that they tend to be a little bit, especially if you're like, as long as it's not the first game of the day, everyone understands that like getting through the convention center, particularly for scheduling back to back, and particularly because you can't control how long gyms go, is just it's its own process.
Yeah. And again, same thing ended up happening at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Which again, we'll talk about when we get there. Yeah. So, do you want to talk about Glitter Hearts?
Yeah, Glitter Hearts was actually what I thought the weird like
Samurai
High was going to be last year, which is basically magical girl anime theme powered by the Apocalypse game.
Okay.
This was, I think, a better representation of that. I like Samurai High. I like the gen of Samurai High mostly, but that's mostly a weird spin-off game of that weird children's game that exists, which is absolutely fine, but I don't think that's really what I wanted. This was an actual, like, magical girl anime style game. So it's similar to Fabula Ultima, but it's less focused on the combat aspects and more on just, like, being in this magical kind of queer world generally.
Yeah, it kind of was a mix of Fabula Ultima and Thirsty Sword Lesbians.
Yes.
Cool.
And yeah, like most Powered by the Apocalypse games, it has like a list of questions and stuff like that generally. And it's you can build your own character game generally.
It was a bit confusing trying to figure out the
Yeah.
character creation, because there's like 3 different archetypes for your character. There's what was it? Like your everyday identity.
Yeah, and then there's your magical identity, and then there's your mystical identity. I'm still a bit confused on what the mystical part's supposed to do.
I think it's what it is like your everyday identity is like who you is like the mask you put on kind of for every day. The mystical identity is the magical identity was like your superhero persona. And then the mystical identity was where you like draw your power from.
Yeah.
From what I understand.
So yeah, I switched mine around a little bit just because there were a few different concepts, but somebody had a similar concept to mine generally, so I just changed a couple things around.
There were quite a few of the magical and mystical artifacts, but there were only like 4
Yeah.
of the everyday identities. So
Uh-huh.
not the everyday identities,
The magical
the
identities?
magical identities.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
So yeah, everyone I think had some overlap generally. 'Cause
Yeah.
there was Idol, which I was, and then like I think 2 people, you and another person were also
Yeah, we were both
witches.
overconfident, and then I was a witch with somebody else as
Yeah.
well. Yeah.
And I think it might have been better if they had like done sample characters for this one. Character creating was fun,
Right.
but it did get kind of confusing because within all those, they also had special abilities. You had to pick a special ability out for each one, and they referenced things in the special abilities that because it was a new system, I didn't even know what those things were, so I just
Right.
picked based on vibes. Yeah, but it was fun. I had wings, that was cool.
Cool.
And I made 2 pigs fall in love.
Yeah, I was going to say,
3
you
pigs.
just messaged me at one point and was like, I made pigs fall in love. And I just looked at my phone and went, of course you did.
Well, like, I was modifying my archetype on the fly, similar to somebody else's archetype, so I decided to do love is like my thing, and then like my icon obsession. So I had wings and like a magic bow and arrow. So like I shot these pigs that were attacking us with a bow and arrow, and I asked the GM, if I get a 12 or above, can these pigs fall in love and just run off with each other? The GM at that point was asking what's the best possible outcome, and I'm like, I want that. And I understand I'm only going to get that on a 12 because that basically ends the encounter, but I want that.
And listener, it happened.
It happened. I rolled a 12 and I was so happy.
Sometimes the dice gods look at you and go, this will be funny.
The dice were paid actors, I swear to God, also, because they were like so dramatic. Like one dice would like fall and the other would still be spinning for a little bit, and it was like
we got like 3 different natural 12s, which is the highest we can get in Powered by the Apocalypse, which basically meant we also skipped the final boss encounter. Somebody rolled a 12 on their negotiation with the boss.
And so we ended up kind of doing therapy with the boss.
And then recommended, because they wanted to, I'm okay with revealing this part because it's a pretty basic adventure. They basically, the boss, like, wanted to be a musician, but, like, wanted to keep their family business of running a restaurant. So I recommended they adopt somebody so that it's still technically a family business like they do in Japan.
Okay.
Yep.
I recommended they just play live music at their restaurant.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was really fun. Our GM was really great.
Yeah. They did a really good job of, like, there were a couple people at the table who were kind of nervous. Like, one person had been dragged there by their friend/spouse. Not really clear. I'm not going to ask. But, like, they clearly didn't know that much about magical girls, and I think we're a little bit, like, not as confident playing. And the GM did a really good job, like, finding ways to integrate their character.
Right. It was fun. I had a really great time.
Me too.
Cool. Anything else you want to say before I start talking about Mass Effect?
I like this system. I want to play another game in this system.
Me too. It was really fun. I'm almost regretting. I'm thinking about trying to rearrange my Gen Con schedule to do the Not Your Mama's Mayoko, but we'll see. Probably not, but maybe. JK, haha, JK, unless. That's it.
Okay, you can talk about Mass Effect.
Cool. I had an hour break between when I dropped you off and when I was actually running. So I took a little walk around the vendors hall, mostly as a leg stretch rather than actually seriously looking at anything. And then headed back to the matinee room, got myself set up, laid everything out, did all that jazz, and my first player turned up, who was actually your GM for the first game you did.
That's not going to be. I have no idea what you're talking about.
On Wednesday.
On Wednesday, I don't remember what I did.
After Fiasco.
After Fiasco, I did the Death at Altheria game. That one?
No. The
Finals Countdown.
Finals Countdown. Thank you.
Yes, Finals Countdown. Yeah, it was the GM from Finals Countdown.
That was cool. I liked the game.
Yeah. So once again, as with last year's game, I had a table of people who liked Mass Effect. Yes. Hey,
well, they signed up for a game called Mass Effect.
Yeah, I had, again, at the Catacomb when I ran this, several other people didn't know it. And again, like, one of the issues you have anytime you're playing in a specific universe is if the people at the table know and like the universe, you will have a better time. Now, sometimes if they're just genuinely interested in learning about the universe, you can have a good time with it. But in a con game, you've only got so much time to teach them that. So there is that balance point. But yeah, I had a table of people who knew Mass Effect. In fact, I had 2 returning players from last year who brought a friend with them. They managed to get based on what they said, I think I was one of their high value picks that they really wanted to do.
Oh wow.
And
that's really great.
Yeah. And with this particular game system, it's a fan conversion of D&D 5th edition. And so what I did last year and what I did this year as well was I emailed everybody, because Tabletop Events lets you email the players if you're the GM, and basically said to them all, hey, here is the system. It's available for free online. There is an online character creator if you want to use it. We'll be doing 3rd level characters. If you don't have time or energy or whatever to make your own character, not a problem. I will be turning up with pre-gens. But if you have an idea for a cool character and want to make it, you can do that. Here's a couple of limitations based just on when in the timeline it's set, and where in the universe it's set. And as indicated by the title of the adventure being A Night on the Citadel, it doesn't make sense if you're playing an Angara. And again, they're a race who would not be on the Citadel for various complicated reasons. So those were basically the only limitations I gave the players. And what the 3 friends ended up doing was they turned up as a trio of Volus. Neither of you know why that's funny, but it says something that they all, the first one was like, yeah, I'm playing this, I'm a Volus such and such, and I'm like, okay.
Oops, all Volus.
And the second one was like, oh, I'm a Volus such and such, oh God.
The third one's like, guys, you're not gonna believe this.
Yeah. But no, this was a blast. They understood the assignment. They were operating in character, and it was very clear they were all having immense fun. And I got to have the reveal moment at the end, because there is a twist. There's a little bit of a twist at the end. It's not anything super major or anything, but it got the reaction that I wanted it to have, and I was so happy.
That's exciting.
It's one of those, oh, that's what was going on with that character moments, and it's like, yeah, it was. So yeah, I was very, very happy, and it meant a lot to me that the 2 guys wanted to play it again and wanted to bring their friend along. Despite the fact it was the same adventure. I have not written a new adventure. I did flat tell them if I run Mass Effect 5e again next year, which I would love to do, I will write a new adventure between now and then, because I've got time. I just need to come up with a good concept.
You can do it. I believe in you.
Yeah, you do.
I was very happy with how this came out. Yeah, it was so nice. Again, having people come back to your table like that because of how much they enjoyed it the first time it's a very high honor as a GM.
It's probably the highest honor you can get.
Yeah.
Especially at a con like Origins. They had to scrum to get 3 tickets to this event.
Yep.
I know how fast the tickets for this event went.
Yep.
So I was very, very happy. Yeah.
So, while you did that, if you're okay for us to move on,
yep.
Our game ended a little bit early because we skipped the combat, which I'm fine with. Mm-hmm. So we toured the vendors hall for a bit, which was cool. I went through the metal detector. One of the metal detectors was just randomly being rebooted. So we walked down to the other entrance. There were a couple of people who were just staring at it, in the hallway, in a way where we're just are they going in? Are they seriously just going to stare at it? There's multiple other entrances that are open.
Yeah, the thing I will say is the security theater nonsense is still really stupid and pointless, but it hasn't actually been that much of a problem this weekend. There's definitely been queues when the vendors hall opens, but by 30 minutes afterwards, it's not been any kind of an issue. There's been.
Well, I do think Origins did a good job preparing them for what this event was.
Yeah.
Which I think helped.
I think it did.
But at the same time, it's still not doing anything.
Yeah, no. And the instructions they've been given are, I think, generally pretty good. In terms of what they've been told to look out for and worry about.
So yeah, the vendors hall was cool. I saw some cool stuff that A couple of the plush sellers I like were here, but probably not gonna buy them. I went by the. You want to say? You can say the name of the dice company if you want, Betty.
It is Gatekeeper Games. They are one of my favorite. They're probably legitimately my favorite dice company. I particularly like them. I'll get the little sales pitch. I particularly like them because they have a lot of really cool dice that you can get in a variety of different sets. So you can get the usual 7, as I said, or you can get what they call the 11Zs, where they add a extra D20 and 3D6, so that you have 4D6 total and 2D20s, which I think is really cool. I get most of my sets from them like that. But you can also get, for instance, if you like a set and you're like, I only want this in D6s, odds are you can get it entirely in D6s or D10s or D12s. So if you're like, hey, I'm going to run a Daggerheart game and I only want a bunch of D12s, well, Gatekeeper Games has your back. And like I said, they have a bunch of cool dice. I don't know the owner personally, but I've talked to him on social media, and he seems very lovely. And
He seemed fairly energetic when I saw him later in the day.
Yeah, we made Martin go to the raffle that they had because I purchased a.
Yeah, they gave us a raffle ticket. We were playing Sexy Raccoons during that time period, so.
Wait, the raccoons were sexy?
Yeah, sexy was in
Just
the
trash
title.
sexy raccoons, yeah.
Trash sexy raccoons. They're sexy.
That's fair.
They had 2 types of moves: trash and sexy.
Yeah.
Seriously?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah. So
So yeah, I realized it was when we were playing that game, so I figured you would likely be done with your game by that point because it was like at the very end of your end time, and I know you typically go for like 3.5-ish hours anyway. So.
Yeah. The Mass Effect game, how long it runs is quite dependent on how much RP the table is doing, and there was a good amount of that. I was happy with that. And there's an optional mini boss in the middle of it, and this group decided not to fight her. They just, they listened to her, got the information they needed, and then left without her realizing that they were there, which is always an option. So that meant that they took a little less time, but I think it still worked out and they still had fun.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so I had enough time to run to the vendor stall and do that for you. I managed to find the relevant booth, and I'll briefly talk about the raffle because we're almost at the point where we need to get food, and it'll take me like 2 minutes to explain. So specifically, the raffle process was because they'd given out so many raffle tickets throughout the course of the day, and obviously, like, relatively speaking, not that many people bothered coming back for the raffle. There was probably like 50 to 100 people in that crowd at most.
Which is a lot, obviously.
That's a decent number, yeah. What they basically said was, hand in your pink raffle ticket, and we will give you a yellow raffle ticket. And the yellow ones are the ones they would actually draw, so they didn't
have 500 million.
Yes,
who weren't there.
Yes, they didn't have like 1,000 tickets for people who weren't there. Just go this number.
That was really smart. Yeah.
This number. Nobody. Yeah. So again, it made sense as a system. It worked, and they were also just like lobbing dice into the crowd at several points. Just to kind of like keep the entertainment up. And they like explained what each dice set that was about to get raffled off was, and they were all on like a royal theme.
That's cool.
Because it was like their royalty dice, their king's dice, their queen's dice, and like 2 other sets as well.
Sure.
Okay, so we're gonna pause here while we hit a drive-through, and then we'll be back momentarily. Okay, we have food.
But I forgot something I was supposed to say on air. Like this one time when I was 5 years old, I played Pin the Tail on the donkey, except they wouldn't let me go towards the donkey's tail. Like I had to go towards its head and not its tail, and it still confuses me to this day.
I'm not even going to ask. Your childhood is a mess, honey. So, So, do you guys want to talk about big sexy raccoons?
Yeah!
Yeah, we do.
We were trash pandas.
We were trash sexy raccoons, baby.
Yeah, so this was actually with the person who created this game, which I didn't realize it was.
It was kind of great because I saw him in the hallway before our game started, and he had a shirt with a sexy raccoon on it. And I asked him, like, you wouldn't happen to be playing and or running Trash Sexy Raccoons, would you? And he was like, what makes you think that? And he's like, no, I'm running it.
Yeah, it was interesting insofar as, like, this was another room for which they had just, it's one of the non-specified RPG rooms that are just have independent people in them. There was only one other game going on, and both the tables were just next to each other.
Yeah, which was weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have moved.
It wasn't that bad
No.
in terms of sound bleeds. I was fine. I could hear everyone okay.
Yeah, it was only a couple times where the other table was too loud,
Yeah.
but otherwise it was fine.
Discontinue the trend of rooms being unspeakably cold today.
Yes, it was freezing in there.
Because that happened in both the room we were in and other rooms too. I'm bringing a freaking jacket tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm thinking about purchasing a jacket. I didn't bring one. Probably will.
The game itself was interesting. It's basically, they just have a couple, like, you can build your own raccoon archetype. They had a raccoon archetype. They did have a full book that I flipped through that looked like it was involved enough that it was interesting. I don't know how sustainable a system where you play like sexy raccoons is in terms of a campaign, but it looked interesting. Sorry, what were we gonna say, Benny?
I was gonna say I picked the cannibal.
Yep. You can be a cannibal class of raccoon. I picked the rich raccoon, Priscilla.
There was a lot of sexual tension between our raccoons.
There was a lot of sexual tension between my raccoon and most of the other raccoons, probably because it was rich.
Yeah, that would usually do it.
They kept calling you princess. I thought that was really cute.
Yep.
This had about the same like vibe as Aw Dang Mothman Won't Move Out.
There
like
was a few more actual mechanics in this
Sure,
one.
yeah.
But yeah. Basically how this game works is like there's cards with scenarios on them that you just kind of draw. And then you try to play out the scenario where you have to find trash. So you roll to find trash, and the rolls get progressively more difficult. Because the rolls get aggressively more difficult, you attract unwanted attention, and then you have to find trash and also resolve the encounter.
Okay.
Yep.
And there's 2 goals: find trash, resolve the encounter.
Yep.
Makes sense.
You have like 3 hit points.
When you run out of hit points, you don't die.
Yeah.
Which was fun.
Yeah.
I enjoyed that. We one time got kidnapped by the ASPCA, and then just showed up at the next session like it was normal, like everything was normal.
Raccoons were interchangeable. And
They
yeah, this was
kinda
fun. We had a fun table, and would have liked a little bit more RP, but there was still some RP, and it was still just ridiculously stupid. So,
Which I think is probably the vibe you want from a game where you're playing sexy trash pandas.
well, I actually did like that there were some mechanics to this one also. Like it wasn't like Aw Dang Mothman Won't Move Out was basically just RP riffing. This was more like mechanics with some RP riffing. So
yes.
It's unclear to me how sexy the raccoons were meant to be. It seems like our raccoons were kind of like moderately sexy. It seemed like the game they were playing yesterday, they had very, very sexy raccoons.
Yeah. Should we say what they were looking for at the last game?
Yeah, the last game they were looking for a golden dildo.
Sure.
Our game we were looking for a bedazzled Elvis cheese head.
A bust of Elvis
That was
bedazzled
made of
and made of cheese.
Yes.
Was this randomly rolled on a table or something?
Nope.
No.
We
Guess who came
it
up with it?
ourselves.
Oh, God.
Guess which person came up with this?
It was you, wasn't it?
Yes.
I came up with the bedazzled part.
Yeah. Well, this was the thing. Somebody suggested a bottle of whiskey, and I'm like, that's boring. So I suggested a head of Elvis, and then somebody suggested something or cheese, and somebody suggested bedazzled, and I'm like, let's just combine those themes into one singular object.
My character was named Scuzz, which I used from my trash druid kobold that I played with Pathfinder with another friend of ours. Yeah, it was really fun. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
It was just chaos, but it was like controlled chaos because there were rules about it.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
We hit a homeless guy with a shuriken.
Yeah.
I'm glad you had fun.
Yeah.
And my and one other raccoon sacrificed ourselves to save Caroline's raccoon.
Yep. And another raccoon also flirted with my raccoon. My raccoon was very much raccoon bait, so.
I got to bite an alligator.
Yeah.
Cool.
I got to start a TikTok dance trend.
With raccoons.
Yes. I was the only one dancing, and everyone else filled that role miserably.
Yeah.
But you know.
It sounds like you both had a lot of fun.
We did. It was really great.
What?
We stole a Lucky Cat from a
We did.
Vietnamese restaurant.
Yeah. We also got that restaurant probably shut down due
We
to the fact
definitely
that,
did.
But it was swarming with raccoons.
yeah. I felt bad for them, kind of. Not really.
What I really liked about that game is that even though we were kind of all working together to like get as much trash as possible, so like because you had to get a certain amount of trash to move on to the next scenario,
Mm-hmm.
what I really liked is that we were also kind of our own free agents.
Yeah.
So that like it was like if one, for instance, one of the raccoons at one point got, what was it, got the willies essentially. I can't remember what they called it in game, but it was like where they were a little freaked out, and so they just left. And it was like, that's valid. Good for you.
Yep.
Get out of here, you little scam.
Yeah, it's similar to Cocoa Date My Baby insofar as you kind of more playing next to each other, and there's some moments for our baby. You're mostly just kind of running around as raccoons. What?
Okay.
Why are you so mute? You seem to want to move on from the raccoon
It's
game.
mostly just, I get the impression it was very weird and very random and kind of like hard to explain.
I feel like we're doing a good job explaining it.
I think we are too.
You're listing a lot of very bizarre non sequiturs.
Yep.
That's
essentially
game
what the
is.
game was.
It is nice insofar as because they're individual scenarios, you can effectively just play for as long as you want, because each scenario takes about maybe 30 minutes if you're doing completely random stuff that just takes too long. Sometimes as short as 10 minutes, so it's pretty easy to bite off into bite-sized chunks.
That's fair.
It's just because we had the MacGuffin object we had to find, and we hadn't found it by the end, we had to do one more scenario, and I wanted to find the MacGuffin object, so we did find our Elvis cheese head that was, I think, made of cheddar, and then I argued with the GM about it, and then it was made of Gouda, so.
It's fine.
Okay.
We did it. We survived.
Nothing. It's just we're almost home, and we do,
We have one more game to talk
about the last game of the
Do you
day.
really want to do? I thought we were just going to wait till next time to talk about it.
We're gonna have a lot to talk about tomorrow.
Fine, we'll talk about the
We
last
could talk about it tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
On the way over.
We could, but I don't necessarily want to do an entire extra recording session on the way down to talk about one thing.
Okay.
All right, quick, let's go.
Go,
Okay.
go. You're the one who wants to do this time period.
So, the last game of the day was Court of Hollow Wings.
Can we just talk about how long it took to Mass Effect compared to the Raccoon game?
Court of Hollow Wings.
You have been
We
talking
played.
about the Raccoon game for
We
longer than I
played.
talked about Mass
We
Effect.
played We played the borrowers if they were Fae, and it was also gritty.
Yes.
Yes.
So
It
this
was
was a
gritty
game that
steampunk.
This was actually one of the games that I really wanted to get into
Yeah.
this weekend.
I hope you did have fun with it.
I did.
Okay.
Like,
I had
I
a good
really
time,
like this
yeah.
system.
I do too. The artwork on the system is fantastic.
Yeah, it's a game called Household.
Yep.
Is the name of the system. We played this at Buckeye, and
Yep.
I immediately bought a copy.
Yeah. Well, you mostly bought a copy because it has this amazing. Its dragon villain is a swan.
That's
Again,
beautiful.
remind me to show you the artwork when we get in, Betty.
Okay.
How about tomorrow morning? Or not when we get in.
Yeah.
I just want to go to bed.
I know. But anyway, so you are basically playing, as you said, like teeny tiny fairies, and like the GM freely admits that the actual size of the fairies kind of is a bit wibbly wobbly. Don't worry too much about it.
Yeah, I will say that because of how long it takes to get places, you can be any different sizes. It's a little bit unclear what size you actually are. So
Yeah, like they have a city built on the dining room table.
I think that's fine. Like to have that be kind of ambiguous.
Yeah.
Like
you're
it's
small.
fine.
That's the main thing.
Yeah. Like you
You're a little
ride
guy.
mice like they're horses,
Yeah.
but spiders are massive and terrifying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it
So-
doesn't make a ton of sense, but
Yeah.
But it gets away with it just on the the cute factor.
Mhm.
Right? And it's adorable, and it's
you're
an interesting
just a bunch
system.
of little guys. You're
Yeah.
just a bunch of little guys.
It's an interesting system insofar as it's a D6 pool system, but you are attempting to roll
Doubles,
doubles, triples, and
quadruples, yeah,
um,
or quintuples potentially. You could probably.
potentially.
It could happen.
If you Yahtzee it.
And that's what is a success. I believe if you bought the official household dice, they are D6s, but they don't have numbers on. They have the suits
Mhm.
on the cards,
Okay, that's kind of cool.
plus a couple of other additional
Yeah.
symbols. Because again, since you're looking to roll matching things,
It doesn't
yeah.
really matter.
it doesn't matter. You don't need the numbers.
Yeah, I will admit, I adore this world. I love I haven't really seen a borrowers type RPG before, and this is just such a cute. The perfect mix of cute and adventure and actual stakes in a way that's just very fun.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be running this at a catacomb this year. Because I've written an adventure, and I feel like it fits into the Musketeers
Yeah.
theme they're doing this year perfectly.
I will also I do really want to shout out this GM. They were working their butt off.
They
during
were
this
really
session.
working
They
hard.
really were.
My character had sexual tension with every
Yeah.
other character.
Yep.
Because I do think that they were facing a table of kind of tired players. Like
Yeah.
I was like physically a little bit sick, so I had to keep running in and out of the room a little bit. Somebody was kind of, I think, nodding off a little bit at one point. Not GM's fault. The game wasn't boring. People were just tired because it's like Origins is you're sleep deprived, you're playing all day, and the last game of the day is sometimes kind of a rough time to spot. She was definitely like I still had fun.
Yep.
Yes.
And that's in large part thanks to them.
Yeah, and again, I was very happy that I picked a character this time based on like the vibes. The fiery redhead duelist, and then I looked at the last name. I was like, they're Russian.
Mm-hmm.
Dragomirov.
I can work with this.
Yep.
So yes, I actually mostly managed to keep a Russian accent up when I was RPing. I was proud of myself.
I picked a fairy princess with a pet bumblebee named Bon again, which is what I played last time, but it's my favorite character.
Yep.
I say that. I haven't even looked at all the other characters. But, like, it's my favorite character.
Bon is very cute.
Yeah. I might play something else next time.
I don't even know how to describe Hungry Lockwood.
He's hot.
He's hot.
And he doesn't think.
He's a devil may care lone mouse. That was what his vocation was, lone mouse.
I also switched places with the princess just because they happen to look like me, which was a fun idea that the GM liked.
I wrote fan fiction about all our characters.
You did.
Yeah,
you should tell the GM that. Okay.
I will.
We don't have time to read it tonight, though.
No, we don't. But again, this game was a lot of fun. I definitely think it was another one where there was a little bit of a mismatch in terms of what each of the players was trying to get out of it. Because again, this was a mystery plot.
Yep.
And there was a couple of players there, namely us, who were very interested in RPing as our characters and having fun with it, and a couple of players who were definitely more along the let's solve the mystery, let's ask all the questions, and never really found their characters' voices in that regard.
Yeah, I will say that I do actually find weirdly mystery is one of the hard genres to get right in RP for me, and this isn't a criticism of this GM or like mystery as a genre generally. It's just like it's very easy, and I do think the GM did a good job of not doing this because when our characters were RPing, they got information just from RPing and having stuff happen around them, which I tend to prefer a little bit. But a lot of GMs do turn our particularly mystery plots into just point and click adventures. We have to like click on a specific object and then roll a specific amount to get a clue, and that's so boring. Like this GM doesn't do this, but I do think a couple players were playing as if that was the way they were supposed to play. Although I did notice they did pivot a little bit from that style.
Yeah, and again, we have seen that style of player before. It is just, I think it's the way some of the older systems worked, because it does tend to be slightly older players. Like, and when I say slightly older, I'm talking like above the age of like 35 to 40, not people, not necessarily like people who've been playing like original AD&D when it first came out or anything like that. Because by the way, original AD&D, I'm pretty sure is nearly 50 years old now.
Woo! I know where I'm going. I'm not 50 years old, but that's fine.
Yeah, it is, because they just celebrated their 50th anniversary. That's why I went to Gen Con in 2024, because it was the 50th anniversary.
Yep. So, yeah. So, I really enjoyed this. I do very much love Household as a system. I'm looking forward to running it myself. And I had a blast with this. I'm very glad we got to do it.
What did you think of it, Betty?
I really liked it a lot. I liked the tone. I liked everybody that was playing. I really enjoyed it a lot. I really liked my character, and I just had a really great time. It inspired me. I wrote the fan fiction. I legitimately wrote the fan fiction on the back of my character sheet because I was just like so inspired by the setting and by the characters, and I was like, I can't. I'm just sitting here, kind of. My character is kind of more of a doer anyway, not much of a talker. So that's how much fun I was having, and that inspired me to create.
It is a really fun world.
It is, and I'm very happy we got into this game because this game was, I believe, running twice.
A couple times, yeah.
And because originally I was pitching this as our Wednesday night game, which was the first time it was running, and I'm glad we ended up not getting it on that time slot and getting it on this time slot instead, because otherwise Ben would not have been able to join us, and that would have sucked. So, okay, we are pulling in. We need to go the heck to bed because we've got to be
Oh
up
my
super
God,
early
please.
tomorrow.
Yeah, we're
so,
gonna be up at 6. Yay!
Yay.
It's less than 6 hours from now.
yep. So, thank you very much for listening, and we'll see you momentarily. Bye.
Bye.
And we're back.
We're back, and I'm
We're-
actually energized because I had an extra caffeine hit today. This was a smart move.
Yeah, Saturday night, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow, chicka wow wow.
10
It's
to 11.
Saturday night.
Live from somewhere
Columbus,
between,
Ohio.
Well, mostly somewhere between Columbus. Actually, we're still in Columbus. It's fine. This bit is great. We should keep doing it for 5 hours.
We're also not live. It's fine.
We're live now.
Hi, my
like
name is
we're
Richard, and
a
I'm
live.
pedantic. Can you spell pedantic?
Oh, God. For
This
the
is
record, I'm going to warn you, listeners, they're going to keep doing the can you spell that bit. You know, for reasons that will become obvious when we talk about what we did last.
Obvious is when something is really apparent. Unlike my dad, who's not really apparent.
Oh.
Wow!
My country, that's considered a dick move.
I've been doing wordplay for the past 3.5 hours.
Yeah,
Give
you're
it
on
to me.
fire. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So let's talk about how goddamn early we got up this morning.
6 a.m. Well, I think it was like between 6 and 6:30.
I got up at 6 because I was committed.
Yeah.
I think I got you at like 1:15.
Yeah, we told you we were getting up around 6:30. I thought.
Yeah.
I must have misinterpreted it as that's
Okay.
when we were. I think I interpreted it as that's when we were leaving.
Okay.
So I was like,
Yeah.
whatever, doesn't matter.
It's
we
fine.
left. We left
The
super
point
early.
is,
this
I
morning.
told Martin to tell you that / Richard. Long story. It's fine. I told Richard to tell you that, and I'm like, did you tell Betty that? And you were like, yeah, I did that. I'm like, I don't think they heard you. And like, yeah, they totally heard me.
Again, you acknowledged
doesn't
that. You acknowledged
It
what I
was
said.
my-
Again, like we were all kind of tired last night.
Yep.
Yeah, I fully admit that it was probably me misinterpreting because I remember going past 6:30 and being like, well, I guess we'll go eventually.
Yeah.
So it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
And then go ahead.
So we got up at like 6:15 and kind of we were out the door by 7, slightly before 7.
Yeah, around 7.
Do you want to talk about the dress today?
It's Pride today, so I'm wearing my rainbow dress. That was also my wedding dress.
One of your
them.
wedding dresses.
Yes, one of them. This is the one I normally wear out. I don't actually wear the ceremony one out that much because it won't ball gown, and it's easier to get dirty. Plus, they messed up the hemline on that. I'm not still bitter about it at all. But that said, neither of those would go with Pride. I love this dress. I feel like a giant Pride princess in this dress, and it's awesome. And even though I am in a heteronormative relationship, I am bi. We're not going to get into the complex debate about the role of bi people in heteronormative relationships in the queer community, because that's not what this podcast is.
Also, we in the queer community have kind of bigger fish to fry right now.
Yeah.
Like losing our rights.
Yeah. I'm not trying to take away trans people's rights.
Yeah, so it's not a big deal. Whatever. Anyway, I'm also wearing the Origins Pride t-shirt.
Nice.
Again, they know
What
when
are you
their
wearing?
event is. I'm wearing a Warhammer 40k t-shirt.
Yeah.
It's got a Black Templar.
That's a
on it.
Pride
Yeah.
t-shirt.
Okay, the Black Templars of any 40k group are probably pretty anti-Pride. If
I'm gonna make that a meme. There is a meme out there that it's like, I love your Pride t-shirt, and it's just something else.
Yeah,
So I'm gonna send you that later.
cool. I mean, again, the one thing that I do point out to people about 40k is the Imperium is a nightmare, but it doesn't care what gender you are. It doesn't care what sexuality you are, largely because you are all meat for the grinder.
Mm-hmm.
It's not important. You know, anytime people try to argue
You
their
guys talking about Warhammer. You're already gonna have to talk about Warhammer later, okay?
yeah, that's fine.
Love you.
Okay.
I won't interrupt you too much.
Eh,
Okay, so we got up at the crack of dawn to get down here because the Pride Parade started at 10, which meant we needed to get here before even the 9 o'clock hour started. So, which we've mentioned before.
Yep.
So we actually played our game of our own when we first got in. So first we got to our table.
Yep.
And you guys got breakfast. I chatted with the Matinee Adventures people a little bit.
yeah, the one thing I will say is that breakfast line took a while.
It
Yeah.
did, yeah.
Or insofar as we put our order in very quickly, and then it took 25 minutes,
At
Yeah.
least.
to get a bacon, egg, and cheese.
Mhm.
Which, for the record, there was a lot of people there. Like that, they were working hard. They were rolling through that stuff as fast as humanly possible, and I do not begrudge them at all. It's just because of the way of the way you place your order and then go stand off to the side while you wait for them to do it. I don't think either of us realized quite how long the line in front of us actually was. Otherwise, we might have gone with a different option. But again, not on anyone in particular. So.
But it was good. I really liked the sausage, egg, and cheese sandwich there.
Yeah, my bacon, egg, and cheese bagel was pretty good.
Yeah.
So I do wish not every American breakfast option included egg, because I'm not particularly fond of egg.
One of these days, I'm just going to write down the full list of foods you don't
egg.
like, because you insist you're not a picky eater, and you definitely are.
I ate it, didn't I?
Yeah, but you're still picky.
So anyway, so the first thing we actually did was not anywhere on the schedule. It was just a case of, we got here 2 hours before our actual starting game.
Yep.
Purely to make sure we actually had parking, so we wanted something to fill the time.
Yeah.
So do you want to explain what this game was?
This was For the Queen, which is a game that Betty owns, and that we played last year at Origins.
Well, you two played last year at Origins. I didn't.
Yeah.
I don't remember why, but...
You were probably running something.
Yeah, you were running something. And
Speaking
so,
of which, I do think this was the day where I most just kind of felt, because you did a morning game with us, like, I really want to spend more time with you playing games with you at Origins, because I like playing games with you when I just don't get to enough.
That's fair.
So we're trying to work out a plan for next year. I have no idea what that will entail, but, like...
I'll just run all the games and you guys can play.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll figure something out, I'm sure.
You already agreed to that plan.
For the Queen is really fun because it's like a card game / role-playing game. I really enjoy it. It's essentially like you pick it. It has an array of queens that you can pick, all of like beautiful art. And you select a queen, and then you go through the different prompts that are questions, ending with the question, the queen is attacked, what do you defend her? With the prompts, you essentially define your relationship to the queen and by thereby establishing what your character is, and it's really interesting. And it took about an hour, I think, for us to play. Ultimately,
Yep.
We ended up kind of hurrying it up at the end to make sure we could get to our game. But
again, I think it's one of those things that I had a quick read of the list of stuff. There are nominally 60 question cards.
okay,
We, I think, worked our way through like 45 of them, something like that.
at least, yeah.
I don't necessarily think you need to go through the entire deck.
No, it's recommended that you put the final card where the game stops in the bottom third of the deck.
Yeah.
Yeah, which that feels about right. That gives you enough information to like define your character, define their relationship, and all of that kind of stuff, and like build the world together without it feeling like a slog to get through the last few questions.
Yeah. And I also don't know how, like, because generally, like, both times we've played, we've gone, I think, a little bit more vague but serious with descriptors. I feel like you can go, like, more specific and also more humorous with descriptors sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Like, definitely some plot lines and things were established. I was an incubator. That was cool.
I got to
You
be
did that to yourself.
I did it.
I got to be a guardsman this time. Last time I was more of like a concubine.
Mm-hmm.
But again, like a lot of it depends on where you feel like taking the character in response to
It's
the
very
questions.
self-controlled. You can answer the questions any way you want.
And there is an X card, so you can always X if you need to.
We do appreciate.
Yeah.
And this day really was the day of, like, I get confused why some games have X cards and others don't, and it tends to be very inverted in terms of what actually needs one.
Yeah, and again, as a GM, I probably at some point should just acquire an X card that I can put on the table.
Well, like, part of the problem is a lot of times when you actually are having an attack, it's hard to even touch it. So, like, I also think just saying X or giving people multiple ways to do it can also help.
That is the thing I do. I basically say, if at any point you need to pause, like, you can make the X sign, you can just, like, hold up your hand. If you need to just step away from the table for a minute, go, do it, whatever helps. So yeah, it's very much one of those things that, like, I think part of the problem is the games that think about it tend to be the games that don't really need it.
Yeah.
Whereas the games that never think about, like lines and veils and X cards and all those safety features tend to be the ones that end up including those trigger points because they never think about how it's going to
Well,
potentially
this
affect
is the
people at
thing,
the
is like
table.
I have never played in a single Cthulhu game, which is the system that most needs it, that has lines, veils, and X cards. And that is the system that by far most needs it. Like, it's not even close. Because it's a horror, like, macabre. It's just a system that needs it, and none of the
Yeah.
GMs I know use it.
Yeah, I went to Chaosium Con and none of the GMs that I saw had X cards. It's just not part of the culture of the game, unfortunately, and I think that's really unfortunate. As someone who really likes Cthulhu,
Well, this is the thing that I do find. We should probably talk about this more later when we get to Cthulhu. But I do think that, like with a lot of Cthulhu players, there's almost like they like making their players uncomfortable, and to some extent that's okay. But I think because they like making their players uncomfortable, they misunderstand the lines that can occur.
Right.
There.
I think that also a lot of GMs and people who play Call of Cthulhu really don't understand the difference between like being uncomfortable and being triggered.
Yeah.
And and those lines can get really blurred very quickly if you don't know what you're doing and you're not using safety tools.
Yeah. Wow, that was unnecessary. No, I do not disagree with like anything you've just said, and there are fortunately we've managed to avoid any of these tables at cons. There are some GMs who you tell them what a line is, and especially what a veil is, and they will push against it in a way that's just like they're trying to push your buttons because they think it'll get a better experience out of you.
Yeah.
And where, just for the listener's sake, a line is a hard no and a veil is like a soft no.
Yeah.
A veil is generally what you call fade to black, generally. So this
Yeah.
happens, but we don't describe it in detail, whereas a line is just this doesn't occur in a game whatsoever.
Right.
Yeah, like,
Thank you.
So it's like, generally speaking, in my games, like, sexual activity would be a veil.
Yep.
So your characters want to hook up? Cool, they can do that. I'm not going to describe in detail what it looks like.
Yeah.
But they can do that.
Yeah, for me at con games, that's pretty much always a veil because you're in
Yeah.
a public freaking space and you can't really be talking about sex and like immaculate detail when children are running by.
Exactly. Whereas sexual violence, that's usually a line.
That's a
for me.
line.
That's
Yeah,
not a thing
that
that
should
I
always be a
include
line.
in my games. And if you try to include it in my games, you're leaving my table.
Yeah.
So it's that kind of stuff. Those are my usual like go-to examples.
So, should we talk about Queer Coven?
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's talk about a game that actually handled things well.
Yeah. So I also wanted to mention this about the Pride Gamers Room generally because I was noticing this more and more by the weekend. It's by far just every single one of their tables I feel so comfortable at.
Yes.
Like every single time, I just feel like I'm at complete ease when I'm at one of their tables.
Yep.
And like I don't really think like I am technically on the LGBTQ spectrum, but that's not really why. It's more just the culture of inclusivity that LGBTQ positivity brings is a lot more respectful of a lot of other different things as well, which I really appreciate.
Okay, we're about to pull in to grab some food, so I'm going to pause the recording briefly, and then we'll be right back. And we are back.
We're back.
For reasons I need the listener to know that he said, and we're back, Martin said okie dokie.
Uh-huh. I also need the listener to know that the Taco Bell drive-through station person
he was having a great time. He was probably on some sort of substance.
Which is valid because they don't pay him enough.
No.
But he did make noise with Martin's accent. What?
I was just making sure the mic was still where it needs to
be. Anyway. The thing I wanted to say actually that made me actually kind of weirdly happy this year was and I forgot to say this when we were talking about the Glitter Sort game, but the GM of the Glitter Sort game listed as one of their lines, one of my really specific lines, and it made me feel a little bit less alone.
Oh.
The line that you know,
Oh, that one?
Yeah, that one.
Cool.
Because I was about to write it down on a sheet of paper and it was already listed. I'm like, wow, somebody else has the same phobia I do. I feel less alone in this world. That's awesome.
That's fun.
Yeah. So then we played Queer Coven, which is a 9th level games, which is the polymorph system. Very excellent con system.
Yep. Interestingly, this one was actually produced in collaboration with the Pride Gamers of Ohio, the tabletop gamers.
Yep.
So it is a game in which you are playing a queer coven of witches. Like all polymorph games, you will have a single die that you roll throughout, and your character class determines what that die is.
Yeah, we had a great table for this. It was the three of us plus one other person, which I get kind of was a little bit intimidating with polymorph games. I actually think it really works out because there's 4 dice and 4 character classes for most of their stuff.
Yep.
So if you have a full length of people playing everything, then are playing each class, it actually really creates a really interesting balance and synergistic table.
Yeah, so I'll say this: I picked up a copy of this after the game, which will, spoilers for how well this game clearly went. And I also picked up a copy of Rebel Scum, which is their Star Wars
hack, yeah.
with the serial numbers filed off. If I run it at a con, which I probably will, I might limit it to a table of 4.
Or 3, I guess, if I'm playing.
Yeah, 3 if you want to play. Just because I do think a lot of polymorph games work best at that
with 4
size.
People, yeah.
But again, it's something I would think on.
Yeah. And I will say the polymorph system is still something that it's still a gaming system that I do still question. I do think you can do short campaigns in it. I don't really think it's something that can last more than 6 months-ish of campaigns if you're playing bi-weekly.
I think so. Mazes, which is their slightly more complex system, I suspect you can probably get to go a bit longer.
Yeah. But
most of their stuff is realistically designed for one-shots or maybe short campaigns. And that's fine.
Yeah.
One of the reasons I picked up Rebel Scum is I'm just this would actually be a fun thing to run and take on. I don't expect to ever try and run a full-length campaign in it, but that's not what it's designed for.
Yeah.
Pretty much all the 9th level games, you don't turn up with pre-gens, you build the characters at the table.
Yeah, and generally the character creation process is fun. So how involved it is varies wildly from game to game, but it's always fun.
Sentai and Sensibility actually has quite a long character creation, but you end up with stupid, ridiculous nonsense that's just fun to say. And it's an involved process, but it's a fun, silly process. Yeah. The Princess RPG is kind of the same way. It's a little bit shorter than Sentai, but the main reason Sentai is so long is you have 5 additional steps in it that exist solely to give you a stupidly long title that you have to read out because it's funny. Very on brand. Whereas this one, the character creator was relatively straightforward. I think it took us half an hour to make our characters.
Yeah. One thing I will say is this is queer coven, so you're ostensibly a coven of queer witches. They do say similar to the Princess RPG. They do say that witch is a title. It's not a gender identity, so any gender identity can be a witch, which is great.
Yep. I chose to play a male witch.
Yep. One thing I will comment on is I know this was developed in collaboration with Pride Gamers. I do think how queer it is does depend on how you play.
It's on the table.
It does have some queer mechanics, but those are only one part of the table generally. I do think if you didn't want to use those mechanics just for whatever reason you felt weird about it or didn't like their interpretation of how they were doing queerness, you could do something else too.
Yeah. So as per usual, you basically define certain items or abilities about your character. In particular, they have an object they use to define things. So you say what that is, and they have a talisman, and you say what that is, and again, it's a very free-form system. It wants you to create something cool and interesting. So when I played, I decided my character was Merlin, just Merlin, who has been alive since the Arthurian era and is still alive to this day, and is still kind of mourning the loss of his friend,
his boyfriend. Yeah.
Arthur ended up with somebody else and then died, and he's never really got over it, so he's still a bit sad. And you also define your animal companion. And I deliberately made all 3 of those specific references to Arthurian myth, right down to the fact that my animal companion was a swan called Lady.
It doesn't even have to be an animal companion. It's called a familiar. It can be anything.
Mine was a butler.
Yes.
Well, actually, there were a butler whose name was not Butler.
Not Jeeves.
Not Jeeves, right?
Yeah, they were having an existential crisis and trying not to be a butler anymore.
Yeah.
The GM played that so well.
They did.
They did great with that. But the last thing you define is your character's
Orientation.
Orientation. Thank you. I was trying to remember the correct word. And the one thing I do actually like is there were two pieces to this. One of which was an ace to what was on the top end of that scale?
Paul, I don't.
It was
Yeah.
it was Ace to Aloe.
Yeah.
Ace to aloe. Thank you. And the second part is
Is hetero
Hetero.
to
There's a couple
hetero,
that are like
homo,
interchangeable because like pan, and I think a couple other things are interchangeable.
aromantic.
Yeah.
Like all the ones that you could probably think of were on there somewhere.
Yeah. And again, like
Jeez.
I do appreciate the potential to do ace representation.
There was a person going fast. That's why I said that.
They gave you mechanical advantages, but I do think if you thought the mechanical advantages were just not something you would like, and you wanted your character to be like, I don't know, pan, but have different mechanical advantages, you could probably have a conversation with any GM, and they would just be like, yeah, sure, whatever.
Yeah. I freely admit I kept forgetting what the mechanical advantages of the fact that I made my character
Well, the GM didn't really talk about it a lot either, so
No.
I think it was pretty just kind of. I understand why you would downplay that as a mechanic because it is a little bit weird to have sexual orientation and mechanics, but you know.
Yeah, I get the theory behind it and like kind of why they were doing it, but it did feel kind of weird.
Yeah. But it was made in collaboration with Pride Gamers, so I'm
Yeah.
sure it was discussed, and I do think it's kind of an optional rule set that you can include or not include. If
And
you want to.
And apparently our GM actually play tested it before it when it was coming out.
Yeah, which I absolutely believe. So yeah, so they did a very good job. It says something that at the end they actually asked us for feedback and was that what did they particularly enjoy, what would be their wish list if we played it again, and you and I actually did have the same point of criticism, in very inverted commas, which was this was a 2-hour event.
Yeah.
We would have liked it to be a 3-hour one.
Yeah.
Especially if you're creating the characters at the table. The creating the character was definitely very I enjoyed doing it. It let me I came up with a concept and I was able to run with it and have fun with it. So I'm very glad we did the character creation at the table, but it meant we only had an hour and a half of actually playing the game after that. And in particular, once we got into the the last 20 minutes or so, I was kind of checking my watch, going oh, I hope we actually get a satisfying wrap up. We did get a satisfying wrap up, but I would have liked a
little
little
more time to
more
breathe.
time.
Or a second thing to encounter generally.
Yeah.
The GM was also impressed by the fact that we chose to solve the encounter just kind of socially, generally.
Yeah.
But
Yes, that was cool. That was fun.
But Mr. Rogers was our moon goddess, so
That was such a weird statement out of context.
it's a weird statement in context, to be fair.
It is.
Yeah. I mean, the Mr. Rogers thing was your fault.
Yeah,
so,
well, we had an evil fox, so I showed the evil fox Mr. Rogers videos.
Yep.
To make
And he
him
stopped
not an
being an
evil
evil
fox.
Yeah.
And then you rolled a 1 to summon the moon goddess, and so therefore the moon goddess just kind of morphed
Manifested as Mr. Rogers, basically.
Yep,
Yeah.
pretty much.
I mean, if you're gonna have a moon goddess, they should be Mr. Rogers.
They really should. Who's to say that Mr. Rogers wasn't a moon goddess?
Yeah.
So yeah, again, this was a lot of fun. I very much enjoyed this. Yep, it was.
And they had an X card, even though I don't really think they quote unquote needed one, but it was wonderful that they had one.
Yeah.
They also had a card that was essentially to say when people did a good job.
Yeah.
Which
That was
I
fun.
liked.
My only real criticism was I wish they could put the card in front of everybody because it was kind of hard to touch over to the table.
Yeah,
and
the X
stand
card
up.
was technically closer to me, so I was worried about trying to tap the "you did a good job" card, making it look like I was doing the X card.
Yeah. And that generally for me is something I would actually appreciate at tables generally if you're playing at cons, have more than one X card just so somebody doesn't have to stand up to go get it because some people might not be able to do that.
Yeah, that's why I like the making the X hand
symbol with your
gesture.
hands.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, there are definitely a bunch of different ways you can do X cards or their equivalent. And generally speaking, I just tell my players, hey, however you want to do it, fine by me. So yeah.
This game was so fun and so cozy. We bought a copy of it because obviously it charmed me in the way that a lot of polymorph games charmed me. And our table mate was also great. I really want to shout them out because it is hard to be playing with a table of 3 friends just be on your own. They did a great job.
They did a great job. Yeah, I really liked playing with them. Shout out to that guy.
Yeah.
So, after that, you guys stayed at literally the same table
Yep.
to play another game, and I wandered the vendors hall for a bit.
Okay, we need to talk about how ridiculous this is before we move on.
Okay.
So we sat down at that table. We were playing with the same GM that we played with Thirsty Sword Lesbians last year.
With Good Luck Babe.
Yeah, with Good Luck Babe. And then we were playing with the same table mate we had for Good Luck Babe last year.
Shout out to her.
Yeah. And then the person on the other end, that guy did leave, but he was replaced by another guy who had the same name as the first guy.
Wow.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
know.
That's weird.
It was weird.
It was
but
really
fun.
weird. Different pronouns, but the same
Different
name.
pronouns that should be emphasized, but the same name.
Fair.
Yep.
Yeah. So what I was basically going to do is talk briefly about what I did in the vendors hall,
Okay.
then throw it over to you guys to talk about your game.
Sure.
Sound good?
Yeah.
So one of the things I actually did was Betty wanted the
The
Origins
jacket. I wanted a jacket
Hoodie.
today because
Yeah.
the shirt that I was wearing was sleeveless, and it's freezing in the convention center, so I wanted to grab a jacket.
So you basically said, would I mind, printing in, and then you'd, PayPal me the money. So, yeah, I had no problem. So, I kind of meandered over in that direction, stopped off at the 9th level games booth to pick up a copy of Queer Covenant and Rebel Scum. Had a brief conversation with them, and then headed over and got you the jacket, which, sorry that I bought it without you.
Nah,
realizing
it's fine.
how
Don't worry
expensive
about it.
was.
Apparently, it was $70.
Mhm.
Which if I had known that, I probably wouldn't have bought it. But it's fine, whatever. It's my decision. I do want it, so it's fine. I'm willing to pay that much. So
That's fair. But yeah, and the one thing I will say is they didn't actually have prices on anything.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that's kind of shitty.
I didn't find out actually what it cost until I took it up to the counter.
So you had an encounter?
Ugh,
I can't turn this part of my brain off.
no, it's fine. You just need to sleep and breathe. That won't work either.
It's not gonna work.
But yeah, so I had a look around at various things. The vendors hall continues to be the vendors hall, and I still have the same complaint I had, the previous day, which is just why are so many systems 5e these days? Like if I want to play D&D 5e, I will play D&D 5e. I don't need the rule set reskinned of 20 different things. Because again, I'm still looking for a good general purpose sci-fi game, but every time I saw a book in the event, so I was like, looks promising. Art style looks good. It's the 5e rule set again. God damn it. So yeah,
And you can always do something like the cipher system, but I've always felt that the cipher system has something missing from it.
mm-hmm.
I don't know what it is. It's tough to even describe, but it feels like it's almost like there's something missing. I don't really know how else to describe it.
In all honesty, of all the systems I've used this weekend, if I was just wanting to reskin something into something generic, I'd probably use the Age of Sigmar Soulbound system.
The what? Sorry, say again.
Age of Sigmar Soulbound. It's the one I use for my steampunk game.
Oh, okay.
And I think it does actually reskin quite happily.
Okay.
To just general purpose, whatever you want, because it's a relatively simple system, but there is a reasonable amount of room to run a campaign in it if you wanted to. It starts off simple, but you can start to get quite a lot of talents and abilities and
I did like the cards from the Wicked game, and also I liked the household game where it was pairs. I liked that. That was cute.
So yeah, there are other systems out there. We don't have to make all of our games 5e.
Yeah,
I think
that's
it's the best way to
ultimately.
describe it.
Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Yep. Fun fact, just because I was curious, I even stopped by the Cosplay Deviants booth. It's, as far as I know, it's the only booth here where you have to get ID checked to go in.
Oh yeah, I saw that. It wasn't clear what it even was.
Yeah,
Really.
what was it? Were there sexy ladies in it?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's what I figured.
if I'd wanted to buy a calendar of sexy cosplayers posing in sexy positions, I could have done that there.
Are there male cosplayers or male identifying cosplayers posing in sexy positions?
I didn't see any.
Boo!
Yeah.
Sexual objectify both genders.
Exactly.
All genders.
Genders.
It just invalidated myself. It's all right.
Hilariously, they did have a like sexy pinup My Valentine like gaming mat, and I was like, if I could take a picture of this without them like giving
Yelling
me the
at you,
stink eye and
yeah.
yelling at me, I would have taken a picture of it to send to Bridget just under the heading of, yeah, so this is the kind of stuff they're selling now. And I feel like she would have just kind of looked at it and been like, really, which would have been funny. But I did not want to get my phone out to take any pictures in that booth because that would have been wrong.
Yep.
So,
Yeah.
but no, like again, I have zero problem with them selling this kind of material, and their age verification process was simple. It was just walk into the booth. Hi, I'd like to have a look. Sure, check your ID. Here you go. Okay, in you go. And it's like curtained off. So
Yeah.
I'm always curious to like see what is selling. And it's mostly just I find it a little odd that they're at this carnival cons.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's interesting considering that this is kind of like
Not a cosplay focused
not
event.
a really cosplay.
It's not
Yeah.
a cosplay focused event, but it does skew older, and I do find the older crowd tends to buy more
Stuff
of that
like
stuff.
that, yeah.
Because I think the younger generation just uses the internet for that.
For porn,
so,
right.
yeah.
Yeah, like again, I have no problem with the quality of the
Yeah,
work presented.
And it is artistry, and we should respect
Yeah,
the work.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I have no problem with them doing it. Like, I'm kind of like, ooh, maybe I should go.
Hey, if you want to stop by there tomorrow, while we're kind of wandering.
I like
so,
sexy ladies.
Yeah, as long as you've got your ID, they'll let you in.
I have my school ID. He's like, no, I'm kidding.
Oh, God, Betty.
Don't make that joke, Betty.
I'm sorry. I have to cut that out of the podcast. I'm
No,
sorry.
you're fine. For the record, Betty is above the age of 18.
Yes.
I'm 29.
Cool.
To be fair.
I wasn't actually going to specify exactly
You
how
know,
old you
I
were,
figured I wanted to. I felt comfortable doing it.
That's fair. But yeah, so again, like, so yeah, I wanted the vendors hall. I had a look at various things. I do kind of agree with one of the criticisms I've seen this year, which is just it feels very easy to miss stuff in this vendors hall.
Yeah, I
By God, is
Yeah.
it? We'll
I
talk
will say,
about
like,
that.
we went through it twice, and, like, I know we were walking the same aisles, and I felt like I was seeing new stuff in the aisles. It's like Yasaba's vendor's hut.
The spin-off, we never knew.
That's why it's not for sale.
But yeah, so it mostly just is laid out in a slightly confusing way. Like it's not just like straight
Lines, yeah.
aisles that are easy to like go up and down and feel like you're seeing everything. But
Yeah.
at the same time, there's a lot of like sections that are particularly large.
Yeah, Caroline and I went through. I was trying to find Indie Press Revolution to find one of the things something that our GM from Kirkhoven talked to us about.
I actually
And-
saw it. It's on their desk.
You motherfucker! It's fine. That was our one F bomb.
That was our
I
one
say
F-bomb.
F. I say our. I'm just here. I'm a guest. I know. I love and appreciate you so much, Richard.
You're welcome. Yeah, so they do have it, and again, like I know
I
where they
couldn't
are.
find
I
the
can guide
booth,
you there
yeah.
tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll go tomorrow. It'll be fine.
I might need to see an eye dog just to get there, but
I have the number of the booth now,
That's
so
fair.
we should be able to find it.
Yep.
we'll be doing our Origins criticisms bonus episode tomorrow morning.
This is a fun thing to do while we wake
Yeah.
up.
On the tiers S to Old Man Yells at Cloud.
Yep.
Did you?
Like, valid criticism to Old Man Yells at Cloud. But yeah. So again, like that's basically what I did. I wanted the vendors hall, I grabbed you the jacket. I went to
Thank
go
you.
like set up my game, and like whether it was like 15 minutes before my game was due to start, you messaged me. It was like, hey, it's kind of cold in the room. Can you like run Betty's jacket a lot? New jacket.
So fun fact about that, I didn't actually send you to the room to give Betty their jacket. But I feel like we need to cut back to our game to unpack that.
Okay.
This is where we'll cut back. Yeah.
Yeah.
Then we'll rewind.
So we were doing OK Cryptid. I thought this was going to be like us dating cryptids. It was mostly us hunting cryptids and then kind of sort of dating them. But it was
Yeah.
still fun.
It was a lot of fun. It was a tarot-based game.
Yeah.
It had the same GM that we did for Thirsty Sword Lesbians last year. The table was really great. The person who we didn't play with last year actually drew pictures of the cryptid that we were hunting, which was really cool. And it was really fun. And also, this game had didn't have an X card, but said that you can make the X gesture if you need to talk to anything about, and also that you could leave the table at any time,
Yeah,
which
is
was
nice.
great. Which I feel like we need to we needed to mention.
Yeah.
And we ended up finding the cryptid and, saving it with the power of friendship and family.
Yeah. So how this works basically is they would have you describe a cryptid. The GM made the point that they wanted to do it this way, just so you're not like taking a cryptid from other cultures constantly. So you made your own cryptid. I made it rainbow because duh.
Because it was Pride. Oh, we should also mention that the Columbus Pride Parade was happening at the exact same time that all of these games were happening. So, and the Pride of Columbus Gamers Room was literally right next to the street where the parade was happening.
Yeah. They had like the blinds down so you couldn't see the parade.
Well, you wouldn't have been able to see it anyway because the crowds would have been in the way.
Yeah,
but
by God, you could hear it.
Yeah.
I will say it was still I could still talk over it way easier than in terms of room noise level. Like I felt fine. Like I felt heard every time.
Yeah, it was fine. It was like a dull song. It was a
noise.
dull roar, basically. Yeah.
So yeah, you designed your cryptid, pick location and stuff like that. They had a random dice table for how you designed your cryptid that you could use, but everyone just kind of chose features of the cryptid generally. And then you designed your investigator. This worked basically. You had 3 stats, and you just put 3 dice, 2 dice, and 1 die into each of them, basically. So I think you had curiosity, charm. I think it was
charming and deft.
So like those are basically what they sound like. Curiosity is for like inquisitiveness, charm is for social, and depth is for physical. So
yep,
pretty basic system. You also couldn't ever roll 1 stat twice in a row, so you had to keep track of what you rolled last time, just so you couldn't like stat max. Plus, it's not always fun to stat max generally. So generally how this works is you would go around the table, drawing a card, and that card would be a major arcana from a tarot deck. From a tarot deck, and then there would be a table that you looked at to see what that arcana did, and that would dictate what encounter you had with the cryptid, and you could choose to do that encounter solo, just your player, or as a group, or with some people. It was a little bit more descriptive than RPing, but we got a little bit more into the RPing aspect of it as we went along, generally.
Yes.
And then it ends with the final battle where you either
kill or kiss the cryptid.
It's basically positive or negative outcome is what it is. Like, you don't necessarily die if the cryptid kills you. You can just kind of run away and not get what you want.
Yeah.
And positive is just you get what you want.
You don't necessarily need to kiss the cryptid. Yeah.
So, yeah.
That's not what you're into.
Yeah. So that's, I think, a pretty good way of doing it generally. And then the last part's just done through like card draw generally with RP and stuff like that generally.
And I would also mention that there was a range of successes and failures.
Yeah.
So you would roll, and however well you got would determine what kind of success or failure you got. And if you got a success, you got to pull from the minor arcana deck to get a clue about the cryptid.
Yeah, and those clues could then be used in the final round in place of a die roll, basically, to get an automatic success for your die roll.
We ended up kissing / getting a positive relationship with our cryptid. It was really fun.
Yeah, it was. I will say I liked it quite a lot, just because we were actually very incompetent.
Yes, at the beginning we were failing most of our rolls.
Yeah. But we still managed to win, which was so cool. Or get a positive result.
Yes.
I also tried something that I did at a previous game that I really enjoyed, because I did this when we were playing at AdamCon 2, where I chose to be a twin of another character at the table, which I really like as a roleplay mechanic, to just kind of give me an in for somebody I want to RP with generally. I asked, obviously, and this was the person we played with last year. I thought they were a really good RPer, and they were very game for the idea, and it let us have a lot of cool RP moments, which I really liked. So.
Get it? Game. They were really game.
Yes, I got that. Thank you.
They were gamer.
Yes.
Yeah, this was fun. I also like that it was a little bit lighter in terms of like both role play and mechanics, because it was Saturday afternoon. We've been gaming consecutively for like 4.5 days at this point, so I was just like, I need something that's just kind of chill, and this was kind of chill.
That's fair.
Yeah, so let's step back and talk about how this connects to Martin.
Yes.
So on the character sheet, it says one of the characteristics is like smokes.
Yep.
And like they had several different things, like what was your star sign, and like what's your three favorite facts, and like what's your question. And one of them was smokes and drinks. And I was like, smokes. I was like, well, a pipe would be really cool. And I was like, well, then I'm just gonna make an old English gentleman as my character. And so I was like, well, what's a old English gentleman name? Graham.
Graham's the name of my actual IRL dad.
Yeah. So at one point I was just like, you need to like have a big reunion with him when he comes into this room as your son.
So I did.
Yeah. By the way, you are also you and I got married in that game.
What?
So I had a son in the game. I had a son named Richard.
Yeah.
And Richard and Haley,
my character,
which was Caroline's character, got married.
Yep.
And the cryptid was there. The cryptid came to the wedding.
I love you two idiots.
Like, for the record, neither of us named your character Richard. It was just the son, the GM.
Oh no, I
name.
totally said, okay, my son's name is Richard.
Okay, yeah, that's funny. I was trying to give the GM credit too, but they went with it, so.
So yeah, Richard came over and I gave him a big hug and I called him my son and he groaned at my terrible British accent.
Yeah.
Which I think is quite tolerable, actually.
Why, howdy, y'all.
I don't see what the problem is there. You sound great, actually.
So anyway, yeah. Anything else you would like to say about that?
Nah, you can move to your game.
Okay. So this was the day when I was running my Warhammer game. Specifically speaking, this is Warhammer Rogue Trader, which was my first love in terms of RPG systems. This is the one I started with, and I've not played in like a decade because I've not managed to get a game off the ground. It's not been for lack of trying. So I eventually decided, screw it, I'm going to write some one-shots and I'm going to run them at cons. So the principle of this one is Execution Force. You are a bunch of Imperial assassins. And for anybody who knows anything about 40k, those guys are scary. Because unlike most of the 40k universe, they're actually competent at what they do. So I made high-level characters along the lines of, I had to fudge the rules a little bit to make them work, to be as good as they are supposed to be in the lore, but it worked out quite well. And then, because again I had a 2-hour gap between the end of Queer Covenant when Execution Force started. I went to the table, I had my lunch, and then I got everything kind of roughly set up and ready to go. And this was there was still about an hour to go, so I was planning to just chill in the room. One of the players turned up. In fact, two of the players turned up. They clearly had nothing on in that 1 hour time slot. And they were just we might as well head to the table, see if the GM's there. I was. So I got to chat to them for a little bit. We were discussing the shenanigans that had happened in their own Rogue Trader games in the past, which was fun. They gave me stuff. They gave me a notebook with nobody expects the Imperial Inquisition written on the front.
Yeah, we got a bizarre amount of free stuff today.
Yep.
Oh yeah, we didn't even mention that Caroline just was given a dice bag.
Well, that happened later, so we'll
Sorry,
talk about
we'll talk about it later. Sorry.
No, you're good. So it was kind of fun to chat with them for a bit, and we eventually got the game rolling. Everybody turned up.
Get it rolling.
Get it rolling.
See me rolling.
They hate in.
But no, this game in particular was one that I was very much looking forward to, but was a little worried about. And there were two reasons for that.
I didn't know you were worried about this.
Oh yeah. And there were two reasons for it. One, Rogue Trader is a slightly crunchy system. There are a lot of modifiers and stuff you have to pay attention to in the background. I wrote a spreadsheet to do the damage calculations for me to just speed the whole process up. Because it's the kind of system where you roll your damage, and then the other guy has a toughness bonus that reduces it and an armor bonus that reduces it. But if you've got armor penetration, you cancel out some of that armor value, and it's it was easier to do a spreadsheet. So all I had to do was type in the relevant numbers, and it would do the actual calculation for me, just to speed things up and not make things annoying for the players. But that actually worked really well. I'm glad I did that. And I was throwing high-ish level characters at people purely because, again, I wanted them to feel like Imperial Assassins should. And I was grateful for the fact that a couple of the people at the table did have experience of the system, as well as 40k lore itself, because they were able to like help the other players at the table, which very much appreciated, super useful. Love you for that. So yeah, I ended up with a table of everybody was a 40k fan. They understood the lore, but only about half of them, maybe a little. I think it was probably 2 of the 6 had definitely played it a bunch. One of them had played it a little, and then the other 3 hadn't played the system at all. And that ended up being a pretty good balance. Like, there were a couple of questions at a few points where it's like, okay, so I do this and this, and I'm like, yep, you need to roll that. Don't forget to add that bonus. Great. But the other thing I was worried about with this was a lot less narrative than I usually do. It's as far as like the Mass Effect game is fairly planned out in terms of like here are the plot beats I expect you to hit. Like there's one bit where I've got like a pre-prepared conversation that I just like flat act out for the players as they overhear it. This game did not have that. This game was
You sandboxed?
I sandboxed.
I'm proud of you.
Because again, they are all a group of assassins who are being sent to eliminate a particular target. I built the target. I built the city they were going to be operating in, and then I let them loose. And my notes for this weren't even that dense, relatively speaking. So, like 2/3 of this was basically created on the fly, and I'm very happy with how it went. Like, the players came up with stuff I did not prepare for or plan for. They created absolute chaos, not in a good way. The original plan was that I was assuming like they basically had like a main leader they were supposed to kill, and they were supposed to like sow discord amongst his various like lieutenants. They ended up successfully killing all the lieutenants and having all the people under them blaming each other for it, which was they did better than I was anticipating. So like, great job, guys! Like, you came up with some creative solutions. And just like they had a lot of fun. Like, it wasn't a particularly RP heavy table, relatively speaking, but I wasn't necessarily expecting it to in that game. Like, I was expecting it to be a lot of problem solving, and I think they had fun with it. I hope they did. Yeah.
I'm sure they did. I'm
Yeah.
sure they did.
It seemed like you had a time.
I did. Again, it was nice to break out Rogue Trader, and I do still love it as a system, at least because I love the 40k universe. Its character creation stuff is such that you can do silly things within the 40k universe, and the other players freely admit it. 40k is silly, and like the kind of people who try to take it super ridiculously, ultra seriously, I was a little worried I was going to get too many of them. No, I got people who understood the shenanigans.
Nice.
That's great. That's fantastic.
It says something that one of the players at the end was like, yeah, if I'd been close enough to the bad guy, I would have just, like sprinted at them and then detonated my melter bombs rather than throwing them at him. But that was too far away to do that, so...
Yeah. Speaking of this, we did during this time drop some stuff back off to the room so we can tour the deal so I can get ready for next thing, including my stuffed rainbow kitty.
Yeah.
I say what happened with my stuffed rainbow kitty.
Yeah, so you placed it kind of like over by our table. I had no problem keeping an eye on it. At one point, a small child wandered into the room with their parents. Like, I don't know specifically which game they were looking for. And they saw the rainbow kitty. And again, when I say small, I mean like they were technically walking. They just saw it and they started like advancing towards it with a kitty. And then like their mother picked them up, and I just no, you don't know these people. It was very, very cute.
Yeah.
I gave the mother the don't worry about it. I'm not offended in any way. Look.
Yeah, I wouldn't have cared to get play with it for a bit.
Yeah.
So after we did that, we toured what?
I was just going to say, the one thing I will mention, kind of like following on from our previous discussion about X cards and safety stuff. At this game, I did include basically a warning at the start. Was like, this is 40k.
Yep.
Like, it literally is the setting that invented the concept of Grimdark. And one of the factions involved was Slaneshi worship, which, if you know anything about 40k, can get kind of dark. So I basically said, if there's anything you need to like any lines, any fails you want to include it now, let me know. And if anything comes up mid-game that we need to change, that's fine. But I didn't go super detailed about anything specific, so it didn't end up being a problem. But one of the players but thank you for asking the question. You are welcome.
Yeah.
So, just wanted to clarify that. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So then we went to tour the dealer's hall.
Yep.
Yep. Which we tried to find that stall. We did not find it because it's confusing. We did tour the other, I hadn't been into the actual gaming hall because the gaming hall's next to the vendor's hall on the other side for people who do more, typically they have more board games. Sometimes they put RPGs in there, but you have to have a microphone to literally host an RPG in there, and that's bad. Yeah. So I'm glad we're not playing, I think, any RPGs in there this year.
Nope.
So that's good.
Same.
Yeah, I don't think we played any games there at all this year.
Yeah, we went around to a few stalls. Generally, people were nice. At one point, Betty was walking ahead of me, and somebody was trying to match dice bags to my dress. They were just standing out holding a bunch of dice bags and trying to match them to my dress. And I assumed they were trying to sell me a dice bag. And Betty was already moving, so I was trying to moving on. It's which one do you think matches your dress more? And I'm I don't know. And I said I don't know, and I should move away from this because I don't want to buy a dice bag. And they were just giving me a dice bag for free. That also had little bunnies in it, which was very cute and very sweet and very random.
Yep.
Also,
I'm still not entirely sure why that happened. I wasn't there to see this interaction, so.
I was also given things by small children, including a worm and a dinosaur.
It was very cute.
Cool. What were you gonna say, Betty?
I was just gonna say, honestly, I might buy a dice bag from them because it was so sweet of them to give it to you.
Yeah, it's really nice.
Yeah, we'll have to swing by there maybe.
Yeah.
I bought a bunch of pins, including an entire collection of the Evolutions, as well as some Baldur's Gate pins, Baldur's Gate 3 pins, and some Kiki's Delivery Service.
Yeah, I love the fact that when I saw you looking at the pins while we were getting food later, you were making Gale and Astarion kiss.
That's what I got them for, was to kiss.
Okay.
Yes, so I did that. I also bought some Danmei pins, which is Chinese yaoi, essentially. Although I think the person who gave it to me gave me the wrong pin set, so I'm going to try to exchange that tomorrow. But though it's a gift for a friend, and I know that they will probably like this one, even if it was not the one I intended to give them. But yeah, so it was still pretty fun. It was still pretty fun and pretty cool to see Danmei stuff there. We'll have to also check out the Find Indie Press Revolutions tomorrow. What's going to happen? Yeah.
Place bets on whether or not we successfully find it. As I say, I definitely walked past it at least twice today during my scouting. So.
Yeah, I know it's there, and we probably walked past it and didn't even notice.
It was also
it.
just us maneuvering is a little bit harder than you maneuvering on your own.
Fair.
Yeah, I was trying hard to learn the ropes on how to maneuver through the vendor's hall in a ball gown.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where you can't really stop in aisles if you're in a ball gown. You can't stop. You've got to plan when you're going to stop, so you're not walking a pathway.
Which is something that I hadn't had to think about before. So I appreciate it.
Stop. Ball gown time.
That doesn't scan.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't matter.
So we did that. I actually spent so much money on pins, they gave me a free tote bag, which was pretty cool.
Yeah.
I also got a couple of ribbons because I'm a big ribbon royal. And then we started to head over to our other game.
Yep. Legal Lab, which was back in the game where it was a Cthulhu-based game, and they did say 7th edition in the description. I think both of you and I were just kind of hoping this was going to be a little lighter than it wound up being. It was a 2-hour Cthulhu game. I'm how much damage can they do in 2 hours?
Well,
based on what you were saying to me afterwards, because this game ended at about the same time as my Rogue Trader game did, sounded like a lot.
Well, I will admit, Cthulhu has both sanity and luck mechanics. The luck mechanics actually aren't that bad when you understand them, but I do not like sanity mechanics in that game. I do not like Cthulhu as a system. I know Betty adores it. That's valid. It's just not for me. I mostly played because there wasn't a lot at this time slot, and because I knew Betty would like it. And I figured it was a 2-hour game, it might be a little bit lighter. It was just
Yeah, I was hoping it was going to be more of a pulped
Yeah.
Cthulhu game. It was called Illegal Lab. I was hoping it was going to be based on Herbert West's Reanimator, and it wasn't. That just means that I guess I'll have to run my own Herbert West Reanimator Cthulhu
You should
game
definitely do
someday
that.
in pulp Cthulhu.
Yeah. And this, I don't think this game was necessarily bad. It was just kind of fine.
It was just kind of aggressively fine.
Yeah. The room was very loud. That did not help.
And I don't think that we gelled really well as a table together.
Yeah.
And
some people did try with us, which I respected, but it was I think it's also just hard after being in the gamers room where
immediately before this. Yeah.
It's just every single time I'm in the gamers room, I honestly feel like if I have any sort of problem, I can explain it to the GM and they'll just understand and fix it.
Yeah, and one of the this game did not have an X card or or lines and veils or anything like that.
Yeah.
And it really, although we didn't end up getting too much into this, body horror is one of my veils.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was really worried when we ended up going into kind of this necromancer's lab that they were going to start talking about how he did all this stuff on all the experiments and everything. Luckily, they didn't go into too depth about that, but I was really worried that was going to happen. It was and if there was nothing I could have done to deal with it, right?
And this is also a game where they have pictures of stuff and things like that, and they have one of those screens set up that shows you things. Some of them will bring in an LED screen to put at the front to show you images. I was thankful up to the side, so I didn't even have to look at it. I don't know why these things annoy me. They're fine. I just really don't care that much about having visual representations of stuff.
I wish
not for me.
If the visual representation did something it was a puzzle, or it was something to read.
Yeah.
But it's not. It's just a picture, and it's
And there's also AI art, which
a lot of AI art, which I don't like.
Yeah, but I was trying to compliment Martin a second ago, so I do want to say that Richard/Martin, whatever.
For the record, if anybody's curious where that one comes from, Martin is my actual middle name.
Yeah, and it's an internet friends thing. But this is the thing. It's whenever I'm at a table with you, it's just so nice because I feel completely relaxed. Because I know that I can just ask for anything and have that thing be understood. I've never asked for anything that was unfair, just different. And that's how I feel in the gamers room. And before I started doing stuff with gamers and with you, I've never felt that way. It's something I didn't even feel it when my ex was freaking GMing. My ex was kind of a nightmare though. So.
Which one?
Tim. I probably shouldn't have said his name.
No,
it's fine.
No,
There's no way he's listening to this.
Yeah, no.
If he is, his life is very sad. So.
Yeah.
It's not like I said his last name or anything either.
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah, it's a very aggressively white boy name. It's fine. So we finished up with Cthulhu and breaking up with Cthulhu. Now coming into my new friend Cthulhu.
Yep.
Sesame Street Cthulhu. We did get some dinner first.
Yeah, one thing I will say is one of the things you did say to me after you got out of that game is that one thing that annoyed you about the GM was that he had pre-gen characters and every single one of them was male.
Yeah.
Yeah, at least at first he had put out
yeah. And then when he saw the sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, he put out enough characters for everybody, and they were all male.
Yeah. There were people of color. That was nice. And when he saw we were looking at the characters and nothing was grabbing us, he put some femme-identifying characters out, which was cool. But I don't know why they were just default to all male, and also all of them were so similar that it really just didn't matter.
He did say it was his last game at the con, so I got the impression he was kind of phoning this one in.
Yeah, that's fair. I get it. You're probably tired.
Yeah,
it's a 2-hour
Cthulhu
game.
Yeah.
The premise also the plot was so obvious that it I get that it's a 2-hour game. There's not that much you can work into a 2-hour game, but the plot was just so obvious that it was kind of boring.
Yeah, I guessed the plot immediately.
So did I.
Yeah.
And I wasn't even paying attention.
It was aggressively fine.
Yeah. That said, it wasn't bad. I do think if you like this type of game, you would like it. It's just I will admit, I think I mentioned this earlier in the same episode. I don't tend to like mystery games where your information is decided by roles you get. And if you don't get roles, you don't get information. Just because it doesn't make sense. So.
I maintain rolling for information can be kind of fun to give your players a fun bonus that helps them, but it should never give you if you get to the point where, like, oh, you rolled, you didn't get that roll, you don't get the information you actually need to advance the plot. Maybe you need to roll again, like investigating over there. It's like, dude, just tell them what they need to advance the goddamn plot.
Don't hide important information behind rolls.
Well, I will say that he did kind of do a bit of a fail forward because I failed a spot hidden roll, and I pushed it, and I failed that as well. So instead of having me notice the trap, you just had me fall into it. And that ended up being an important piece of information about the area. So, it was annoying, and I ended up taking damage, which is a big deal in Cthulhu because you don't have a lot of hit points.
Yep.
But it still was like, okay, at least like we still got something out of it, even though I really appreciated that, even though it was just a small thing. So yeah.
Sorry, you're coming about not a lot of hit points. Made me think about something funny that happened during my Warhammer game, where one of the players like hacked a dark mechanic of creation to go after one of the other enemies, and the only one, which again, Rogue Traders a D100 system similar to Cthulhu, so the only critical success I rolled in that entire game was for that creature that robot they just hacked to attack its own ally. And that guy was already like distracted and didn't have a lot of HP, so yeah, it just one-shot him and it was kind of hilarious.
That's funny.
Okay, we should probably describe Sesame Street Cthulhu.
Yes, let's talk about Sesame Street Cthulhu. Yeah, we grabbed a bit of food in the dining or the food court, and then we headed over to Sesame Street Cthulhu.
Which was in the B Pods, which was a random area, but this was just another area that's been taken over by Gaming Group. But this one I think was Foresight Games.
Amorphous Blob.
Sorry, I was mixing that up with the other game we played with. Amorphous Blob Games or something along those lines.
Yep.
And this was a co-GM'd game, which was interesting.
Yeah, I think it's only the second time we've been in a co-GM game. Yeah. The other one was Pony Hammer back at Gen Con.
Well, like Pony Hammer was co-GM because you needed somebody for the Warhammer knowledge and for the My Little Pony knowledge.
Apparently, when you have mashups, you need to have 2 GMs.
Yeah. I think this one was mostly co-GM because you needed one person to like run the game and one person to throw dice at people, and they.
Yeah, that was pretty much it. You also needed one person to like hand out the material and one person to like pick the material to hand out.
Yeah, that was most of it.
Yeah. Again, these two work very well together.
They did. I could tell they've worked together before and had a close working.
And they had a good rapport with each other.
Yeah, and they were roommates. To be clear, I don't actually think they were roommates.
And they were roommates.
Yeah, I was a little bit nervous about this after the Cthulhu game, just because I was a little raw. This was powered by the Apocalypse, a home brewed system that they used instead of Cthulhu, which made me happier about it. There's no sanity mechanic, which made me nice.
Sanity was a stat, though.
It was.
Yeah, but you couldn't lose it.
Well, I'm sure there was probably some mechanic by which you could
like reduce it, but that's just reducing a attribute rather than like
going mad,
going
and
insane,
dying.
right? That's like just making your character weaker.
Yeah, like technically, if you had a positive sanity modifier, you could lose that if you turned into a chicken. Yeah, because all the chickens had zeros across the board.
They had the way that they measured health was in the number of conditions that you had, and if you got 3 conditions, you turned into a chicken.
Yeah.
So this was we should probably back up a little bit.
Yeah, so this was a weird game.
Yeah. So
Can you spell weird?
Oh God. So Sesame Street Cthulhu, you're all playing Sesame Street characters that are basically also like beings in a Cthulhu universe. I guess that's a little bit of a spoiler, but you can probably figure that much out if you're in the game. So the idea is that you are very innocent creatures who are then being overcome by like various horrors, and the extent to which you're aware of that is different.
Yeah.
So this is something for which, other than a few specific moments, I like this just because this is my MO of like macabre, innocent role play, which is something I think I can do very well. So,
and for the cosmic horror fans out there wasn't actually a ton of Cthulhu in this game. It was actually mostly King in Yellow, Carcosa knowledge, which real heads know is not actually was an inspiration of Lovecraft, but not actually part of it. But they still had Nyarlathotep and Hatsur, so there was some Cthulhu mythos still in there.
Wow, you're like the Richard of H.P. Lovecraft.
I am like the Richard of H.P. Lovecraft.
Yeah, for the record, I never actually bothered reading Lovecraft's work.
Honestly, like it's really not like I like. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna save this for off air. I'm gonna
Yeah,
save
I
my
feel like
rant
we
for
need
off
to.
air.
We're like on the way home, so we should talk about the game.
Yeah.
So yeah, I will say this: anything that involves horror, especially, needs an X card or an ability to say X, and that did unfortunately come up in this game for me. This was a combination of there was just a series of bad rolls, which was kind of making me feel a little bit down, and then there was a picture that was a massive, massive trigger point for me. Like,
Yeah, and again, like for the record, this was not the GM's like trying to.
no,
trigger.
they were not trying to trick you. There's no way they could have known this.
Yeah,
But this is why X cards are important, and not just lines and veils are important, because that probably wouldn't have bothered me if I wasn't already a little bit off kilter from the dice rolling. But because of that, I was, and I didn't have a way to like get out of the room to calm down, so I had to pretend like I needed an emergency bathroom break. And they even tried to stop me from doing that, just because they assumed it was a bathroom break. So they're like, can you wait 15 minutes? We're planning a break in 15 minutes. And I was just like, no. Then I also had to have you help me, which thankfully is easy when I'm in a ball gown to just say that I need your help going to the bathroom.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was just a little bit awkward. The GMs were otherwise very good, though, I thought.
Yes. And again, like I suspect they were on that level of, well, this is a very silly game. We won't need an X card or anything like that. Yeah. And there wasn't anything that we would consider like traditional triggers.
Mm-hmm.
Like this was just kind of like something fairly specific to you.
Yeah.
That there's no reason why they would have expected it to be a problem. But as you say, that's kind of why it's useful to have.
That's why silly games have X cards.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would say that Queer Coven was a lot sillier and still had an X card.
Yeah.
You don't know. Sometimes you don't even know when, like we were talking about this during our Glitter Hearts game.
Yeah.
The DM mentioned there was one time where the DM actually X carded because they didn't realize that they were claustrophobic.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you don't even know what's going to trigger you. So that's why these tools are important.
Yeah.
And why, like, they really should be more widely used, especially they really should just be used in all horror games.
Yeah.
Like if there's even a little bit of chance that someone could be triggered, you need to have an X card.
Yeah.
Like you know what, you should just use it in every game. You really should. Like I can't think of a reason not to use it.
Yeah.
Because it's like a seatbelt or a safety bar or like a handrail on a staircase. Like
you might never need it, but when you need it,
you need it. Yeah.
Yeah, and like if I could have just X carded there, I honestly would have said just let me take a walk and just make sure that like this room that's triggering me, I don't have to enter. Like those are the two things you would have to do. The rest would have been fine.
Yep. Yeah.
But I rallied because again, macabre cuteness of childlike innocence is something I can do, and I adore doing.
And you were playing Ernie.
Yep.
And I took Bert.
Yep.
Because as you said, like Bert and Ernie really should be played by two friends or in this case, a married couple.
Yeah. And I was actually very grateful when Betty took Grover because I could not decide like who I knew I wanted to play Bert and Ernie, but I couldn't. Like it was like very hard to pick who I wanted to play Bert and Ernie with, so that made the choice for me, which I was very grateful for.
And I mentioned this off air. I was thinking about asking you if you wanted to do Bert and Ernie, Caroline, but then when I saw that Grover was available, I was like, no, I have to be Grover. I'm sorry. I love Grover.
Yeah.
Whereas again, I freely admit I don't have much Sesame Street knowledge, just because again it never made it over to the UK. Probably because you guys spell everything wrong.
Yep.
That's not true. Don't talk to me about Noah Webster like that.
There should be a U in color.
No, there should not. That
Spell
should not
color.
be a thing.
COUL.
Cowlower.
God, that one's on recording. Anyway, look, I can't spell well at the best of times.
So this one was interesting as far as I also think there were 5 tickets, but 2 of the members of I think their gaming group were just also playing. And I was a little bit nervous that there was going to be like too many people with 7, but actually I thought it worked pretty well.
I think it
for the
did.
most part,
Yeah.
they were definitely like kind of going round the table, getting you to do like one action at a time.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like quite as free-forming role play as we generally like. But I still think we definitely got some good moments in.
Yeah, as long as I got lines, that's all I cared about. And I got a lot of lines. They also did this thing where they handed out dice a lot.
Yeah, whenever
Like a lot.
like legitimately whenever they like had any sort of like funny thing that happened, they just gave you a die.
Yeah.
And it was D6s, it was D8s. It was like I actually got my goal. I realized when they were handing them out so liberally, my goal was to get a full set, and I ended up getting a full set.
Nice. I think we both got full sets too, which was
Quite possibly, I was not keeping
paying
track.
attention. They also gave like other people at the table dies for puns. I give a lot of people die that way.
Yeah, basically, if there was a pun bad enough that it made the entire table groan, everybody except the person who made it got a die.
I made a dark enough joke that they actually gave dice to everybody else except for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They also give the other table die when you do something offensive.
Yeah.
Like when you mention how old they are.
If the table offends, they will actually just give dice to one of the other tables and explain to them what you did wrong.
I kept track. We had that happen 5 times, which means that the next time we play with them, we have to breach that record.
Yeah. Well, it says that we were only given die because there were 3 or 4 other games going on in there. We were only given other dice once.
Yep.
Everyone else. I do think it helps that they had multiple GMs, though.
Yeah.
I do think one of the GM's jobs when they traded off was to just hand out die, which meant that they just handed out way more die than I think the tables that only had 1 GM.
Yeah, well, keeping track of doing that when you're also trying to GM
it's hard, and then you would have to stop the game to go to other tables and give them die, and that would be harder. So
yeah, though we did end early. I feel like you could probably do it. They did make a point that at their 7 p.m. games are always double GM, which I thought was interesting.
Well, I think you need the extra flavor there, but the tables were very good vibes. They were very good at bringing out energy for everyone involved. Yes. And everyone had fun.
I really had a good time being Grover.
And then at the end, they did a vote thing where they had to do a little scrum paper and said, just let us know which play you think was the funniest or the best or
guess who won. Guess who
won.
Won.
Most interesting role play, any particular thing you wanted to vote for.
Yeah, I will admit I don't really like this as a mechanic because I don't like this being a competition, but I did appreciate they didn't tell anyone going into this they were doing
I appreciated
this.
that.
This was just a thing they threw in at the end.
Yeah.
So,
Caroline won.
Yeah, obviously.
Because she was the best. I voted for her.
I knew you weren't going to vote for me because, we don't like to rake it like that.
Yeah, I voted for Count.
I did too.
Who was also fabulous.
Very good, yeah.
Well, you didn't vote for me? I said near and far 4 different times. No, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, but every time he rolled his dice, he would just be like, 1, 2,
I know,
3,
it was really
it
was really funny. I'm giving you a hard time.
He was great.
Mm-hmm.
He was, yeah.
He understood the assignment.
Kermit was trying to do the voice, but I think ended up not
more
committing
Russian
to it.
than it was Kermit.
Yeah,
but
I think they were trying, and we give points for trying.
I thought it worked mostly.
Yeah, I did too. I do think everyone RP'd well, and I also did appreciate the people who were at or were part of their gaming group did take a back seat generally. I feel like they were more there to help or enhance than they were to.
Yeah.
One of them did turn into a chicken first, and I think was the chicken the longest.
Yep.
Yeah, they were a chicken for a while.
And
they were doing a really good impression.
Yeah, their box were great.
Yeah.
Oh, and they handed out letters that spelled out Carcosa. I loved it so much. I ended up being part of the epilogue.
Yeah.
However many letters you had ended up determining what epilogue you got. Yeah. I thought it was really cute that they did that. I got a picture of the Carcosa at the end.
And it did mean that Bert and Ernie ended up separated.
Yeah, which is real tragedy.
Yeah.
I became evil Grover.
Mm-hmm.
So again, the thing I did actually quite like about the epilogue is, depending on how many letters you had and how many conditions you had, it basically gave you a little bit of information and then a question.
Yeah, so you could RP your epilogue.
Yeah.
E is for existentialism.
And you spell existentialism?
Yeah, they spent most of the game doing that because they did.
I did get 2 dice for asking, can you spell Carcosa?
Yeah.
And no dice for saying time is like shapes. It's it's a flat circle. And I was like, you ungrateful.
Again, I got a good one for time is relative.
Yeah.
Is
it like that third cousin who you only see at Christmas?
Uh-huh. They thought that was funny. Yeah.
Well, we worked out this between us produce versus produce.
Produce.
Which we did quietly to ourselves, just that no one was focused on us the first time. So I brought that bit back because I'm like, this is too good. We're going to show it off.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was good.
I think initially you did it almost as a calming measure after you had the the dodgy spot.
Yep.
And then you ended up bringing it down in front of the group, and it says something like the GM joined in with that one.
Yeah.
So yeah, like
Yeah, I joked with the GMs after because as I mentioned in the podcast, I actually forgot my dice. It's like I should have joined one of your games on the first day.
you would have been fine.
Yeah,
It would have saved me a lot of money.
Yeah,
No,
like we
I'm
have
kidding.
so many dice now.
I do kind of like
They
the
all
idea
went
of
in
you
your new
playing
dice
a
bag.
game that you earn the die as you play.
Yeah.
It's kind of fun.
It was really cute.
Yeah, but this was a fun game to end on. We are home now. We have a dog who's gonna be mad. So
Yeah. So we'll
Have a
finish
good
up all the,
night.
tomorrow will be a much shorter day.
yeah,
So we'll have time on the drive home to do all the wrap up and all that kind of jazz. So
I will list every event we did not do.
all 8,000.
Yeah.
We'll see you in the last piece of this recording. Bye.
Good night,
Bye.
everybody.
And we're back.
We're back.
We're back.
So, Origins is done.
Yeah.
We had a pretty bad case of con drop towards the tail end of this one.
And then we got Con endorphin drunk.
Yep.
We're kind of, I think, in between those two things now.
Yep.
Yeah, I do think the drop from this one is going to be rough.
Yep.
It's we do love Origins a lot. It's intense. We do love it, and it does mean that I have to go back to work tomorrow, and that's going to suck on toast.
Also, I really just love walking through the convention center when it's filled with people.
Mm-hmm. So do I. Make life difficult for yourself by wearing fabulous dresses that make
That's fun.
Yeah. Yeah. You want to briefly talk fashion choices for today?
I wore a quinceanera yellow dress with flowers on it that was cool.
Shimmered and was beautiful.
Yeah.
Yep. And it has a trail.
Yep.
Remind me to double hanger it when we get on, by the way, because the hanger it was on
spontaneously combusted.
Basically.
It's very heavy.
Yep. So yeah. So we got up a little later today because we did not have anything to. First game was at 10, and we didn't have a pride parade to fight with for parking today. And generally speaking, Sunday is usually a quieter day at this con. In terms of it ends a little bit. It ends at 4 rather than midnight.
I do think I speak for all of us when I say that today was the hardest day to get up.
It really was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yesterday we kind of knew we had to be up as soon as possible. Today, it was definitely a little bit more. But no problems getting parking. In fact, the car park was the emptiest. That car park was the emptiest it's been all weekend. As per usual, I dropped you off, parked up. You went up to the matinee room, which has been kind of a base camp for the con. Yep. And I do want to once again thank Matinee Adventures for letting us have that space in their room. It has been super helpful all weekend, so thank you guys. I know we said thank you to in person for that, but thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Christine Ivy came up to me.
We don't have permission to say their names on the podcast, but it's probably fine.
It's probably fine.
Matinee, the lady who was running Matinee Adventures, you can cut it.
Yeah.
It's fine. Well, I don't think that they mind, but I would stick with Ivy just because that's their stage name.
Okay. Ivy came up to me and actually came up to me after she was done talking with you guys and gave me a hug and said thank you for coming and we'll see you again. She remembered my name.
Yeah.
It was very kind of her.
Yeah.
They are a great person.
Yeah.
And I apologize for inability to cut a 5-hour-long episode, but I don't think seeing someone's name once is that big a deal. So sorry, it's just something we try to be careful about.
Yeah. But yeah. So first game of the day was the last one that I was running.
Yep.
Which was It Came from the Late Show.
Yep, which is a classic Sunday game that we like because it's incredibly low stakes. You can play it with pretty much any number of people.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And if no one shows up at the table, it's not really any harm in loss. We actually played this twice today. So
yes.
You did.
Yeah. We'll talk about the second game we did, but since you guys were off to play
Moonlight on Roseville Beach.
Yep.
Thank you. Which started at 10:30, and this game started at 10. I'll briefly explain. Play Late Show. You okay with that?
Yeah.
So, It Came from the Late Show is a D100 based system where you are all playing terrible actors, making a really awful B movie. So because of the way the stats work, every time you roll, you've probably got like maybe a 25% chance of making it.
Yeah.
So it's a game where it's funny when you fail a roll, and it's kind of surprising and also funny if you succeed at the roll. So it ends up like it works out quite nicely.
Yeah.
Like everybody goes in knowing that you are terrible actors, and fail forward, fail upwards, it will be funny.
Yep.
So you all create your basic like concept for an actor, distribute their stat points as appropriate, and then give them a catchphrase and a couple of other like defining features. For this particular game, I had 4 players, which included a guy who spent his entire life playing villains because he quote has one of those faces. A guy who decided his character was a better action movie star than Tom Cruise because he's slightly taller than him. A actress who's been working since like the 1920s in like minor to moderate bit parts, and is like finally getting a breakout role at the age of like 90 as the romantic lead of this movie. And then the male romantic lead of the movie, who was a former adult star, who again, like the guy who's playing that character really came to play. Like he had an absolute ball. So they had a lot of fun with it. It's interesting playing a game with me as director, and then later on the pickup game you did the director job. You and I have slightly different styles in how we direct.
Well, like I want to keep in mind that I was directing you two, not like a group of strangers. I do think I would have like had a slightly different style if I was directing a group of strangers.
That's fair.
But what was your comment about?
It was mostly just like your director is a little bit more like involved in the individual scenes. I do a lot of setup, lean back, and then every so often I'll kind of pitch in with something. But I do also think I had 4 players to work with, whereas you had 2.
Yeah, that was the major difference. So you did
also need to get a bit more involved. But again, it's stupid, goofy fun, and it led to what might be my favorite line of the con, which actually like mailed to you that completely broke the entire table.
I didn't see that, but I haven't looked at my mail.
That's fair. It was one of the players. Actually, it was one of the guys we know from Buckeye. He was one of the people manning their desk.
Nice.
I don't know if you recognized him earlier, but you would.
Yeah.
He spoke to him for a length of time, but yeah. He was, the line was, because he failed an acting role, as you do. I was like, bucket for another Razzie. He was like, I'm running out of shelves to put them on. And, I just looked at him and went, you put them on a shelf? And his response was, well, it's better than being lonely. Broke the table.
Yeah.
I was like, I was doing that thing I sometimes do where just like my head is on the table as I'm trying to rein my laughter, and it's like everybody, killed the entire table. That was a beautiful line. I love that. That one's going in the metaphorical scrapbook.
Nice. Really should start a RPG scrapbook.
We actually met somebody that's who did that.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it was the one of the players in the Cthulhu game that.
I remember you and Betty told me about that.
Yeah.
They were like cutting and trimming and yeah.
Yeah. Like they were actively building the scrapbook as they played. They were also the player who was like ridiculously good at role playing, was just like working their butt off trying to like get everybody to interact with them and play along. Like you would like them. I really hope at some point you get the chance to be at the table with them, because the only problem with that is your energies are going to feed off each other. But yeah. So again, late show. It's a lot of fun. I deliberately usually set it for a 2-hour time slot. It usually runs like an hour and a half-ish, give or take, including my character creation. So it was a lot of fun. It was very silly. It was very goofy. Everybody seemed to enjoy it. Hilariously, 2 of the people at the table apparently bought copies of this rule set in the 90s, and this is their first time actually playing it.
It's going to be us in 20 years.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm cognizant of that fact. It's fine.
90s were 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Shut up.
So yeah. So again, this was a lot of fun. I'm very glad I did it. Over to you guys.
Yeah, we were playing a game whose name I totally remember. Please help, Betty.
Moonlight on Roseville Beach.
Thank you. This was another Powered by the Apocalypse game. It was also queer, which is cool.
It was in the queer gamers room as
Yeah.
well.
They pitched it as like a 70s B movie, I think, according to like the description. It's a little bit 70s murder mystery, like how
70s
Scooby.
pulp, yeah.
It's a little Scooby-Doo-esque, I would say. Although I usually like, in terms of a setting, there's a lot of different tones you can take with it if you wanted to. It's basically a town where everyone's gay on an island, which is cool.
Called Rose Island, and
Yeah.
you live in the town of Roseville Beach. And you each get to be like basically like archetypes, and pick like specific traits that you have, like skills, and then you get power words, or you get like specific things that you can do. Some of them are magic, some of them aren't. Caroline was a witch and I was her familiar.
Yep.
I was a cat named Lobster.
Yep.
Pronouns he, they. And it was just a lot of fun. And then when Richard was able to join us, he started out as like a legal aid, and it ended up becoming a construct.
Yeah.
And it was a lot of fun. It was an interesting thing because there would be the usual. They would have the Powered by the Apocalypse usual rolls, which they called quick rolls. And then they had quick rolls, but then they had these full rolls where you had to roll against. Oh my god! Okay, like the goal.
Yeah, you had the goal. If you were using magic, you had a magic roll, so an additional,
instead of goal.
die.
Yeah.
And then you had a plot point that you could get, and then you basically had a condition that you could take.
Yeah, you had to roll against scared and injury, depending on what it was.
Yeah.
And then clues.
Yeah.
And you rolled as many dice as you were able to get. So like you would get 1 for being an investigator, which that's what we were.
Yep.
You would get 1 for like having people help you. You would get 1 for a particular skill that you got, and you would get another 1 for vibes, basically. If the DM decided to give it to you, we got up to I think 6 dice at one point. That was fun. The person that we were playing with also, I think, had a really great time, and we had some fun RP with them. And then you took each dice in it was just however many it wasn't even however many successes you could do. It was just like, what are the highest dice, and then you would pair them up with the different difficulties that you had to put with. So like the goal, you would see how well you won. The highest die would probably go with the goal. The next highest die would go with scared, so you wouldn't become scared, and then so on and so forth.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. You could like distribute those however you wanted. So if you're like, I think it's very important we get a clue here. But I'm aware that means I've got to put this 3 onto scared, so I'm going to end up scared. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's interesting. This was Powered by the Apocalypse, but it did do it differently generally. Like
yes.
Quick rolls, you rolled typically 2 die and took the higher of the 2 die. I'm not doing advantage or disadvantage. Oppose other stuff on that. And then you had these cards and conditions where you can put the die for the other rolls generally. So I still like it because it's like, I do like systems that give players control in that way.
That's fair. I kind of wish I knew maybe I just didn't understand the rules as much, or because it's just a one shot. But I kind of wish I had known it better, because it felt kind of weird not knowing exactly how much I was gonna roll, like how many dice I was gonna roll.
Yeah.
But
that was one of the things. Is like, I don't think the GM had and I want to emphasize they were a great GM. I don't think they had quite a full grasp on how many dice you were supposed to roll yet. I think they still were kind of learning some of the rules, which is fine.
Which was fine. Yeah, it ended up being fine, and they were super vibes based, and it was fine.
Yeah.
I had a really great time.
I mean, Sunday at a con, you can't be that rules strict. And again, it's one of the reasons why I really do like it. Like, I just feel so comfortable in the gamers room generally, just because of how player centric and understanding they are. There's just a lot of I think, and it's not everyone, but there are a lot of older people in the RPG space that just view it as this sacred decorum thing, and there's all these just weird etiquette rules you have to follow. Where the etiquette rules should just be around to increase a good time. I definitely agree. You definitely shouldn't be at your phone on the table during combat and then not know what to do on your turn. That's just really not great. But I also think it's fine. If you need to get up from the table to have a bathroom break, it's okay to just do that.
Yeah, you should be able to do that. Yeah.
again, when I'm running, I usually let players know that at about the halfway mark, we'll take a bio break.
Yeah.
But if you need to take one any other time, not a problem.
Well, particularly at a con, like a lot of stuff's going on through your system, so.
Yep.
And you should never deny anyone the right to use the bathroom.
No.
Nope.
Yeah. And again, coming into this, like fairly late, just because again there was crossover with when Late Show was running.
Yeah.
I basically made my character just kind of grumpy and not happy to be there.
Yep.
And just like constantly bringing the mood down in ways that I hope were funny.
They were funny.
Yeah, I thought it was really funny.
Yeah. The GM also made a little tactical puzzle for this game. I love it when GMs do stuff like that. It was cute. Mm-hmm. We got there kind of in the end, but I would have recommended giving everyone their own puzzle, just because having one puzzle just kind of didn't work for 4 people. So.
Yeah, and it was very it was very hard to share it between us.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, but ultimately I thought it was fun and it was very gay.
We did end up with a decent amount of teamwork to solve the puzzle, though, because I was the one who pieced together the final solution, but I was only able to do that because the person next to me had connected certain things, and I was like, okay, so if that goes there, and I figured out that this piece and this piece go together, then this kind of combines, and I know that they were taking their lead from you two as well. So
Right.
it did end up being a very collaborative puzzle completion exercise.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know how you felt.
Yeah, I figured out what it spelled. And I think Betty and the person next to them did a lot of the work, and then you just got the final piece in. So it felt very collaborative.
It was. I think we did a good job working together.
Yeah. So that was that game. Do you have anything else you want to say about it?
No, those are the main things.
At that point, that was our last scheduled event of Origins.
Yeah.
So we definitely felt a bit of con drop at that point.
Yeah. Went to the vendors hall, made a couple purchases. Were you able to exchange that thing?
I was able to exchange those things, and the person was very apologetic and very nice.
That's good.
Shout out to them. And I really like the pins. I think that the person that I got them for will really appreciate them.
Cool. Very glad to hear it.
Yeah, and I think I did a good job keeping it under budget and didn't buy too much, and it was just fun. I really enjoyed the vendor hall this year. We also found Indie Press Revolution, finally. Nice. I was hoping to buy Moonlight on Roseville Beach, because I've definitely seen it for sale at Indie Press Revolution, but they didn't have it this time, either because they weren't stocking it or because it had sold out. Because I definitely realized that quite a few things had sold out, which is great because I really love Indie Press Revolution and I want them to do well at these conventions. So I'll try to get it probably at a different convention, or I'll just order it online.
Yeah. Yeah. So we kind of wandered around, looked at some stuff, bought 1 or 2 things.
Yeah, we can talk about it.
Yep.
Yeah. So one of the things in fact, the last thing we actually bought was earlier in the weekend. Betty bought a set of Van Gogh Starry Night dice, and you kept pilfering them all weekend.
Yep.
So, we figured it was worth getting you your own set. Though they did do one thing that, they are very nice dice.
Yeah.
But they did do one thing you're not a massive fan of.
I'm not a massive fan of this generally, and I will admit I'm not a big I don't like buying booths and crowded vendors halls. I just don't. Artist alleys I find a little bit more common because they're typically creator made and sourced and stuff like that. So there's a lot more one of a kind pieces. So when I buy them, I know what I'm getting, and I can talk to the person about the creation process. A lot of times at vendors booths, you just say I want this, and they just hand you something random that's you might just need to explain it.
Yeah. So we've had an issue before where because you're very choosy about plush.
Yep.
And we had an issue one time where you picked out a specific plush.
Mm-hmm.
You said, I will take this, and they said okay, and then they gave you one in a vacuum sealed bag that was just in the back, and you're like, oh, okay.
Yep.
You were under the impression it was a little more individually made than that, and you ended up being quite disappointed by that, but didn't really want to say no. This weirdly was kind of the exact opposite problem insofar
It's just
as
like I like people to ask, because when I say I want to buy something, I want to know exactly what I'm buying.
Mhm.
And like I assume for like dice in particular, I want ones that are like in sealed bags, not ones that people have been touching and rolling around all weekend.
Yeah, because basically what had happened was the Van Gogh dice were quite popular for reasonable reasons, like they are very nice. But they ended up like packaging the display models
Yep.
and giving you those.
Which,
And I'm like,
again, like ask.
yeah, like it's not a major problem. I suspect if they asked you that question, you probably would have said that's okay.
I was kind of also overwhelmed because I was like looking at them, and they have like 20 attendees there, and this person just kept being. I was looking at like that and like major set and like trying to decide if I wanted gold, neither one, whatever, and this person was just like over my head, kind of pressuring to make a decision as I was just looking at them. I managed to get them to go away, and I was like, "Leave me alone, dude. I'm allowed to look at these for as long as I want."
Yep. But again, I think part of that is just that store does have like 6 people operating it, which does also, and they're probably like specifically told to like, hey, if you see somebody like standing there, like interact with them and like help them out. So it's helpful to know. I get that, but yeah, just like ask in the future because again, the idea.
Right.
But you still happy we got them?
Yeah.
So, and again, they are very pretty. They are very fun. They're very you. Like I can see you running a game at some point using those as your GM dice while wearing Starry Night.
Yeah, it would be fun.
No, that's very much your vibe.
It was also just experiencing like a lot of con drop at that point, just because there's just. I was talking to you about this. There's just not really another con like Origins generally. So I just need a moment to kind of mourn it a little bit, like because it'll be a year since we have it. Because like I think last year, just because I hadn't been to Gen Con yet, I was like looking forward to it as much as Origins, and I still do like Gen Con. But we don't have as many ticketed events that we want this year, and I don't think it's going to be as fun as it was last year. And it still is like it's just not as intimate, and it's more crowded, and it's more expensive, and like there are other RPG cons, but I have been just having. I think particularly in this last year, I've had a lot of trouble finding ones that like I personally like. Like I love a Catacon, that's great.
Yeah.
UConn is not as good, but still okay.
But
and
still fine.
A lot of the rest of them around us just are very, very focused on board games or board games, and not like the RPGs that we like. Like Buckeye's also great, but that's not till spring.
Yeah.
And that's mostly just because Matinee Adventures is there.
And again, like Buckeye freely admits the fact that like they didn't really start doing TTRPGs until a couple of years ago.
And like Origins is just like my favorite con, and it's just hard also. And I was talking to you and Betty a little bit about this because like there's just so much I want to do at Origins. I want to like split in two because I want to like run games and I want to play games with all three of us. I know you really, really like running, and there's certain games like Betty really, really likes playing, and like it's hard to like want to play in every game and also run and do everything. So I had really great GMing experiences this weekend. So yeah.
So we decided we needed to we didn't want to just like leave at that point.
Yeah.
And I mentioned to the Matinee folks that we were probably going to swing by the room to at least say hi before we left. So we ended up just like plonking ourselves down at our table. And we decided that like we would just do a game of late show with the three of us.
Yeah.
Where you were the director, Betty and I were the actors. And again, like a game like that is going to run a little shorter than a one with a slightly fuller table, but it was fun. It was silly. We were making good jokes. Like we know how to make each other laugh. You decided to set a goal to see how many of the different late show has a ridiculous number of stats. Because again, comedy game.
Yeah.
You were just trying to see how many of us you could make. How many of them you could make us roll for.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I was more interactive than I think you would be, but I also need to be less interactive. If I had a table like 4 or 5 people who bounce off each other, I would do a lot less GMing. But because it was like working between you two, I had to like maintain it somehow. So.
Yep.
And I realized 5 minutes in because I was like, I gave your character like a puppet dog, and like the plot was that you needed to go to the hospital to like steal a heart, which is an actual plot of an actual film that actually exists for whatever heck reason.
Mm-hmm. Because the American medical system isn't good.
And then I realized 5 minutes in, oh, this dog's gonna eat the heart. I'm so annoyed that you realized that like a minute before it happened.
Yep. Again, I had a moment of like, oh, we should somehow used the dog to help us get into the room with the hardest weight. Oh no, that's what she had planned.
I knew it was something with the dog. I just didn't know what.
Yeah. Like this, it's another one of those things. Like that clip from One Tree Hill is just one of those regular jokes that run between us. Like it's not as common as a lot of our other bits, but it's one that we know what we're referencing.
We watched it again when we were sitting there. Also, we were so drunk. We were howling during this game. Like,
yeah.
I mean, I don't think the game was honestly that funny. I think we were just con drunk.
Yeah. I just
we're also,
remind everybody,
con drunk is not actually drunk. It's just when you're having the endorphins of the con take over your systems, you're a little punch crazy.
Yes.
It's perfectly safe to drive while you're con drunk.
Yes. Tends to happen also when we're kind of tired. Let's be honest, we're kind of tired.
Yeah, I think all of us are running on fumes at the moment.
It's been a long weekend. It's been a good weekend.
It's been a lovely weekend.
But it's also been a 5-day long weekend.
And then we also played like So Clover and yelled at each other a bunch.
Yep.
And then we said goodbye to people.
Yeah.
Nice. They basically said that like they were very happy for us to be in their room again if we wanted to be. And
you're gonna start crying.
Stupid warm fuzzy feelings.
Yeah.
I love
Everyone
you
was very
guys.
sweet. So.
Yeah. Again, they're a good group of folks. No, it is just. It's one of those things that it was incredibly useful to have like space this weekend where we felt comfortable, and like in particular, in order like generally speaking at cons, I run things using my iPad.
Yep.
For like my notes and that kind of stuff. It was nice in some of my games to be able to bring my laptop and just have like
be able to stash it somewhere.
Yeah, and just have a space where I could leave it because like there are some, I couldn't bring my laptop to Yukon easily because like especially with like all the notes and my character sheets and everything else, like it gets me a lot. So it was really nice. Like I understand why these gaming groups exist in that regard. Just from that practical standpoint. So yeah. So we kind of said goodbye to people and we got on the road. So, top favorite con moments?
I think Betty should go first.
Yep.
Oh no.
You wanted to go last, Betty?
No, it's fine. I
It's
can go.
So yeah.
It's really hard to pick. I had so many good ones.
Yeah.
I think my favorite moment.
Keep in mind, these aren't in any particular order. You just do 3. So.
I think some of my favorite moments included.
Just do one at a time. We'll go around.
Yeah. So you do one, then we'll do one each, and then we'll come back to you, and we'll kind of do 3 each. Is that good?
I really liked playing Household. I thought it was a lot of fun.
Cool. Sorry we interrupted you like 6 times during that.
That's fine.
Yeah, I did actually find the copy of it in the vendor so I could show you the picture of the swan.
It was
Swan
very
is great.
exciting.
If
Yeah.
you've not seen, like, I love the fact that it was like, yeah, you should get like an art print of that to hang in your new house.
You should. I'm serious.
Yeah,
Find the
awesome.
artist and do it. I will find them for you if you need me to.
Again, like it's official artwork in the book. Like it's already.
You probably could. You probably could find
a
it.
way to do it. Yeah.
All right, that's it. It's happening now.
I mean, if if anybody has a PDF copy, probably get an art print done. But anyway, not a problem for today. But yeah, no, that I agree with you. That was a really good game. Okay.
Tired. I will take out honestly my Thirsty Sword Lesbians game. Like, it went really well. It was a very fun table, and like we were just howling with laughter. People got the point, and it was like I was a bit nervous running that system because of how like queer and sexually tense and quirky it is. But I really had a lot of fun running it.
By the same logic, I do have to go with running my Mass Effect game as well. Like, the moment when 3 players turned up and decided they were a set of bolus brothers, I was like, oh god.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be complete shenanigans, and I kind of adore that. Like it was fun, it was silly. Everybody at the table like understood the assignment and had fun with it. One of them had a very like inconsistent Australian accent because they named their character Sheila. Like it was great. Like, this is the thing. At cons, I like games I don't necessarily have to take that seriously, and everybody understood that I'm a very lenient GM in that regard. So yeah.
And now it goes back to you, Betty.
Okay. One of my favorite moments was in Sesame Street Cthulhu. that we got all the letters that spelled Carcosa. That was fun.
I honestly will take the game of Clear Coven because I really like the gaming chemistry there. The table was very cool and fun.
I absolutely agree. Trouble is, I'm trying to think back to like earlier in the weekend, and I'm having trouble remembering what we did on Wednesday.
On Wednesday we did Fiasco, or you were running Fiasco. I did Finals Countdown. We went and did that game that did not make it in the evening. We did Delta and Theory together. Sorry, I also did that in my head already, so that's what we did on Wednesday.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of a really good like game that you and I played together. You've already taken Queer Coven.
Yep.
Which like probably
Betty
would have been.
took Sesame Street Cthulhu.
Yeah.
I did like
Betty took Household.
Oh yeah, she did too. They did take Household.
Wow. Yeah, so that's most of the games we played together. So, you know. So sorry. Honestly, I'm gonna have to give like seeing how that the one particular person in the Regency Cthulhu game that Betty and I did, just like working their butt off to just be a phenomenal role player and just absolutely killing it as their character. Like they understood the assignment, they came to play, and it's always nice to see people who just like rock it like that. Like, they were great. I would play with them again anytime.
My turn again?
Yep. Third and final. And again, no particular order.
I liked at the vendor's hall when I was looking at the EV pins, the person saw me and was like, it told me the price for the entire set. Because they were like, they knew, because they were priced individually, and they were like, I know what you're looking at. I know that you want all of them. I was like, yeah, and I did get all of them.
I will take Good Society. I loved Good Society this year.
That was really
Good
fun.
Society as a game generally.
I probably am gonna have to take like finally after like a decade running Rogue Trader again. Like I still love that game to bits. You know, and again, I'm glad I got a table of people who understand that 40k is fundamentally silly. Yeah, where it's like, yeah, there are going to be some shenanigans here. It's fine. It's funny. As long as everybody's having fun, that's great. You know, like sometimes the dice gods will do the funniest thing possible, and that's great. So yeah. So now for the big important question that we use to actually like quote unquote rate the con.
Yep.
Would we go back?
Would we go back?
And as per usual, I'll remind people there's a whole bunch of factors that go into this. Bloody blue. The answer is obviously yes.
Would I go back? I didn't even want to leave.
Yep.
The real question is, does it retain its kind of unofficial status as our favorite con?
Probably.
Yeah.
Like again, there really is just nothing quite like it. Like there is so much stuff to do, and like it does have problems. Like again, it didn't get off to a great start this year. I'm not
the
gonna
ticketing
lie.
system's kind of a mess, but it kind of always is generally. And like, if you are offering options to mail badges, just mail tickets. Because if you actually did mail the tickets, I'd probably take you up on it. But you don't, so.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's also just like it's unclear like which line people are supposed to go in and a bunch of other stuff. And
yeah, like there were several people who like joined the GM line who were like, "Oh, is this registration right? GM registration? Oh, yeah, no, you need to go down that line and that."
Yep.
Again, that wasn't a problem after day one, but it was a big problem on day one.
Yeah. And it does feel like they were doing stuff to cut costs this year generally, which is, it's not bad per se, but I find it hard to believe that they're losing money at the moment. So even though it does probably cost a lot to rent the entire convention center.
Yeah. And I also don't know like how much they pay the staff.
Yeah.
Some of those people are definitely actually employed. They're not doing it as a side gig, or they're not doing it as volunteer work. The sheer amount of events they have to like process and approve and all of that jazz, like it's a lot. Yeah. So that was Origins.
Yeah. And the metal detectors still aren't great either, but it's a City of Columbus thing, and it's very clear that everyone involved realizes how dumb it is to even put them up.
Oh yeah, like I walked through the scanner today, it beeped, the guy looked me over and was like, "You're fine."
Yeah.
Didn't even bother bag checking.
It's gonna beep with everyone.
Yep. So yeah.
Your con drop.
Yeah. I'm sad it's over.
I am too.
I have to go back to my actual life now.
Yeah. We still have Gen Con, which is just worse in every conceivable way.
Yep.
Like literally every way.
Yeah, we were naming them earlier.
Yeah.
Now, Gen Con is going to be fun. It will be fun.
It will be fine and it will be fun, but it's not this.
No.
And I think it's also just like,
Yeah, and I see the ways in which Origins is kind of trying to ape Gen Con or trying to like take notes from it, and I get it because Gen Con, because they're both very similar, but at the same time, it's like, please don't lose what makes Origins so special in the process.
I also want to point out, because people claim that the Gen Con, like paying for events at Gen Con stops no-shows. We didn't have a single table not make.
Yeah, like every game we played this weekend.
Like a couple had like 1 or 2 no-shows, which is fine, but also like stuff happens.
Yep, like my table for late show this morning was nominally 6, and you know, 2 tickets actually got returned the previous night, and the 2 people who were supposed to play in it were actually, I actually saw them.
Yep.
Like they, you know, they did actually like apologize to me for the fact they had to return their tickets, but they knew last night that they were so tired they were not making it in for a 10 o'clock
Which
game.
is pretty common for Sunday
Sunday,
morning. The
right.
entire reason we put that thing at 6 tickets is we knew somebody was going to have that problem.
Mm-hmm. And again, that's the other reason we've run something like Late Show that does not require any prep work.
Mm-hmm.
Like there is zero prep for Late Show other than printing the character sheets.
Yep.
And like, if it doesn't make, oh well.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
But as evidenced by us, it can run with 2 people and be fine. So
yeah, like last year we only had 2 people plus the 2 of us.
yeah.
Yeah, well, that game was fantastic. Like I've never had a bad game of Late Show because everybody generally comes up with weird enough character concepts so that they just play off each other very well. Like I still adore the first time we played it, where your character was a like mid-30s former child star who's been stuck playing children.
Yep.
Despite again,
I intend to bring her back. Like,
yeah, despite again obviously being like a mid-30s
Yeah.
at this point.
well, every time we played, everyone had such creative character concepts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like the guy who, one of the guys at my table was like, yeah, so this character came about because, like, in one of the earlier games they did, they were, like, it was based on 7 Deadly Sins, and their character was Lust, and, like, this voice came out, and they were just like, yeah, I wanted to use the voice again. I'm like, hey, great character concept, works really well.
Yeah.
You got slapped by the stunt double, which was funny.
Yeah.
Like, you know.
Yeah, Origins was also the con that introduced me to, like, bringing characters back. Like, if you have a character concept or an icon or something you're playing with, you can always bring the character and even the same name back in a different game just to kind of play that character again if you really enjoyed it. So,
yeah. Which again, sometimes that's fun.
Yep. That was Origins. We don't want to stop talking about it.
No, we don't. We don't want it to be over. Do I have to go to work tomorrow?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. Ugh.
Might have to schedule something fun to do. Like I did. I do not know what con we're covering next weekend. It's probably not going to be anything big or spectacular. It'll probably just be like a local strawberry festival or something. A lot of those happen.
Yeah.
But Americana is now just kind of racist, so yeah.
But the week after that is Anthrocon.
Make up Anthrocon.
Why the heck's this line so long?
That is a different verse, which I'm running at.
Yep.
Or I'm doing panels at, so I need to prepare for that. And also we're helping Linz with a favor, so.
Yep. But you know, again, no spoilers on that.
No.
So, it's fine. Yeah. So generally speaking, I'm looking forward to that.
Yep.
And again, like in all honesty, having a little bit of a quiet weekend next weekend is probably a good thing.
Yeah.
Before like that sandwich weekend between between Origins and between Anthrocon, like they are both massive cons that are very different.
Yep. And both of which you are going to be sleep deprived a lot.
Yep. So yeah.
And then July's pretty packed. We've got Origins, Techo, Dokido, and we're doing Gen Con with Betty.
Yep.
Woohoo!
We have one off weekend in there.
Who knows?
probably. You also have to move, you know.
Yeah, somewhere in there we need to move into our new house. About it.
I me too.
You're still terrified.
Are you not terrified?
I'm ready to do it.
I'm not.
I know.
I like our house.
Again, we're outgrowing it. And you have been telling me for years that you wanted to own a home.
What?
Those hours that we actually own.
We still don't really own it. The bank can take it any time.
Yeah.
If you're listening to this podcast and want to pay off our mortgage, please have a much longer conversation with us because I'm not really comfortable with a random internet stranger doing that. But
if you feel like it, we're not going to complain.
Basically.
It would give us a lot more budget, to go to cons.
Yeah. Now, if you really enjoy this podcast and enjoy seeing us at cons and want to give us $100,000 or more, please have a longer conversation with us about where that money came from first.
Yeah, because that's just kind of weird. To be fair, if we didn't have rent or mortgage to pay, we probably could justify me quitting my job, and then we would have more free time. I joke.
I mean, you're more joking. Yeah. Please do. Anyway, I don't need to think about the ethical implications of whether giving money to us is worse than giving it to charity. It definitely is. There's no way around that.
Yeah.
But if you're also giving an equal money, I mean, I'm not helping this. We should stop.
We should stop. We are definitely reaching.
We're tired.
We're tired. We're reaching rambling nonsense points. Sorry, Betty. I know this happens to us sometimes.
You're good. I love you guys.
Yep.
Cool. So.
This was fun. Thank you so much again for having me on the podcast and in your home and in your games.
Yep. Well, I'm delighted to do it. And again, we'll have some conversations about what the plan for next year is, because the one thing I will say that I do think we've ended up regretting a little bit is the fact that you and I just did not play that many games together this year.
Yeah, and I do like playing games with you. Just we do have stage chemistry.
We do match.
Yeah, so it's something where I like showing that off a little bit during games. I had fun playing for Journey with you.
Yep.
Produce.
Yeah. Which again, maybe next year, if we both have things we want to run, we'll arrange to run them at the same time, which we did the previous year. Which gives us more time to play together. But part of the reason we arranged it this way this year was in case there was a thing you really wanted to play and you could pass on the GM job to me for your specific games. But part of the problem is you can't plan. If you're running, you can't plan that ahead because you don't know what the schedule is until when you submit back in February.
Yeah.
You can sometimes do it for some of the smaller cons because they will sometimes publish a schedule, and then they're still accepting events because they're a smaller convention.
Yeah.
Origins is not that. Origins needs that stuff to be in months in
Well,
advance.
part of the problem I had this year was just that I will admit that the games I was running were the games where I really got the amount of role play that I just kind of needed, because no other games had that amount of role play that we played this weekend. Plenty of them were good, but I want to just be in character the entire time. Entire conversations in character, roles and mechanics, and I can do that. I realize that not a lot of people can. That's why I liked my Good Society table so much, because it was basically just that, and I liked that.
It's part of the reason I think you would have gone on fabulous as well with the person from the Regency Cthulhu game, because they were operating on that wavelength.
Yep.
So yeah, we'll think about how we want to do Origins next year. We will definitely be back next year. There's a non-zero chance I'll book out the vacation days pretty much as soon as they announce dates.
Yep.
But just so I don't have to consciously think about it. But so that's that. So,
That's that.
So thank you all very much for listening. If you've listened to this entire 5+ hour podcast about a gaming convention, thank you.
Thank you. Also check out our bonus episode.
Yeah. This if you haven't yet listened to it, because I haven't decided when things are getting uploaded and made public, we have done a bonus episode of this con where once again we are ranking the complaints in the Origins Facebook group.
Yeah, we also have Techo this year too.
Yeah, they do complain a lot too.
But Techo is a much shorter drive back and forth. But maybe we'll do that as a bonus episode since I think we're driving back and forth for Techo.
Yeah, I think we are. Is the plan. We were vaguely considering doing it for AnthroCon, but
we caved.
We caved. We got an Airbnb. We need to be there early for
We do.
AmcoCon.
Like, you just need to be there to get parking. Anyway, we've already said we're gonna like hang up the thing 6 times.
All right.
So, thank you all very, very much for listening, and we hope to see you in the next one.
Bye.
Bye.